We're talking European football. We're talking Wednesday early evening. I'll say early evening. It's still sit and have your chips by. It's Real Madrid against Union Berlin and Galatasaray against Copenhagen. James Butler is with me.
Hello.
We're going to both of these games, I suppose, are interesting. Real Madrid against Union Berlin, though, is the one that I'm going to concentrate on. Because it's Real Madrid at 1.38, the draw is 5.2, Union Berlin 7.8, and if you played this last season around April, this might have been interesting. Well, more interesting, shall we say, because Union Berlin were going for those Champions League places, and they got into them in the Bundesliga, and very well done to them. And Real Madrid were slightly different than what appears to be a growing juggernaut that they're turning into, with a midfield that is about 8 foot tall and 70 feet wide. And that's just Jude Bellingham. So Berlin are really long price in this one because they've only won one game this season. They've not started well, have they?
The thing about Union Berlin, we talked about them a lot on Clubhouse TV last season. I like the Bundesliga, and Union Berlin were doing really well, punching well above their weight for the majority of last season. They were right towards the top end of the table for much of it and just fell away towards the end. But obviously got themselves into the Champions League as a result of their efforts. But they're not in the same class. They're not in the same zip code, postcode, whatever you want to call it, as Real Madrid in terms of quality. Real Madrid ridiculously short at 1.37. Probably deservedly so, but I don't think that's... there's not enough fat on the bone there for my money. So the way to make money here, I think Real Madrid win. I think Real Madrid win comfortably. You mentioned a couple of their players, that they're just star-studded. They've started La Liga like a house on fire, 5 wins from 5 matches played, a goal difference of +7. Barcelona are already 2 points behind them. I know 2 points is not very much, but I think Real Madrid win La Liga again this season. And Union Berlin, off the back of 2 defeats in the Bundesliga, don't come into this. If you're going to go to the Real Madrid, you want to go to Real Madrid with some points behind you, a bit of confidence behind you, scoring a few goals. Union Berlin are not that side at the moment. So I think we're looking at goals in this one. I think over 3.5 goals at 2.6. Look at Real Madrid on the handicaps. Look at Real Madrid to score in the first half. Just look at Real Madrid.
I'm going to put one thing out there right now and look at Real Madrid's league form this season. On the front of it, Real Madrid have won 5 in a row. What I will say is that last time out against Sociedad, they were 1-0 down after 5 minutes and fought back to win that. And that was at home. And at home to Getafe the week before, they were 1-0 down after 11 minutes. They had to leave it late. Late Jude Bellingham goal cost them a win over Celta Vigo. And away at Almeria the week before that, they were 1-0 down after 3 minutes. This Real Madrid side do not start well. They end very well, but they do not start well.
I'll add something to that as well. They don't necessarily trounce teams either.
No.
Conceding the first goal doesn't help you trounce the side. But 2-1, 2-1, 1-1, 2-1, 1-0. This is going back into last season. You have to go back until the 29th of April since they scored or won by 2 goals or more against Almeria when they put 4 past them. They are more than capable of tonking a side. But at the moment, the last 5 home games, they've won by a solitary goal. So maybe my initial reaction of going all in on the handicaps isn't the right way. Maybe again, both teams to score might be a play here, because both teams have scored in Real Madrid's last 4 home games in La Liga. They've won 3 of them. So, that doesn't necessarily mean it. If you kind of put Real Madrid into your ACCA for Wednesday night, go for it. But I think there's a chance that Union Berlin can maybe just nick a goal along the way. Whether it's the first one or not, Dave, I don't know.
Well, yeah, both teams were scorers there, and then who's the player to score? Let's face it, it's going to be Jude Bellingham at some point.
He's English.
He is very much English,
and he's awesome.
He is awesome, and those words don't often go together.
No.
But if you want both teams to score, Jude Bellingham to score one of those goals for Real Madrid, that's 3.9. That extends that, and of course, the both teams to score and Jude Bellingham scoring mean Real Madrid could win 6-1. But as long as he gets one of them, we'd be happy. Because they haven't got much firepower up front, because they haven't got any strikers, which is a bit of a problem for Real Madrid, because they haven't got Benzema. They've got Joselu instead. And I used to watch him playing for Stoke, and he wasn't very good. And he played for Newcastle, and he was slightly better. But, Union Berlin is 7.8 for a reason, but the 2 is there, and there are ways to make this Real Madrid, what we assume as a victory, work for you.
Absolutely. I do think they win. And that price on the outrights isn't enough to make me go, whee, I'm having some of that. So unless it's for ACCA fodder. So it is okay. I think both teams to score. I'll just kind of go back to where I was before. I think Union Berlin have enough about them to score a goal. But I don't think they come away with a victory. Just looking at Union Berlin's form, they have scored. I mean, they didn't score in the home defeat to Leipzig, but apart from that, away from home, they've notched in their last 5. Hang on a sec. I need more than one hand. 7 matches away from home against obviously probably slightly worse opposition than Real Madrid, but I think they can nick a goal.
Okay, so that's your early Champions League game. The other one, Galatasaray against Copenhagen, looks similarly an open and shut case because Galatasaray have been, as quite a lot of Turkish sides have this transfer window, been splashing the cash a bit, and Copenhagen do struggle in the group stages.
It's dangerous sometimes. You look at some of these so-called lesser sides, Copenhagen top of the table in the Superliga there, but Galatasaray second. You automatically think, well, Copenhagen are having a better season. It's just it's a worse league. Standards less, Galatasaray the better side.
Okay, so that's the early games in the Champions League. That's Real Madrid against Union Berlin and Galatasaray against Copenhagen. Thank you, James.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. For the best live bets, this is Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io. Please gamble responsibly.
Good evening and welcome along to Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io. We are fun, fast and fair and the world's leading Bitcoin sportsbook. I'm Simon and this is Peter, and we are here to bring you coverage of tonight's 8 Champions League games, night 2 of the 2022-23 season. And already we've had some drama. Last night, Manchester City, a goal down at half-time, came through to win though. Did anybody not expect that to happen? Paris Saint-Germain got a win, but they were not great through most of that game against Borussia Dortmund last night. And were there any other contenders involved last night?
There was the most interesting thing of all, which was Ivan Provedel scoring, the Lazio goalkeeper, with a 96th minute equaliser that he then had literally no idea how to celebrate. He was like, I've scored? And it's a genuinely brilliant move as well to finish it. Great goal. But yeah, there's some big drama hopefully to come tonight as well. We start with one fairly low-key game and one really interesting game. That's one we'll kind of be half focusing on between Real Madrid and Union. And then tonight, loads of really good games across the board as well. So this is the kind of night that's really great to get involved in. I'm looking forward to this. I would describe a lot. Sorry.
Yeah, and those 2 early games, we have Galatasaray against wonderful FC Copenhagen. That is a 5:45 kickoff, and also Real Madrid versus Union Berlin. Market's just suspended on the console I'm looking at for that game, but I can tell you that Galatasaray 1.7 to win at home to Copenhagen are 4.8 to win at the, is it Turk Telecom Arena, I think, and then 4.00 for the tie in that one. Hakan would put me right on the Galatasaray.
Stadio Rams Global, I believe it is.
Really? Wow. They changed their names. Where do you reckon we should be investing our money then in, or investing our currency, I should say, in Galatasaray versus FC Copenhagen?
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at this just simply in terms of players, and you'd expect a heavy Galatasaray win here. So Muslera, Bardachki, Angelino, Nelson, Bowie, Demirbay, Ziyech, Torreira, Mertens, Icardi, Aturkoglu. I mean, on the bench, the likes of Wilfried Zaha, Davinson Sanchez, Tanguy Ndombele, Yilmaz, Cedric Bakambu, who was someone I used to absolutely love when he was in at Villarreal. And look, that's a really strong team. Put up against Grabara, Vavro, Melling, Dykes, Yelet, Falk, El Yunusi, Leraga, Diogo Gonçalves, Larson, and Achuri. I think Galatasaray probably win. But I love the both teams to score here in this game. I am really pro both teams to score. In fact, my best bet is going to be both teams to score double in these early kickoffs. In this game, it's 1.79 for the both teams to score here. Now, obviously, Copenhagen scored away at Rakov Sheshkova, which I've definitely said incorrectly, and at Sparta Prague, of course, at Pride Blick, okay, whatever, they won that. I mean, you look at Galatasaray's games, they conceded at home against Samsunspor, against Mulder, twice they conceded against Mulder. I expect Galatasaray to win. 2-1 is a scoreline I would not be stunned to see at all, but both teams there at 1.79 looks really good. And also, we had a very brief chat about this before the game started, because obviously the game hasn't even started yet, before the show started. I have got a bit of an eye on a red card in this game. I really like the look of a red card in this game. Georgi Karbakov is the Bulgarian referee for this game. I am very keen on this to a kind of crazy extent. I think there is a very strong chance. This referee has given out red cards in back-to-back games, including West Ham against Larnaca back in March and against Olimpia Ljubljana when Karabakh went there. So he's got back-to-back red cards. We said this before, a lot of referees go into European contests and they dish out fewer cards because, they're on the international stage and, it's not Turkish football where it goes crazy for cards, which, by the way, it does. However, this guy, Barbakov, still giving out the reds. I expect it to be quite tight. I expect it to be kind of tense in some parts and a bit attritional. So my favourite bet is definitely just the 1.79 on both teams. However, I think 4.4 for a sending off in this game, which I think is very nice indeed.
How many red cards in Galatasaray's last 5 home Champions League games?
Don't know.
4 red cards.
Well, I didn't even know that, and that just shows what a good team we make.
Yeah, Luca Torreira sent off earlier this season against Olimpia in a 1-0 win. Then you're going back a couple of years, but still it's relevant because it's the atmosphere, isn't it? The Galatasaray atmosphere that those fans generate, that the opposing teams can somehow struggle to deal with. And 3 red cards in the 2 games prior to Galatasaray's return to the Champions League this season.
I think that red card market of 4.4 for a sending off, you will be able to get on it in play, so back it pre-match if you can, or if you wish to. But I really like the look of that. And then I ummed and ahed about a goal scorer. I mean, I did very much um and ah, because obviously there's an anytime goal scorer market for you here. I kind of thought that Dries Mertens 2.45, very good European pedigree, of course. Mauro Icardi's in there, and a lot of people will be looking, I'm sure, towards Icardi in this 1.85. But I just thought for a little bit of a fattening in price, I thought that Dries Mertens 2.45 anytime was quite nice as well.
Good shout, yeah. Love a bit of Dries Mertens. Hello to Viv, hello to Genetics. I love you guys as well. You've got in early with your introductions. Viv says, hi Brian, Ox and Pete. And Genetics says, Society the Grand Wizard of Mon, the Quizmaster Guru. Pete, the poised Duke of Betterton, stern iron fist ruler.
Yeah, I'm pretty stern. I'm pretty. When I present, it's a dictatorship.
Okay, well, thankfully you're in the easy chair tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm loose as anything in this chair.
Yeah.
Just when I get a bit of power, I go mad.
Fast and loose. What about the other game then? This is going to be our focus for the free bet condition, and it is Real Madrid versus Union Berlin. Real Madrid, the billion times Champions League winners of the past, but a bit embarrassing last season. They got hammered by Manchester City, and they only finished second, some 10 points behind Barcelona in La Liga. Carlo Ancelotti's clung on to his job, and he's got another crack at the big one here. Union Berlin with Urs Fischer in charge. What do you know about them?
That they are one of the great stories in Europe over the last couple of years. Having spent very little money, they have managed to challenge for the Bundesliga title, having made it out of the Bundesliga 2. They play the football at a place called the Fusterei, which is meant to be one of the best home grounds to ever go to in the world.
Is it like in a forest or something like that?
I think so, yeah. It's not a million miles outside. I think it's North Berlin, Union. But anyway, I might be wrong on that. But they are one of these stories. It's as simple as that. They got pretty far in the Europa League last year, were eventually beaten, in fact, by Union Saint-Gilloise, if memory serves. So they are a really great team to watch. They're a really brilliant club to support, and I hope they win this game. I'm just not entirely sure they do. Real Madrid go Kepa, Alaba, Nacho, Rudiger, Modric, how old are you now? Lucas Vazquez, Tchouaméni, Camavinga, Bellingham, Joselu, and Rodrigo. Whereas Union go Runoch in goal with Bonucci. Bonucci's there now. Goossens, Juranovic, Diego Leite, Doki, Laiduni, Toussaint, Kral, Behrens, and Geraldo Becker, who is a front man who had a really decent year last year and is yet to catch fire this season.
Yeah, so the guys on the preview, Dave and James, were talking about this one, and Dave had his reservations about Joselu up front for Real Madrid, having seen him for Stoke. I guess you'd have probably done the same.
Yeah.
Can you believe that he's now leading the line for Real Madrid?
Yeah, you occasionally get this though, don't you? Like when who was it? Was it Brahma Diouf who went to Bayern? Or no, it wasn't Brahma Diouf. It was
Choupo-Moting.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he's brilliant, and he's like the kid, and from being useless. And people forget sometimes moves just don't work out, and then you go on to be very good after that. Yeah, it's not always.
Particularly if he used to play for Stoke.
Yeah,
seemingly.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean that was during a period where Stoke was spending a bit of money. He scored twice so far this season. Joselu as well. I mean, let's not forget he was brilliant for Espanyol last year. I think it was 15 or 16 goals he got.
And brilliant for Spain as well in the Nations League and qualifiers and stuff.
Sometimes players just get better. I don't think we should always hold one period of time against a player. This is a weird Real Madrid side. You said this before we came on air as well, actually. It feels like a weird Real Madrid side. Obviously, you've got players like Tchouaméni, Camavinga, Bellingham, who are going to be the young, upstart drivers of this new era of Real Madrid. I think, again, they win, but again, both teams to score. Now, both teams to score in this game is 1.99. Now, I can definitely get on board with that. I mean, the fact is Real Madrid have won every game in the league so far this season, conceded against Sociedad, conceded against Getafe, conceded against Almeria. They have conceded goals. Union score. They're an attack-minded team. It hasn't been a sort of a vintage start to the Bundesliga season, but, they're still 8th after 4 games. It's not 4 points off top. I mean, it's not an atrocious start.
No.
So, I mean, again, both teams to score for me here, 1.99, definitely the best bet. I've kind of, in terms of a bet that I quite like the look of it, in terms of it, like not an outside, well, maybe it is an outsider, but I was looking for a Union goal scorer, effectively, because I thought, well, Bellingham makes sense in that market over and over again. In fact, he makes sense, Jude Bellingham, 1.93 as an anytime goal scorer. But if I think Union are going to score, I suddenly look towards someone like Kevin Behrens.
4-4 this season in the Bundesliga.
So 4-4 in the Bundesliga, and he's 3.2. So I'm sort of sitting there going, well, Bellingham looks like a decent shout, but Kevin Behrens is 3.2 anytime, which I think is very, very nice. I don't have an opinion on the corners market in either of these games. I don't have a cards opinion in this game, particularly, I have to say. But both teams to score at almost 2 looks brilliant to me. And in fact, and I'll tweet this out as well. I'll stick this into the chat. My best bet is, and I hate doing this because I hate it I despise it when James does it, but I'm going to be a hypocrite here. I'm going to put my best bet out as a double, which is for all 4 teams to score. All right. Real Madrid, Union, Galatasaray, Copenhagen, 3.56.
Excellent stuff. Well, whilst Pete gets that one in the chat, and of course, if he links his bet slip, then you can just simply click on that to follow. Let us know what you fancy for tonight as well. If you've got any thoughts, any intuition about how tonight's games will go, not just the 2 early games we've spoken about. We are going to be with you right through to 10 p.m. when, who knows how Manchester United will get on tonight, but I'm not confident against Bayern Munich. That is going to be probably the highlight or low light potentially of the late games. Arsenal versus PSV Eindhoven as well. Should be a really good game. Viv says, I'm liking sports specials for the United versus Bayern game. Check it out. We will do in a quiet moment. But first of all, I'm going to tell you about the free bet condition for the early games. So we're going to focus in on Real Madrid versus Union Berlin because it looks like a really interesting game. And we're going to go with something that Pete developed on Monday night for the Nottingham Forest Burnley game, and that it is, we need this to happen to trigger the free bet condition. And it's the first 10 to answer correctly if it happens. So it'll be 10 times 10 USDT free bets that we'll be handing out as long as this happens. 1 VAR check, 2 goals, 3 cards, and 4 corners. So if you're with us on Monday, you'll be pretty much au fait, to drop in a bit of French there. You'll know what we're talking about. 1 VAR check, 2 goals, 3 cards, 4 corners. Once we get all those ticked, and I've got a little card here, well, I will tick them as we go along. Then ask you a question, pretty simple one. And the first 10 to get the correct answer in the Clubhouse TV chat will be able to claim that 10 USDT free bet. And we'll also have an opportunity for a 10 USDT free bet in the late games as well, kicking off at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and speaking of that, the sports specials. Bayern to win, Bayern over 1.5 goals and Kane to score, 2.4. Without playing my hand too early, I utterly adore that market. Manchester United to win, Manchester United over 1.5 goals and Rashford to score is also available. We'll talk in more detail, of course, but I think Bayern beat Manchester United tonight. I think they score a number of goals, and Harry Kane will be... that 2.4 is an absolute belter. Who was it in the chat who mentioned that?
Viv, yeah.
Viv, thank you, because I wouldn't have looked at that, actually, because I'm unprofessional. But that is a brilliant shout. I think that's a great bet. We'll certainly get into those specials a bit later on, but we are about to get underway in the 2 games. I think there's some pre-match ceremonies going ahead in both games. The Bernabeu is not quite full tonight, but still a big, big game. Real Madrid looking to get their Champions League campaign up and running. And in the other match in Turkey, it is Galatasaray will be expected to beat Copenhagen. But this is a group where Galatasaray are probably Manchester United's biggest threat, aren't they, to going through in second place? Because nobody's expecting United to top the group behind, Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Yeah, I don't think you'd be looking at Copenhagen and saying they're a danger. Although we said that years ago with Basel, when Basel, not Manchester United, the Champions League. These things happen. It's group and then knockout Champions League football. So all kinds of mad things would happen. But you would expect, for it to be Galatasaray or Manchester United in second. With the way Manchester United are playing right now, I'd be leaning heavily towards the Turkish side, but we will see.
Yeah, it's Oktoberfest as well in Munich at the moment, so there'll be plenty of hostelries to drown their sorrows for the United fans after the game, and sausage and beer, I think, is going to be their bedfellows tonight for Manchester United fans in Munich.
I went to something similar when I was in Berlin. It's not quite the same sort of Bavarian thing, but in Berlin they still do sort of similar stuff to that, and that beer is strong, and that sausage does not soak up the alcohol in the way you would like.
Well, you'd have to be a few beers down when you to get in a pair of lederhosen.
Yeah, luckily I didn't have to put that on because we just sort of accidentally stumbled across it. But it was a brilliant night. But those beers are absolutely lethal. So the both teams to score double is my best bet going into these games. But I've also looked at a red card in the Galatasaray Copenhagen game as well. That was at 4.4.
Okay, let's say we've kicked off then.
Counting down to kick-off, covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League. Live. This is Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io. Please gamble responsibly.
With Simon and Pete on a Wednesday night. And don't forget, we are back for the Europa League tomorrow when there is a whole load of games kicking off at, I think, the slightly earlier time of 5:30. And taking us right through to 10 p.m. tomorrow will be me and James. So that is going to be interesting. Brighton making their European debut tomorrow. Good luck to them against AK Athens. And West Ham, the Conference League champions, they step up to Europa League level now. Can David Moyes' side get more European glory this season? We'll find out at the start of their campaign tomorrow. Underway in the 2 games then. Looks like quite a pacey start in Istanbul, but a very slow, languid build-up from Real Madrid at home against Union Berlin.
Yeah, it does, and we've got some really, really good
Big chance here for a Galatasaray. They're claiming handball. No. Referee says no dice.
Tomorrow, by the way, Real Betis are involved, aren't they, against their Rangers? They go to Rangers tomorrow, don't they?
Yep, didn't mention that one.
Real Betis are extraordinarily good value tomorrow.
Okay.
I would not be touching Rangers with any kind of barge-based poll.
Yellow card after 1 minute in in
That's
Spain.
what we want. That's what we want. And Icardi claiming an elbow as well. But that's exactly what we want, Si, for that red card market. 4.4 pre-match. But any yellow card at this stage is a lovely bit of news. So
Okay, so that's one of the three.
is it not in the Real Madrid game we're doing that?
Yeah, that was Luka Modric that got brought
sorry, I
down.
thought it was in the Galatasaray game.
Well, there might have been in both. But
Sorry, mate.
there was definitely a yellow card. Sorry, let's get you back on screen again. There was definitely a yellow card at the Bernabeu because Modric got brought down by Tuzart, and he's definitely been booked. So that's one of three.
My apologies. I thought it was in the Galatasaray game. But, I mean, hopefully more cards in the Galatasaray game. I mean, you could look towards the card markets right now as well, by the way, obviously. There is the spread there for you to get your teeth into. So if you just scroll down toward the old bottom, and you will see, hopefully anyway, the total bookings under and overs market, which I think is just readjusting itself now. Come on. There we go. Total bookings. Over 5.5 in that Real Madrid game. We've got one already. So over 5.5 in that Real Madrid game with one already. Didn't really look at the cards market in this one. I was just so absolutely obsessed with it in the other one. Let's just have a little look at the referee in this game and see what he or she has been doing cards-wise. It's the Norwegian Espen Eskaz who is the referee here. Last international game was 7 yellows when he did AEK Athens against Dinamo Zagreb. 5.5. Not too bad a spread, that.
We've become so used to seeing yellow cards for even the minor infractions now in the Premier League. It'd be interesting to see how these... I mean, I don't know, last night, whether you guys were probably watching, were there many yellow cards last night in the Champions League? I didn't really notice too many in the game I was watching, which was Manchester City versus Red Star. Felt like the referee was... And maybe it just wasn't that sort of stressful a game. But, yeah, I don't think there'll be quite as many as we get in the Premier League.
Jason Merton's not a million miles away as Real Madrid tested on the edge of the 6-yard box as well. It was Joselu with the cross from the left-hand side. Perhaps it's Bellingham's ball. And, yeah, no, it's not fair to say he could have done better there. It was an awkward one for him, which was pretty comfortably saved in the end from Runhoff. But good start from Real Madrid.
Yes, and we did see a half chance at the other end as well for Union Berlin, so quite an exciting opening to that game. Himario says he watched PSG last night. How did they play? Because I saw the score. I was counting the corners in that game because I had a corners bet, and there were just like loads of corners, which not good for me. But anyway, I saw that it looked like Borussia Dortmund were on top in the first half, and then PSG just scored, and that was it, really.
Yeah, sometimes it's the way, isn't it? When you play a big team, your resistance only lasts so long, and once it's over, it's done. Could be a chance here inside the penalty area for Union, but not a particularly wise decision there. They keep possession, and they can try and roll it out to the right-hand side as well. But tell you what, I mean, again, Union, not scared. Just such a break. They don't care who they play, Union. They just play their football.
Yeah.
They're a good side. That's not a bad ball in. It's a deflected header up. That's absolutely woeful goalkeeping. What has Kepa done there? And in the end, it's collected by him on the byline. But good Lord, that was not good.
Yeah, of course, Thibaut Courtois picked up that nasty injury in pre-season, and so Real Madrid was scrambling around, weren't they, to try and find a keeper. It's a bit of a difference, isn't it, to go from Thibaut Courtois, who will come for crosses all night, and he's just dominant in his own penalty area, to Kepa, who was like a frightened rabbit there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I think you've got to give some criticism to the defence as well, because there needs to be a bit better communication, doesn't there? But, not great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Real Madrid get to the latter stages of the Champions League with Kepa in goal. Well, basically, there's a massive downgrade from Courtois, would be my opinion, though.
Has De Gea found a club yet?
Nope. Some rumours about Real Betis this week, but I don't think there's too much in that.
Yeah, just wondering about that. Had he found a club yet? I suppose if you've been earning 280 grand a week, whatever it's been for 5 years, you're like, there's no rush.
Yeah, he's probably enjoying the time out, to be honest.
There's no rush. But yeah, we'll see. Kepa is definitely not good enough to drive you anymore, which
Could
is
be a chance. Oh, was a chance for Icardi, I think.
Well, him and Mertens both have very similar hairdos now, don't they? Icardi at the back post again for Galatasaray. I mean, the fact of the matter is that, unsurprisingly, at the moment, Copenhagen have not created a single chance. Real Madrid nodded wide of goal on the edge of the 6-yard box again. Joselu. What about with what we've seen so far? The price is not going to be a big price at all. But first goal, Galatasaray is 1.42. So first goal, Gala, 1.42. And first goal, Real Madrid. This is going to be a short double, but it is a double nevertheless. At 1.9.
Just almost a double your money. Double for two things that look pretty good at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, that is not bad. I mean, you could look towards a first half goal for both of them. Let's get the first half goal market up and see what we've got here. Let's see.
While you're doing that, I mean, that save from the Copenhagen goalkeeper has kept his team on level terms because Icardi was scoring there, but he just stuck out a right paw and kept the Italians' effort out. And then at the other end, Joselu's had two headers now, both peeling off fullbacks at the back post and headed down. But first one was safe, second one was just wide. But he's definitely looking like a major threat. And it looked part of the Real Madrid game plan tonight is to get those diagonal balls in to Joselu.
It's working so far. I mean, they haven't scored, but they're absolutely all over Union and they're down that right-hand side now. Yeah, so it's worth maybe just looking at the two teams to win their first halves as well. But certainly, you've got to be pro. I mean, it's not particularly elaborate, is it? You've got to be pro Real Madrid. Oh, yeah, nice one. But I think you do here in terms of the first goal. Still think Union score. There's been a couple of nice little moves from them. But at the end of the day, I don't see how they score the first goal as Joselu yet again involved.
So the tally in that game now is 1 card and 1 corner. We need 1 VAR check, 2 goals, 3 cards and 4 corners. So we're well on our way.
Chance Galatasaray edge of the penalty area. Put wide. Did that deflect on its way past is the question. I don't know that it did. In which case, that was not a good shot at all from Agatoglu. This is really good work there from Icardi, and he's just sliced right across it. He's not got his foot around the ball at all. That should have been a big chance that for Galatasaray. What have we got? That's quite an interesting market to play. 30 minutes result. Yeah. Galatasaray 3. So to be leading at the 30-minute mark. On the 35th minute, they could go 1-0, 2-1 down. But 20 minutes is 5. 10 minutes, it's a bit much. But I think the 30-minute result, Galatasaray, with what we're seeing, is 3. And that's a tasty meat, but it's a spicy meatball.
Yeah, they're looking good, aren't they? They've come out of the dressing rooms hot as Galatasaray just give the ball away a little bit there and chance for Copenhagen to try and build something, but they're going backwards and sideways and not... Well, they tried to play a penetrative ball, but it was blocked. At the other side of the screen that I'm looking, we've got Union Berlin coming forward, and they're giving as good as they get at the moment, aren't they? Union.
They're such a good team. I really like watching Union, and that's a decent cross in edge of the 6-yard box, nodded over the bar, but a very decent ball from the right-hand side. And quite right, Öztürk out of his seat and pretty happy with that great ball in. Could he have done better? There's an argument he maybe could have done a bit better, but again, Real Madrid definitely capable of conceding in this game. Definitely capable.
They're not stopping the crosses, are they? Those crosses from the fullbacks in the wide areas are not getting blocked, and it's certainly some avenue that Union Berlin are trying to exploit. There's a counter-attack or a break now for Galatasaray in the other game.
Yeah, Cardi just not doing brilliantly initially, just losing the ball and sort of trying a little funny step over and then continuing to lose the ball, and has now gone down as we get a booking. Yes, now we're off and running in the game in Turkey.
Is that the first? I think it is, isn't it?
I believe it is, yeah, because I got confused in earlier.
Okay, let's just check on the stats in that game. Come on, here we go. So we have 0-0, obviously. 1 shot to 0, 1 shot on target to 0, 2 off target to 0 for Galatasaray, and 3 corners to zip. So plus that yellow card now. Lots of things happening there, and Galatasaray very much on top, as you can see from the sidebar stats.
Yeah, Lucas Laraga, the man booked for his challenge on Icardi, which he didn't really need to do, to be honest. It wasn't a huge thing. He probably didn't need to do it, but did it? He did, and now 1 booking in. I mean, again on the booking spread, I'm expecting a red card in this game. So if I'm expecting a red card, obviously this isn't quite the same thing, but you can still get involved in the bookings market. Over 5.5 is 1.85. Which I think is also very, very nice. This referee likes to give out cards.
Yeah.
Georgi Barbakov.
Excellent. Good pronunciation as well. The latest match odds then in the 2 games, you've got Real Madrid at 1.46. The draw 4.6. Union Berlin 7.2. Pete was telling me off there, he perhaps doesn't want this to be made known on air, but I'm going to say anyway, break of confidence here. He actually thinks Union Berlin might do something tonight.
Oh, thank you for that, Si.
I've outed you. I've ousted you as a pro Union Berlin.
What a horrible piece of confidence breaking you just did there.
Yeah, I've not done it when they're 3-0 down in the game. I've done it when they're 0-0 and they're actually given as good as they get.
I even said, I don't think I'm going to say that. Because I when I say something, I mean score, I mean maybe get a draw. They're such a good side. They are such a good side. Coming down the centre of the park here, the better ball would have perhaps been to leave that. But either way, they are finding ways through. And again, Behrens, who's had such a good season so far, Kevin Behrens, just down clutching his... Oof. Yeah, you can get hurt by someone doing that. In the meantime, Real Madrid come forward, edge of the penalty area, into the penalty area, trying to find a route of attack. Beautiful little scoop ball, but dealt with first time by Union. Still with Real Madrid left-hand side of the penalty area. Little drop to the right boot. First shot is blocked, deflects back into the attacker's path, but in the end, they get it clear. There is goals in this game, surely, with what we're watching right now.
Yeah.
Over 2.5 is 1.97.
Real Madrid, I mean, they are usually very efficient at home. Efficient is probably the wrong word, but they generally win, obviously. But there was that game against Sheriff, wasn't there, a couple of seasons ago in the Champions League where they were beaten 2-1 by a team who would have been like double the odds that Union Berlin are right now.
Yeah, Sheriff Tiraspol are absolutely tiny. I mean, they're involved in the Europa League. So I mean, I did a Sheriff commentary 6-7 years ago in the Europa League, and horrible scuffed shot there from Real Madrid. Is that a corner? I think that might be a corner though. Yeah, the fact of the matter is that they've got a lot of quality, but they aren't at the standard of everyone else. Tiraspol, but they're just not.
Real Madrid are not the invincible side that I think all the pundits, not all the pundits, obviously, but there's something just missing, I think. You could say Benzema was the talisman for so many years. You take him out of the team, what's left? Well, Joselu's the guy now, apparently. You take Courtois out, you've got Kepa. I mean, that's a massive downgrade for me. There's obviously the midfield's still great, but it's getting old. Kroos is on the bench tonight. Modric is still playing. There's other players coming through, but there isn't that authority there that makes me think Real Madrid are definitely going to win this game. So I'm starting to come the way of your thinking here that there's something in this game for Union Berlin. Yeah. It's not just a turn up, buy the souvenirs in the shop and get yourself off with a 3-0 spanking.
They're kind of in that middle bracket because they've obviously got Camavinga, Tchouameni, and Bellingham. So they've got these young world-class talents, but it's still mixed with the old guard of Modric and the like. And they just probably need to get through this period of sort of recycling and reforming the side, which is, every big club gets to that point. Every big club gets to that point where you've got to take a couple of years almost out in order to revamp the squad and get it going again. But I mean, obviously, with that core of Tchouameni, Camavinga, and Bellingham, they're already in a very good position going forward.
Yeah, well, it's still 0-0 in that one at the moment, and 0-0 as well. We just had another shot from Galatasaray, starting to mount up the shots on target now for the Copenhagen keeper to field, but that was a pretty safe one straight at him. Could be another chance coming Galatasaray's way. They're in the box now, and working a shot, which is over the bar.
Over the bar, but yet again, Galatasaray looking very, very dangerous. I've got to say again, the first goal, Gala looks good. That 30-minute market, obviously a lot bigger a price now. Oh, should that be a red? Should that be a red card? Not that, obviously, that's the shot. No, not given by the referee. That seemed like a crunching tackle. I'm not sure which Real Madrid player did it. We're watching on very small screens here. I'm not sure which Real Madrid player did it, but that looked like a pretty horrible challenge on Hosenstadt. We're
still waiting on our first VAR check as well in the game at the Bernabeu for the free bet condition. We need one VAR check in the game, yet to happen, but some replays in the match there that suggested there were one or two incidents that, well, certainly the challenge, the Real Madrid challenge, was one that could have done with another look.
Yeah, that seemed like a strong one to me, and Gala are they're definitely creating so many chances. And I tell you what, Lucas Laraga is playing with fire here. He's already been booked, and he's just, what are you doing here, mate? You've already been booked. Stop being stupid.
Icardi's a wily campaigner, isn't he? He will now put massive pressure on that player whenever he gets the ball. He'll be looking to back in, looking to roll him, try and get him to commit another foul.
I think we've got a corner. Real Madrid, Union Berlin. So it's coming for Union here. But that's good news for the free bet possibility. Another old corner in the pocket.
Just going back to the PSG game that Marios watched last night, he said 2 to 3 cards in that game, I think. And to be fair, I don't think at the moment there is any other player like Mbappe. And the Hakimi goal was a chef's kiss. Yeah,
it was a very good goal. And Mbappe is a very good player. So that makes relative sense as well, doesn't it? I mean, look, PSG are a weird side. They're going to continue being a weird side because they can't help themselves. They've obviously tried to move on with this new approach of buying players, but it still hasn't quite settled. They've lost key names, and has Mbappe still got the power he wanted after demanding to leave? It's just a weird place, man.
Yeah. And Real Madrid are probably still cursing the fact they've not got Mbappe in their team right now, because he was meant to be the one that was going to take over from Benzema, but not going to happen.
Mbappe, then Camavinga, Germany and Bellingham. You're starting to build something properly special there, aren't you, at that point? Out for a throw on this right-hand side for Real Madrid as Union continue forward. Copenhagen have been pretty good in the last 10 minutes of this, last 5 minutes maybe of this game against Galatasaray. Lovely work to the left-hand side. There is the overlapping run, which should have been taken, you idiot. And they're keeping the pressure on. That's brilliant, actually. They've managed to find themselves a very good position here. Copenhagen's shot is blocked out for a corner there. What are we at corners-wise in this game in Turkey, then?
That's 4 now. First one for Copenhagen, and there were 3 earlier ones for Galatasaray. So it's quite a high corners game so far with just 20 minutes gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, what about the race to 5 for Galatasaray? But it's 1.06 and they're on 3. So, I mean, it's probably going to happen, but I'm not backing up 1.06 for that. Total corners, over 11.5.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it looks like that's going to happen. There's plenty of attacking intent from both teams. Now we're seeing Copenhagen come forward. Yeah, I wouldn't put you off that at all.
Yeah, over 11.5, so we need, 8 more corners in that game? I don't think you're asking too much after 19 minutes, particularly. In fact, not even particular. I definitely don't think you're asking a lot after 19 minutes.
What's the referee? Well, there's a lot. I mean, this is a typical sort of Spanish TV production that we're watching the Real Madrid game, because you get more replays than actual live action, don't you? They're showing the same thing over and over again from a different angle. And
yeah, try commentating on it. It's a bit of a nightmare sometimes if you get... Italian football's similar as well. It's very different in Italy to how we would do our games here, and you'll get incidents that you're not even entirely sure are interesting replayed like 15, 16 times from different angles, and you go, but that's not a possible penalty. That's just a guy running.
Yeah.
Or falling over or something. I don't need to see this 15, 16, 17 times.
Yeah.
It's just not necessary. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, it almost sometimes you think that the guy who's running the replays is a fan of one of the teams and is trying to make it, a point that my team are doing really well here. We almost had this penalty, we almost scored this goal, but no, they're just not really that important.
Yeah, another strong challenge this time from I think Dries Mertens, and I think he did the old finger wag for the book him, or was it just a finger wag? It might have just been a finger wag, to be fair. But either way, keep your shouts coming in, as Si said. A lot more to come, obviously. These are just the aperitifs for the rest of the evening. 6 more games.
That's right, yeah. I mean, PSV Eindhoven go to Arsenal. They lost 1-0 in the Europa League to the Gunners last season, but did beat them 2-0 at Philips Stadion. So there's a bit of past history, bit of recent history between those two clubs as they meet at the Emirates Stadium tonight. Who's going to play in goal for Arsenal tonight then? Is it going to be Raya or is it going to be Ramsdale?
Everyone was saying it's Raya, weren't they? But I'm looking forward to seeing the team news, because everyone was saying... I mean, look, I think you should have competition for your goalkeepers, but I don't think you should have 2 £50 million goalkeepers. That would be my opinion. In terms of resources alone.
Yeah.
What this idea of Ramsdale needs needs competition. Does he? He was good last season. He had no competition then. So why is he not good? Why would you then drop however much they've dropped on Raya? I mean, it's a loan first, isn't it? And then a buy after. But even then, it's like, what are you doing, lads?
Yeah. So Arsenal's goalkeeper coach is the ex-Brentford goalkeeper coach. He's Spanish, and so too is Mikel Arteta, and so too is David Raya. Yeah. I think if Aaron Ramsdale can't read the writing on the wall there, then he probably needs a Spanish tutor. They really fancy David Raya.
But he was really good last season, Ramsdale, wasn't he?
But they really fancied David Raya, so they got him.
I don't know. I just think that if you need to improve your squad and you drop however many millions it'll be on Raya eventually, when you've got Ramsdale, it seems strange to me. It seems very strange.
I mean, I think Ramsdale at some point in the season will have to make a decision because Raya, I would imagine, will probably from now on start getting the major games. I don't know whether tonight would be construed as a major game, seeing as it's at home to PSV Eindhoven, but when they start playing the big, they got Sevilla in that group, haven't they? David Raya's going to be playing that game, I'm pretty sure.
Who needs a goalkeeper in the Premier League?
Well, yeah. You know, who's got the amount of money that it would take to get Ramsdale out of there? You know, it's a difficult process, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the other thing, isn't it? Where you just sort of think, well, hang on. Well, if he is going to go, where does he go? Like, where would he go? And I don't know. There's not an immediate idea that springs to mind with that.
No.
So everyone's desperate for a keeper. Spurs have now got an interesting looking keeper. Newcastle have got Nick Pope. Yeah, where would he even go?
I don't think Chelsea are sold on Robert Sanchez, are they? I think
maybe not. Yeah.
There's a situation there that I think
Galatasaray, sorry, Si, off the crossbar.
Oh,
Off the crossbar from Galatasaray. They almost got us towards our 30-minute three. Very close to an opening goal for Galatasaray there. Sorry, mate.
No, you're right to butt in. Was I witter on about potential transfers that may never happen, and there's actually some proper football happening here with an exciting moment. Galatasaray to lead by 30 minutes, or a goal by 30 minutes, was certainly worth looking at a few minutes ago. Be an even bigger price now.
Yeah, 3, wasn't it? As Real Madrid put a free kick, direct free kick, just over the bar, was curling wide as well as being over as well, mind you. Union just sucking Real Madrid in here very nicely indeed, and then finding gaps on the counter. Very good at that, although that pass was then atrocious. But either way.
1.63 Galatasaray, 3.8 for the tie, and FC Copenhagen a 6.2. If you fancy the first goal to go to Galatasaray, it's 1.47. If you fancy them to lead after 30 minutes, this is the big price, 8. 8 for Galatasaray to lead after 30 minutes. They've just hit the woodwork. They've been, well, you can see the stats right there.
Yeah. It's only 5 minutes, I suppose, isn't it? That's the only problem.
They're bossing it.
Yeah. 5 minutes is a bit of a scary problem, isn't it?
A lot can happen in 5 minutes.
A lot can, but just...
You ask my wife.
But just for the... I'm just going to move on incredibly quickly. Just like the... Just the market... I don't like playing 5-minute markets. Because part of the joy of betting is enjoying the prospect of it happening, not going 5 minutes and going, something happened. But it might. It was 3 when we put it up earlier. 8 now, as Si says.
Here's the stats on the Bernabeu game. Real Madrid 0, Union 0. And we're saying 100% possession. I mean, I don't know who that's to, but 4 shots to 2 in favour of Real Madrid. 1 on target, 3 off, and 2 corners to 1 as well for Los Blancos. They've had that yellow card as well, have Union Berlin. That's the only card of the game so far. And just starting to get a bit more of an edge now, I think, Real Madrid in this game with the... header again there from Joselu. How many headers has he had now? It's about 3 headers he's had in the game.
Yeah. And that takes us to, we're at 4 corners at the moment. So we're in a nice position for corners in that game. 11.5 the current spread. Around 1.7 for over 11.5. And I think that's a very nice way to go. I think that corners market it's a comfy way to play it, that. It is a comfy way to play because I think you're going to be able to at least have the fun of ticking them off as well.
Yeah. I've got a new theory for corners. The guys who were watching on Sunday will know I was spouting off about my new theory for corners.
Hit me. I'm
betting.
looking forward to hearing it.
So it's not how many corners. So when you're doing your research into is this team a team for corners? Are they not? Blah blah blah. It's not how many corners they've been getting. It's how many corners the other team have been allowing. So when I'm looking at Real Madrid at Union Berlin tonight, let's have a look at it.
Closing my eyes so I can concentrate on this theorem.
Real Madrid. Here we go. This season in La Liga, because that's the only competition they've been playing in ahead of this game. They have played 5 La Liga games. They've got 30 corners in those 5 games. Right. Okay? So you might think, that's
6 a game.
6 a game, yeah.
Yeah.
Against Real Madrid, 18. So they are, on average, conceding 3.5-ish, 3 point something.
Yeah.
Corners a game. So, for me, when you're looking at Union Berlin tonight, that is probably where I'll be pitching their corner. Their corner ability is around about the 3.5 mark. Because it's not how you attack, it's how you defend. Saw this with West Ham. West Ham are a team who, in the Premier League, they play very narrow in defence, and they force teams out wide. So that David Moyes is almost saying to the opposition manager, you can't come through the middle. We're going to block that up. We're going to force you out wide, and you can put crosses into our box, and I'll say Zuma and Agard are going to head it out, and our big guys will beat your big guys. That's what I want to do. That's how I want to defend. Yeah. And it's forced West Ham's opponents into a lot of crosses and winning a lot of corners this season. No team has conceded more corners in the Premier League than West Ham.
Right, okay, that's interesting.
And it's miles ahead of the rest. West Ham are way out front, ahead of like the next best team, the next worst team for conceding corners. And so it's the amount of corners is predicated on how the opposition team is defending, not how you attack necessarily. You're almost being forced into that down the sides by the opposition's defence.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Wow, yeah. Well, hang on a second. That's a massive. So there's been over 11.5 corners in every West Ham game so far this season. There's been over 12.5 corners in 80% of their games with 100% away. Same for 13.5%. And then over 14.5%, sorry, over 14.5, which is a lot, by the way, as well, is still 60% overall, with a 67 away from home and a 50 at home. Those are big. Corners for per game, 4.2. Corners against per game, loony stat. This is a brilliant spot from site. 11.2.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
So that's just one team, but I think you could sort of generally apply it across the board. If you're just looking at a game and you need to find a stat that gives you an idea about corners, then look at how many their opponents are conceding rather than how many they're getting.
I don't tend to look at overalls for corners. I'll look at a team. Let's say Real Madrid, Union Berlin. What do Real Madrid get? What do Union get? What do Real Madrid give away? What do Union Berlin give away? Percentages before these two games don't really matter to me. So like 80% of games that Union have had so far have gone over 11.5. Well, they haven't played Real Madrid yet.
Yeah.
And vice versa. So what are Real Madrid giving away and taking every game? What are Union giving away and taking every game? And then I work out the numbers from there. But I think it's interesting. I think any kind of theory doesn't have to necessarily be kind of used forever, but any kind of theory can sometimes be kind of as interesting as placing the bet.
My theories are always evolving, so this is just something I've come up with at the moment, but I am free to just completely row back on this at any point when it doesn't start working for me. In
flip-flop, they call that in politics, Si.
Yeah. So Union Berlin this season, they've played 4 Bundesliga games. They've only had 18 corners in those 4 games, so it's an average of about 4.5. And against, they don't concede many corners, actually. Only 14 corners against in 4 games. So this, for me, is probably going to be a relatively low corners game if it's played like the way that these two teams concede or literally don't concede corners in La Liga and the Bundesliga.
Galatasaray with a corner kick just punched away there. Copenhagen will try and break, but might get a half chance to do so now. I mean, again, we've just spoke about how we don't look at these, but 6.6 the average of corners earned for Real Madrid so far this season, and 5.3 earned per game for Union Berlin. So these stats I just find interesting. Even if you don't use them as a betting prospect, I just like to have a look at them. I think they're interesting.
Yeah.
Could be a chance here for Real Madrid. Left-hand side towards the byline. 3 white bodies
corner.
in the centre, and out it goes for another corner.
Yeah, so that is actually corner number 6 already in that game. So if it's going to be an unders corners game, then they need to start stopping the corners.
And I suppose the corners part of the free bet has landed, has it, Si? No?
Oh, it has, yeah. We had more than 4. Yeah, that's right. So 1 VAR check. That's still to be confirmed. I think 2 goals, obviously not. 3 cards, no, we've only had 1, and 4 corners. We're well over that now.
Yeah, so we're on our way. We're on our way, as the proclaimers would say.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised Galatasaray haven't scored yet.
Me
Copenhagen
too.
have been a little bit weaker than I thought they'd be, I have to say. I know that we expected them to narrowly win, but they've been a bit weaker than I thought they'd be. Why play that ball there? The bulk of the players are on your right-hand side. There is 2 lap-in runs to your left-hand side, and you try and play it down. Horrible side. I should be a manager. That's what I should do.
Middlesbrough might need a manager soon. Michael Carrick's not having a great time of it, is he?
Yeah, I don't think he's in any danger at the moment. But the transfer policy was A word I'm not going to use on this service. We took Ryan Giles and replaced him with Luca Engel, who got taken off at half-time yesterday. Everyone is nowhere near what we needed. Seny Jiang is all right, but he's not Zach Steffen. It's been a failure, an absolute abject failure of a transfer policy, and we're getting what we deserve. I did the Blackburn Borough game on Saturday, and we were brilliant second half, to be fair, but we got a goal that shouldn't have stood because Matt Crooks was offside, but no one realised. And outside of that, we didn't look like scoring, despite being really good with the ball at our feet. Bit of a worry. Southampton next, I think.
Yeah, and I mentioned this as there are some championship games taking place this evening. So whilst the later Champions League games kick off, there's also going to be around about half a dozen, I think, championship games involving Blackburn Sunderland. So the team you saw at the weekend take on the Black Cats. Huddersfield Stoke. That is Neil Warnock's last match in charge of the Terriers before he rides off into the sunset again, or does he? Hull versus Leeds, a Yorkshire derby there. Millwall Rotherham, Lions looking to bounce back from their defeat to Leeds at the weekend. Watford West Brom could be an interesting one. Is it the Valerian Ismail derby, that one? And Norwich versus Leicester, two teams that were in the Premier League not so long ago.
A few bets for you here. Blackburn beat Sunderland 2.3. I like Blackburn a lot. I think he was unlucky in the transfer window this summer. Wasn't really supported in the way he should have been, and yet they look like a very good side.
Yep.
I'd be saying draw between Huddersfield and Stoke. Last game before Darren Moore takes over at Huddersfield. Leeds, Hull and Birmingham had two of the best transfer windows in the Championship. Hull signed Scott Twine, which is a ludicrous signing for Hull. I mean, how many clubs will be kicking themselves that didn't go for Scott Twine? Because, I mean, I'd have snapped your hand off at Borough for him. But I think Leeds pick them off tonight, 1.98. Millwall were obviously not great against Leeds the other day. Rotherham at 5.2 is a bit interesting. I thought Rotherham or draw might be the way to go. Rotherham were brilliant last season at times. They didn't get the points they deserved at times, in my opinion.
It's an unders game, that, for me.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I do not have remotely even a small opinion. Watford West Brom.
Sorry to come in there, but there's been a goal in the Champions League, and it's not come to Galatasaray.
No, it's probably the best thing for the both teams to score, but Copenhagen take the lead. Well,
against the run of play, so to speak.
We said both teams to score in all four teams to score basically in this, and that's probably the one that we would have wanted or expected the least at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's a good start for that both teams to score. But Galatasaray just switch off here. They just switch off, and a lovely ball into the penalty area. Little check back onto the left boot. Little dolly up. I hate dolly ups though. Nodded across. Good first touch. Good finish. Keeper gets a hand to it, but I think it's harsh to say keeper should have done better from this distance. I mean, there's not much you can do as a keeper from that distance.
They've basically had 5 uncontested touches inside the Galatasaray penalty area there, which is criminal. So great finish, but it was very poor defending from Galatasaray.
Yeah. Just very quickly, Blackburn, Leeds and Leicester. The championship treble tonight, by the way. Yeah, Blackburn, Leeds and Leicester at 12.3.
Like it.
I think Norwich are defeated today.
7:45 kickoffs, and apart from that Norwich-Leicester game at the end there, we'll keep an eye across those games, particularly with an eye on Pete's treble. If you want it repeated, we'll mention it again just before kickoff, 7:45, to remind you what Pete's thoughts are on the championship games.
Yeah.
Goal check is now confirmed. So there was a little goal check in Turkey, but it's been confirmed it's a goal. So we're 1-0 to Copenhagen. How do you attack this now? Because the markets have obviously changed quite a lot. Galatasaray have gone from being odds-on to 2.78. The tie is still 3.3, and Copenhagen in from 6 point something to 2.64.
2.78. They've just gone as we're speaking.
Right.
Galatasaray 2.8, I should say, and I think that's good value. I'd still back them to win this game. I mean, let's be fair. Copenhagen have taken their chance, and fair play to them for it. But how many chances have Gala had in this game? How dominant have they been overall? How many close calls have there been from Icardi and Mertens? I'd love to be kind of cocky and clever about this, but I'm just going to say back Galatasaray on the nose, 2.78 to win the match.
Okay, that is Pete's bet. I was going to say best bet, but he might actually have something better than that right now. I don't know. But it's his bet for the Galatasaray game. Don't be deterred by Copenhagen's goal. It's very much against the run of play, and Galatasaray have still got the ability to come back in this one.
Yeah, a few people I think were about to back Galatasaray or had backed Galatasaray for the next goal or the first goal and have been stung according to the chat from the look of it. Gala put one wide. I tell you what, Si, you can press the button if you want because I think my best bet probably right now is Galatasaray to win the game.
Now I'm going to have to find the button. Here we go. So, coming up to half-time, about 9 minutes before half-time, it's time for Pete's best bet.
And it's Galatasaray to win. They've been the better team by a distance. About to get another card in that Real Madrid game, by the way. Slitty says, will Galatasaray win it? I think they probably will. They have been dominant. They switched off, and to be fair to Copenhagen, they moved the ball brilliantly for their goal. But at the end of the day, I'm not arguing with this. I think with what I've seen right now, if you're betting on a game, you're watching what I'm watching, you're backing Galatasaray to win the game, aren't you, surely?
Surely this is a VAR check in Spain for Tchouaméni. He got a yellow card live. The referee spotted it, give a yellow card, but that could be a red card check, surely.
Well, we're sort of sitting around a little bit at the moment. We'll wait to see if there is a check. But, I mean, the challenge I saw earlier on was similar to that, the one that I thought could have been a red card. So that's two that Real Madrid could well have had in this game. And yet, as of yet, nothing. But what that does do is give us perhaps a little bit of a guide in terms of the total bookings in the game. We're at 2 at the moment in this game with a Norwegian referee. I would be looking... Oh, do you know what? I could definitely see 4 more cards in this game. Definitely see 4 more cards in this game. Over 5.5 total bookings in this Real Madrid game. That's 4 more cards needed. I think that's a really good 2. That's 2.
Okay.
That's a really good price.
So... Over 5.5, is it?
Over 5.5 cards, yeah.
Okay. So cards in the Madrid game. Galatasaray come back in their game against Copenhagen. Referee is getting a card out again.
This is what we want, Si. We want a horrible, dirty affair in both kinds of games. So that's 2 yellow cards in the Gala Copenhagen game. Don't forget we played high on the spread and I played a red card pre-match in that at 4.4. So this is all what I want to see. This is all exactly what I want to see card-wise here. That's
our system just going to catch up with that one. That's the second card in the game. Was it Dissent?
Yeah, so the foul he committed wasn't a yellow card offence, and he turned around and pointed at the guy he'd fouled and then did the old book him reference, at which point he got booked, which is just about the dumbest thing you could do.
Yeah.
Do a foul that isn't a yellow card and then get booked for it. Well played. Well played, Hakeem.
Yes. He's fallen off the pedestal a bit, hasn't he, Hakeem Ziyech, from when he was great for Ajax all those years ago. Chelsea didn't really go well for him there.
No, I mean, how many players can you say that about Ajax in recent years, though, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Van der Beek and Jairo Zivkovic and Mads Andersen, and the list goes on and on with the players from Ajax who've maybe not gone on to compete as Galatasaray. The ball is passed basically to them on the edge of the Copenhagen penalty area and dealt with, but only just, as Copenhagen will chase this one down. A little bit risky, but dealt with in the end by Muslera.
Do Real Madrid score before half-time? Or do they lead at half-time? That market, the half-time market, is tempting me in a little bit now.
Yeah, very possibly. And what price have we got for Real Madrid to be leading at half-time?
6. It's a big 6. Just exactly 6 at the moment.
I think I could... do you know what? I think I could play a very small unit on that. Like a half a unit on that, maybe a quarter of a unit on that. Just a little bit of a fun thing. But maybe not. I mean, at the moment, Union are a very good side and they continue to be. And they've defended pretty well on the whole. Yes, aerially, Real Madrid have had more chances than as Fisher would like, but
maybe you wait till just after half-time to back Real Madrid.
Yeah,
so Real Madrid, the last 2 games, Real Madrid have scored. They beat Getafe 2-1 with a goal in the 47th minute, and they beat Real Sociedad 2-1 with a goal in the 46th minute. So they've scored just after half-time. In fact, they've equalised in both occasions just after half-time. So a little bit of a pattern developing there for Real Madrid.
Now, someone's gone down in the Gala game here holding their face, and I think it's Ziyech actually, and demanding a red card of sorts.
That's nothing. That's accidental.
That's not. I don't think you can even call it accidental because it's nothing. He just heads the ball and bounces off the person.
Is it the same player who was trying to get booked moments ago, I think?
Very possibly. I mean, check him.
He's got beef.
Check him because you can hurt your neck, but at the same time, like, that's not a foul.
He's got a beef with the fullback, hasn't he? And he's trying to, get
be honest,
him booked.
If you, like me, have backed a red card, I want to see people doing stupid stuff. I want to see people develop vendettas and Be stupid. Look at that. Right, just about onside there with the hand.
Hi to Slissy, who joined us moments ago and asked, will Galatasaray win this match? Pete says yes. And Viv says, that should have been a red for Real Madrid. He's talking about the one a few minutes ago. But as I say, normal rules don't apply to them. Conspiracy.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it wasn't a very well refereed thing. That would be my.
But why is VAR not checking that and saying, that ticks the box for this in terms of a red card? And yeah, it seems like they just got away with one there. Sure, many. Hello to Martin, who's with us. Just says hello.
Hello.
So where are we with the free bet condition, which was one VAR check in the Real Madrid Union Berlin game? Don't think we're there yet.
Nope.
2 goals.
Nope.
3 cards.
Almost.
And 4 corners. Yeah, that's ticked.
So we've 2 cards at the moment, and the corners is in. So we're in a nice position. Considering you need 1 card, 2 goals, and a VAR check. That's not awful at half time.
No.
I've seen worse at half time, I have to say. But yeah, it's been 2 I wouldn't say like enthralling games, but the 2 interesting ones. I'll tell you what, Copenhagen could be on the break here down the left-hand side. Brilliant skill. Still with the Danes into the penalty area. Still going here. Square it. Oh, you got a bit nervy, didn't you?
Yeah.
You got nervy. Silly boy.
Galatasaray's defence just melted away there again, rather like the Copenhagen goal. They're not great at the back.
Bit lazy, isn't it, in parts? A bit lazy, where they've kind of... Once it goes behind them, it's sort of like, well, I'm not getting that. You get it. I'm not sorting it out.
Good going forward, but vulnerable to counter-attacks, I would say.
Yeah, very definitely. Very, very definitely. At the moment, though, Copenhagen, the only team to have scored. I would be stunned if the other 3 teams don't score this evening. I mean, maybe Union, you'd say they've been the least lively up front of the 4. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, first 15, 20 minutes, they were putting some good crosses in, but they've stopped now, haven't they, really?
Yeah.
Or Real Madrid have stopped them putting those crosses in.
So in that case, you sort of... It's not... They're maybe the worry right now. But other than that, Real Madrid will score in this game, and Galatasaray will score in this game as well. I've got absolutely no doubt of those 2. So then, for our both teams to score double, we're just needing maybe the one bit of luck for Union.
Yeah. Which games are you most looking forward to tonight? We've got Arsenal up against PSV Eindhoven, Manchester United away at Bayern Munich, and a load of other really good games as well. What about you, Peter? Anything that I've not mentioned that's...
Well, no, I mean, I think I'm looking forward to Bayern Munich. I think they'll batter Manchester United tonight, to be absolutely honest with you.
Last year's finalists, Inter Milan, arguably could have won that final as well against Manchester City. They're away at Real Sociedad. That'll be a good game.
Sociedad have been very good so far this season. They were beaten by Real Madrid, if memory serves me, the other day.
Yeah,
but
2-1.
Outside of that, they have been very good this year. They're a good side. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. And, yeah, I mean, look, and by the way, Lens, so the Pichuan, which is where Sevilla, I'm sure you know this, but where Sevilla play their football, last season Lens were kind of one of the most stunning teams in Europe. No one expected what Lens did. As we know, they're in the Champions League, for Lord's sake. They've started this season with some injuries, but really badly. They've lost against Metz, which is not acceptable. Losing at PSG, whatever. Losing at Monaco, less whatever. But at the same time, Sevilla, who tend to be such a strong home side, they beat Las Palmas, but they lost to Girona, and they've been a bit kind of shaky. That game, I think, I wouldn't back Lens to win it, but there is no result in that game that would surprise me, and I think we'll get goals in that one as well, in Seville. So that's kind of one I'm looking forward to, because that's the one where I'm kind of like, I don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, they lost Luis Openda, didn't they?
Openda, yeah.
He went elsewhere in France. Can't remember where he went. They replaced him with Eli Wahi from Montpellier. And they also lost Fofana, who was their best midfielder. I think he's gone to Saudi Arabia. So best midfielder, best striker gone from last season.
Leipzig, Louis Openda.
Right.
I wasn't sure of that, so it's interesting myself checking it. But yeah, he went to Leipzig.
And Leipzig were in action last night, weren't they?
They were
Champions League. RB Salzburg flying the Red Bull flag tonight. They're away at Benfica, who were surprise element last season, got to the quarterfinals, and also Braga make their return to the Champions League after about a 7 or 8 year absence, taking on Napoli, the Scudetto champions, who flopped when it came to the latter stages last season in the Champions League.
Galatasaray getting torn apart on the wings here. Decent shot as well, actually, from Copenhagen. Galatasaray are just any space in behind them, and their brains just forget it exists. It's almost like they all think they're standing by the corner flag. Bizarre. Half-time in Turkey.
Half-time. Yeah, so half-time in that one, and it's a surprise scoreline at the moment with Galatasaray 0, Copenhagen 1, Galatasaray 3.25, the draw 3.15, and Copenhagen 2.42 to go on and win this game. I would think half-time will be a great opportunity for the Galatasaray players, senior players, plus the coach, just to sort everything out that's gone wrong there.
Yeah, and I mean, I suppose really defensively you're telling them what to do about the channels, and going forward you say kind of keep going. I suppose you just want to sort out the issues in behind you, don't you, really, with that? Maybe drop 2 or 3 steps deeper, maybe a little bit more support from one of your midfielders just to help drop that in, and then your wing-backs can move out a little bit. But either way, they can't keep doing that. Because
With Zaha to come on maybe as well?
Yeah, maybe. That would make sense, I suppose, because at least you could turn those channels into a bit more danger rather than just having to worry about defending it. Real Madrid late on in this first half here, a little drop of the shoulder, cross in from the right-hand side, takes a deflection, overhead kick attempted, not a million miles away, and Union will try and break forward with it, but that will be that.
Yeah, so half-time in both games then. Goalless at the Santiago Bernabeu. Real Madrid are 1.59, the draw is 3.25, and Union 9.4. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with some bets for the second half. In the meantime, we're going to take you through the Manchester United's tough-looking trip to the Allianz Arena that kicks off at 8 p.m. Bayern Munich versus Manchester United now with the Vodcast team.
Champions League football, and we're looking at Wednesday evening in the Champions League. David Easton and James Butler here, and we're going to concentrate on the big game of Wednesday night, which is Bayern Munich versus Manchester United. Bayern 1.54 short, draws 4.6, Man United 5.6. United in Europe, a storied club, 5.6 to go anywhere. This is similar, I suppose, to the Barcelona game that they played in the Europa League last season, where they went away, they got themselves a result. But can they do it against Bayern Munich, really? Harry Kane's Bayern Munich.
And Harry Kane could quite easily be a Manchester United player if Manchester United had forked out a little bit more cash for him, because I think they wanted him at some stage.
They could do with someone who scored 4 in 4.
He could come back to bite them on Wednesday, couldn't he, Harry? And this is a Manchester United side who are in a little bit of a mess at the moment. They've started the Premier League, 2 back-to-back defeats, 3-1 at home to Brighton. At the weekend, they lost to Arsenal 3-1, albeit late, and they were in that game for much of it. But it hasn't started the way Ten Hag would have liked. They've had all of the shenanigans and malarkey and rigmarole going off the pitch as well.
All those words.
So it's not necessarily the happiest of places. There's controversy and all kinds of things going on at Old Trafford. So they don't go into this match with a huge amount of oomph behind them. Momentum's not with them. And Bayern Munich are playing rather well, taking 10 points from their first 4 games in the Bundesliga. As you mentioned, Harry Kane.
Are they playing well? I suppose they are.
I think
playing.
so.
Are they playing well? Yes, I suppose. But 10 points after 4 games. Bayer Leverkusen got themselves a late equaliser to stay top of the table in Germany on Friday night. It was a cracking game. Bayer Leverkusen, managed by my new favourite. Well, he's always been a favourite, Xabi Alonso. I think he will be Liverpool's next manager if he continues like he is at Bayer Leverkusen. He's turned those around. Of course, former Bayern midfielder as well. What they do, Bayern Munich, is they concede goals. Only Werder Bremen haven't scored against them this season, but they scored 4 there. They beat Augsburg 3-1. They beat Borussia Mönchengladbach 2-1. Had to come from behind to win that one. It looked like against Bayer Leverkusen on Friday that they scored. Then they got themselves a late winner, it seemed, with Leon Goretzka, but then they conceded that penalty in the 91st minute or whatever. So goals in the game, but where do Manchester United score against Bayern Munich? Who scores those goals?
I don't know. I mean, just to go back to your goals, Bayern Munich, both teams to score has landed in their last 3, going back into last season, home games in the Bundesliga. As the creatures know, I like going overs on the goals in the Bundesliga. Bayern Munich usually help you out in terms of that, although there was a little couple of weeks last season where they were the team that let us down. But They know how to find the back of the net. I'm just looking at Manchester United's away form. Their home form is excellent.
Their away form is utterly.
Brighton ruined their fantastic home record.
Only Brighton have beaten them, and that was
Since September 22.
31 games in between.
But the reason that Manchester United are not champions of the Premier League is because their away form is pants. And if you go down their last results, it does go back into last season. This does include club friendlies, but they've lost to Arsenal, Spurs, they lost to Real Madrid, they lost at Manchester City, against Manchester City in the FA Cup, which is kind of an away game. And the last team they won away at was Bournemouth. And now you have to go back to May, and Bournemouth ain't all that, and they're certainly not Bayern Munich. Prior to that, they lost to West Ham, they'd lost to Brighton. So Manchester United do not travel, and they've got to obviously travel all the way to Germany to play this game. So I really don't give Manchester United a prayer in this. Yes, they could nick a goal and make it both teams to score, but I think Bayern Munich will not run riot, but I think they'll win fairly comfortably.
Well, if you look at Bayern's home form in the Champions League, and last season they were not great at all. They just about won the league. Last day it was gifted to them. But in the Champions League, City scored against them. Erling Haaland scored in Munich, and then it was 1-1. It was the second leg, wasn't it? But then before that, they beat PSG 2-0. They beat Inter 2-0. They beat Victoria Pilsen 5-0. They beat Barcelona 2-0 at home. And that wasn't a great Bayern Munich side. It's just they have this home fortress feel about it. Season before that, they drew 1-0 with Villarreal. Villarreal knocked them out in that tie. But then they beat Salzburg 7-1. They beat Barcelona again 3-0. Beat Benfica 5-2. Dinamo Kiev 5-0. I think Bayern Munich to 0.
I agree, and I also think there's a reason why Bayern Munich are 1.55 and Manchester United are 5.5. The compilers are not daft. They know that Manchester United are rubbish away from home, and they know that Bayern Munich, as you've just illustrated, are pretty strong in the Champions League at home. I think if you've got an acca going over the Champions League, 1.55 for Bayern is one of your first bets.
Yeah, and I don't see how this United defence and quite how static they were against as a full team against Brighton on Saturday, where they just kind of allowed Brighton to pass their way through them from back to front. If you've got Bayern are like that with added pace. I know Bayern aren't, they're no slouches, but I just think if you put it in your bet builder, you can have Bayern Munich to win the match and both teams to score. No, I just think that's the way it's going to work out.
Bayern Munich have won the last twice they've played in Germany. They won 1-0 in a friendly in August 2018. That's a while ago since they've played, but April 2014, Bayern Munich won 3-1, and that was a better Manchester United team than we've got at the moment.
Let's see. Do you get a lot of goals? You can have. How about that one? Bayern Munich to win to 0 and over 2.5 goals in the game. Over 1.5 goals in the game. So 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, and carrying on from there 4. So you can have 3 just to win to 0. If you add and take a goal away and just say over 1.5, that's 4.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Like that. It's Bayern Munich versus Manchester United, which is the pick of the Wednesday evening games. Just have a quick look around the rest of them. They're on that night. Anything jumping out at you?
Well, Arsenal take on PSV, don't they?
They do, and that was a Europa League game last season. It was a bit dull. It was quite dull. I'm trying to. Inter going to Real Sociedad is interesting.
You just bypassed my Arsenal PSV suggestion
because it was dull. Well, it might, then you might get fireworks there. Arsenal back in the Champions League, but PSV, they're 8.2 for a reason. And although they actually played very well against them last season in the Europa League, I think that Inter to Sociedad, Inter at 2.4, Sociedad 3.1. I think that's going to be a really good game to follow in play. With Sociedad having gone to Real Madrid at the weekend, taking the lead, they've got some good players there.
Inter win though, don't they?
Do they?
I think Inter are playing good football. I mean, we mentioned prior, Inter's victory over AC at the weekend. Their maximum points in Serie A, top of the table, scoring goals. I think they're looking really good this season.
Okay. Inter 2.4. The 3.1 is interesting for me on Real Sociedad, but we'll see. We'll agree to disagree on that one.
We'll disagree to disagree.
Just disagree. I think Real Sociedad have a chance at 3.1, and I'm gonna close it down there. That's the kind of thing that I do.
this is our auditorium. This is where the manager will do team meetings every day before training to talk about what they're going to do in the training and then talk about how they're going to play against the team that we're facing next. As you can see, it's the exact same backdrop as what we have at the stadium. That's because the manager will also do his pre-match interviews here, which are always 2 days before the game. Okay, so now we're in our recruitment and analysis area. So it's split into 2 separate areas. So the scouting and recruitment is here. These guys are the ones who are watching football around the world, trying to spot the next best player that we can sign. And then we have the playing first team analysts who sit here. Their job is to analyse how we're playing, how our players are training, how the away team is playing, and how we can aim to try and beat the away team by looking at those tactics between the two, and that's their job here. And then, as I said, outside you saw the cameras by the pitch, and you'll see why soon, but we have one of these. You can see some in the background over there as well. We have 2 of these cameras on every single pitch we have around here at the training ground, and I'll show you why when we get into the main building. The reason we have them is for this team here. This whole bank of desks are set to watch training outside. So whenever there is someone training on a pitch, on any of all 12 of them, they are constantly being recorded for analysis and feedback from coaches. So if there's certain things in training a player needs to improve on, the guys here in the analyst team will be able to pick that up and take it recorded and shown to the player, and hopefully that helps their development. But as you can see, there's joysticks on all the desks. That's there to control the cameras. This room is what we call our black box. So this is our scouting and analysis tool. We have a system set here which allows the manager and the coaches to come in, and it gives them a very private space where they can analyse the next team we're playing or the previous team and how we played, and put everything together to come up with a plan for the next game. All done within here. It's also used for our scouting. So the guys will have a list of 10 to 20 players for every position. And let's say half of those are players who we think are ready to join the first team now and we could sign. And then the other half are made up of players who are still quite young, but in the future, if they carry on the trajectory of their potential and their ability, they could be moving across to that list of players who we would look to sign.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. This is Clubhouse TV.
Welcome back to Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io, proud partners, I should say, of Newcastle United and Southampton football clubs, as you saw there. Champions League night tonight, and we're back underway in Turkey. Galatasaray trailing to Copenhagen, but Pete fancies them for the win. 3.25 Galatasaray, 3.2 the draw, and Copenhagen 2.36. I think a few of you out there also expecting a Galatasaray comeback here. And what about Real Madrid versus Union Berlin? I outed Pete as somebody who thought that Union had a bit of a chance in this game. They're still in it, aren't they? 0-0 half-time.
Very much still in it, yeah. Galatasaray just onto the edge of the 6-yard box, away for, I think, a corner kick. But, yeah, they do still very much have a chance of doing something in this. Maybe a narrow Real Madrid win. I hope it's 2-1 because I've backed both teams to score in this. If you're asking me right now, and I believe you are, Real Madrid 1.62 is probably a fair price. In terms of how the game has gone, I'd argue that is probably a fair price. I'm not going to argue against that particularly. Galatasaray definitely, though. I think even 1-0 down, I'd be fairly tempted to just ignore that. Well, not ignore it, but you know what I mean? Just to kind of sort of not worry about it. 3.25 for Galatasaray seems a very good price to me. They dominate that first half.
Absolutely, and the stats kind of tell a story there. So these are the conditions we need to meet for the free bet question tonight, and it's 1 VAR check. Now, at halftime, I looked back through some commentary websites. There's been no VAR check in that first half. 2 goals, clearly not 2 goals. 3 cards, we've had 2, so we're 2/3 of the way there, and 4 corners. Yeah, we won that in 20 minutes. I think there was 4 corners, so 9 so far, as you can see from the sidebar stats there. So we're not in a bad position. We just need that VAR check. And I think probably a goal would maybe lead to a VAR check as well.
Well, that's what we got the other night. We got a goal that led to we had VAR checks, so it was a lovely little double bubble. I mean, don't forget, there's one later on as well. So if it doesn't come in now, we will have a run for the later one as well, which is good.
That's right, yeah. 10 times 10 USDT free bets available on the early games and the late games. We've not decided what the condition's going to be for the late games yet. It could be just like a total goals thing or something like that for the 6 games.
Yeah, under and over 155 in those. In those 6 games. Look, this Gala game, we mentioned the cards markets in both of these matches. I mean, I backed a red card in the Galatasaray game pre-match. 2 cards at the moment in this one. As you'd expect, the spread has just come down a little bit, over 5.5, so you need 4 more cards in that one, 1.91. And it's actually been, I think a little surprisingly, a bit dirtier, even though there's been the same amount of cards, in the Real Madrid game. Real Madrid arguably could have had 2 players sent off in that game to this point. The spread of that one is also coming down, now 4.5. So as a double that I am not going to argue with because I'm backing it, overs in the Galatasaray game, over 5.5 that is, and over 4.5 in the Real Madrid game, 3.8 as a double.
Right.
So you need a total of 8 more cards, 4 in each game. But from what we're watching, that is not beyond the pale.
And both referees, I mean, all referees I suppose look a little bit fussy, don't they? But they're definitely not unfussy types, these 2 referees. So they're straight out of the sort of what you'd expect from UEFA in terms of refereeing, you know.
And Georgi Barbakov, who's the Bulgarian referee of this Galatasaray game, that is a man who has been very much card happy in European football, which is always an important distinction to make, I feel. Look at that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's not a bookable offence, but you know, just the fact that these players are trying to properly sprint shoulder barge people is enough to warm your cockles a little bit with that kind of card market, I think.
Excellent. Yep.
Excellent.
So Galatasaray 3.35, draw 3.2, Copenhagen 2.32, and Real Madrid, didn't mention the price there, 1.69, draw 3.05, Union now at 9s. Now, I'm not going to suggest that Union win this game at 9s, but when you've got the draw at 3 and Union at 9s, there's got to be good ways in here for a positive bet. Draw or Union 2.1, or draw no bet Union is 5.4.
I think I'd rather the double chance, just because the draw no bet is good when you're sort of stretching before you know what's going to happen. But now we're seeing them in this. They just had a really good chance near post there, smashed right into the side netting, but that was a really good chance for them. And right now, Real Madrid look a little bit shaky's over the top, but unsettled is maybe the best phrase for it, I think.
Did mention, though, last 2 games Real Madrid have played, last 2 home games they've played as well, they've scored in the 46th and 47th minute. We're in that sort of golden spell now, 49th minute now, so they're just coming outside of it, but we'll see if there's a break in the deadlock soon.
I'd count that to like 45 minutes, wouldn't you?
What's this?
Chance Union. Again dealt with. They've had 2 very decent opportunities again down that left-hand side, but now Real Madrid could break over the halfway line now. Union scrambling to deal with it. Lovely ball out to the right-hand side. 3 options in the centre. Need to find one of them. Lovely ball in. It's just too far for, I think, the foot of Jude Bellingham.
Yeah.
And Union managed to bring it clear. But this game is opening right up. You could just brass tacks this, and you could just go, do you know what? I'm not faffing. I'm not going over the top. I'm going to say 2 goals in the game, over 1.5, 2.13. Let the goals fall where they may. I think over 1.5 is not a bad shout at 2.13 all in this game.
Yeah, I like that. Especially with, we just saw Geraldo Becker just look too strong for the Real Madrid defence before that counter-attack, which was a threat. Anyway, hello to Eagle, hello to Genetics, hello to Viv, who says, crazy fact of the day. Last night, Lazio goalkeeper Ivan Provedel, who was born in 1994, and he is 1.94 metres tall, wears the number 94 on his back and scored in 94 minutes to equalise, which was Lazio's 94th goal in the Champions League. Wow, that is bonkers.
Yeah, good start. That I like that. I think does he wear the 94 because of the age, but even then it doesn't matter. It's still very interesting. Booking Elias Yellert in the Galatasaray game. So we needed 8. We now need 7 more in this 3.95. I think it was double, 3-point-something double.
And speaking of goalkeepers, Imarios has informed us that David Raya starts for Arsenal.
Right.
So he was given his Premier League debut at the weekend, and he continues in the Arsenal side. Chance for Real Madrid.
Oh,
and
what a save. Great stop from Runhoff. So Raya, Zinchenko, Gabriel Magalhaes.
Oh, and I think another good chance for Real Madrid, which has just hit the woodwork, has it? I think that hit the woodwork for Real Madrid.
Saliba, White, Odegaard, Rice, Havertz, Trossard, Gabriel Jesus and Saka. And the visitors go Benitez, Boscagli, Tetze, Dest, Berekotchap, Schouten, Veerman, De Jong, Lang, Salibari, and Johan Bakayoko in that one. Manchester United team, you should be out as well, shouldn't it, at this point?
We're just going to put 11 players that are fit out there, I think. I don't think we've got many more than that.
No, and possibly even fewer who are talented.
I can't say much against that at the moment. So bad.
What a fundamentally mismanaged club.
Eagle says, much love, bro, and whatever we want, please, Simon, give it before you ask the question. Yeah, of course. I'll give you a good chance to type your answer into the Clubhouse TV chat.
That's why we instigated the free bet go, wasn't it? So that people had time to get themselves ready before I launched the
we fully understand that although we are broadcasting in English and you all speak English very well, I must say, not all of you are perhaps quite as quick as we are at typing English. It's difficult, isn't it? So we give you a chance to get your answer, formulate your answer, and type it in, to get the best chance of winning the free bet.
Could
make
be a
it
chance
fair.
Here, Copenhagen, right-hand side of the penalty area. Decent little side foot towards the edge of the box. And now Real Madrid come forward to the edge of the area, cleared by the penalty spot. Your English is a great deal better than my any other language. I've been doing some work in Japan. Sorry, not in Japan. With Japanese recently. And good Lord, what a difficult time I've had. Incredibly difficult time I've had. Real Madrid still just toying with Union Berlin edge of the penalty area, just trying to find a route through. Union, to be fair, have been nicely set and nicely organised. Little scoop in from Real Madrid, comes back out as Copenhagen have another half chance. I mean, I like the other 1.5 in the Real Madrid game. I mean, the problem you've got here is I could definitely see another goal in this Galatasaray game, but 1.5, 1.2. It's just a bit...
Yeah, it's expected, isn't it?
Yeah,
the traders are expecting it.
I mean, the over 2.5 is 2.13, and I do like that because I think Galatasaray win, but is there better value ways of playing that same result? And I would argue there probably is, yeah. Chance again, edge of the penalty area for Real Madrid, hit low.
They've stepped it up, haven't they? Real Madrid have definitely stepped it up. There's more shots raining in on that Union Berlin goal now. It feels like the deadlock could be broken one way or the other, because don't rule out a counter-attack chance for the Germans. So goal before 60 minutes is there. I'm looking at 60-minute result. 60-minute total goals. Wow. I mean, it's 5 minute, 6 minute market.
Towards the byline here, pulled back, hit towards goal. Very
Off
good
the
stop,
line.
then nodded away. Well, Runef has done very, very well there, and then to be fair, was not bailed out, but helped by a defender as well. Brilliant play from Real Madrid to get to the byline here. There are three options. The left foot shot toward goal. Runef, to be fair, just does whatever he can do. You just got to throw your hands up at that. There's nothing else you can do with that.
So it's a little over 5 minute market, but it feels like it's coming, probably for Real Madrid. Over 0.5 goals by the 60th minute is 5.4. 60-minute result, Real Madrid is 7. Slightly bigger for Real Madrid to get that goal. But if you just want to back either team to score before the 60th minute, it's 5.8 now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love short time markets, but that's not a bad one at all.
They've massively stepped it up here.
Hopefully you're doing football games in Japanese, says Viv, not game shows. Yeah. I don't think I'd do very well on those game shows. It wasn't a football thing. Although I did quite a spell of J-League about just before the pandemic, actually. Did a long spell as Copenhagen put one over. J-League is a weird one because I sort of found, and it may have changed, I've not watched too much of it in the last couple of years. I found that there was no okay games. Mm-hmm. They were either the worst game you have ever seen in your life or a game you will remember forever.
Yeah.
And I think I did like 3/4 of a season for the J-League, and I can't remember half of them, and then the others are burned on my soul. Like, it was that level of gap between the quality. Good. It is a fun league overall to do though, the J-League.
Japanese game shows. I know Banzai, obviously, because that was a big thing over here for a number of years.
Japanese though, was it? It was English-made Japanese show.
Okay. Pete's correcting me on. He's blown my mind actually. I thought it was just and also Endurance. That was one from a long time ago.
Well, Takeshi's Castle is the one.
Oh, Takeshi's Castle. That's it. Sorry, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
That was a Japanese one.
Takeshi's Castle.
That was very good fun to watch. That I enjoyed that a lot. My brother once met one of the very few people who ever completed the whole course. because my brother lives in Japan, and he was like, "Oh, I was chatting to this guy in a bar, and he was like, yeah, I won Takeshi's Castle," and my brother was like, "Okay, talk to me."
Yeah, be my friend.
Talk to me for the next 2 hours, please. Thank you. Copenhagen, I will say that they are looking pretty decent here. They're having some decent chances, and Galatasaray appear to have sort of forgotten how to move, would be the phrase I would use.
Look at this. Wow, that's offside. But, I mean, they're playing a massively high line. I mean, the referee hasn't actually blown up here. So
Swear
Copenhagen
at you, moron. Hit it.
Could make it 2.
Oh, I was about to back a second.
But that will be offside because, he was miles offside. So we've got a goal temporarily, I think, in Turkey.
Oh, just very quickly, the reason I was talking was I wasn't going to necessarily back it, but I was going to say Copenhagen over 1.5 match goals. I think this stands.
I thought there were at least 2 players for Copenhagen offside there. The referee just played on, and the linesman didn't flag. So where's this ball get played?
Mylon. Absolute Mylon.
The player that runs through is onside. You're right.
Absolute Mylon.
So it's going to count. It's going to be a goal.
Galatasaray. Well, Galatasaray have let everyone down, but that is do you know what? That is a great move, to be fair. The timing of the run is absolutely magnificent.
It's a good finish as well, because there's obviously the keeper's been taken out by the cross, but there's a man on the line, and he just drills it into the corner.
Yeah. I mean, that's incredible. Jogo, who's scored there, I am... well, I've got it wrong, basically. I thought they'd score in this game Copenhagen, but I didn't think they would come close to winning it, and yet here we are. 2-0.
Well, it's not signed, sealed, and delivered yet. There's still half an hour to go. Galatasaray will have to be much, much better, and they've made a change straight away there on the back of the goal, sending on, I don't think it was Wilfried Zaha, was it? No, it's not. It's Tete, the ex-Leicester player.
Yeah, replaces Dries Mertens, so no goal scorer landing bet for me in this one. Mertens goes off, but...
Oh, Viv, Hakan in the mud again. You know he'll be watching, so you can get away with saying that now, but might be on later. And there'll be a reckoning if you're going against Galatasaray. But
sorry. Another goal for Copenhagen here. Galatasaray look defensively clueless here. Absolutely clueless. Copenhagen to score again in this game, so they can even lose it like 4-3. 2.75. Defensively, what we're seeing from Galatasaray here right now is just not good enough, and we're seeing them pick them off. That to score again in this game, 2.75. I have seen worsened prices than that.
Yeah, my only worry is that Copenhagen now go into a bit of a shell. They've got 2-goal lead. They're thinking, maybe. Right, this is us. We just go into a little turtle shell here and make sure we don't concede, and that could prevent them from scoring again.
And that's a very fair point. I think the only thing I'd say, I suppose, it's not fair to say to counter that because it's not that kind of discussion, is that they weren't trying to push before they picked Galatasaray off either of the other times. Just Galatasaray were dreadful defensively, and they were able to just kind of take their chance and kill them. So it might be that they're kind of just given a chance rather than having to create it. But it is a fair point. When a team like that is away from home or even at home and is leading comfortably, I think Sai's made a really important point about how sometimes your intensity just...
But having said that, having countering my own point now, I don't see many clean sheets on Copenhagen's recent away record. So okay, they won 1-0 against Rakau Chichosh. How do you pronounce that one again?
Yeah, I struggle with that one. I have to say, I'm not hugely good at
the Polish champions.
Rakov Czestochowice, I'd say. Rakov Czestochowice.
But 3-3 against Sparta Prague suggests that they can't shut up shop. And recent, away at Nordsjælland, 2-2 previously this season, or the Super, in the Super League, 3-2 against Vale away from home. So lots of goals and conceding multiple goals on 3 of the last 5 away trips there, Copenhagen. So this is definitely not a team that know how to go into a shell and preserve a goalless, preserve a clean sheet.
No. And I mean, Real Madrid are at the moment 1.82. We felt a 2-1 might be possible in this game. Union have had some chances. Real Madrid have had some chances, and that again is that Rodrigo that time. He's not purposely tried to put his foot down on a leg, but he has left his leg a little bit high as he's tried to win the ball back. The referee in that game, I'm not I'm not massively keen on that. I think there's been a number of challenges that should have been analysed for a possible red card for Real Madrid in that game.
Yeah, and we've now gone past the 60-minute market, so 60-minute point. So those markets, either team to score or Real Madrid to lead at that point. Now, not going to be successful. The next point that you could get involved is the 70-minute result. Again, Pete's not a fan of these short, time-limited markets, but I'm going to put them out there anyway for anybody that is thinking about it. Real Madrid to lead at 70 minutes is 4.75, and for there just to be a goal at 70 minutes, either team 4.1 over 0.5 goals.
Yeah, I'm not against that. And card markets, by the way, we played the over 4.5 in the Real Madrid game, over 5.5 in the Galatasaray game. Not a great deal of movement so far. Still 2 in that game in Spain and 3 in the game in Turkey. But I'm standing by those markets. I think there's some good card markets. What we're watching right now, and Galatasaray with the desperation and everything else, I think there is still some cards to come in those 2 games. If you play cards at the moment, I would not be too stressed out about that. I think we've got some in the pipeline. And of course, that lovely final 15 minutes where the card probability goes up by about 50%.
Jamal Musiala returns from injury for Bayern Munich tonight against Manchester United. Harry Kane, of course, starts up front. Zane and Gnabry are the 2.
Oh, off the post, Real Madrid.
Wow.
Sorry, Si. Ball in from the right-hand side. I think it's Joselu's header again. This time off the base of the post and bounces away. Well, a big chance again for Real Madrid. Sorry, mate, but a big chance for Real Madrid off the post with Joselu's 113th header of the day.
Yeah, he's many headers, but hasn't been able to find the back of them. That's the closest he's got yet. Another chance here, cross going in for Joselu, but it's straight into Ronoff's arms. So no surprises really in the Bayern Munich side. There is a surprise in the Manchester United side, and Facundo Pellistri plays on the right.
Wow.
Young Uruguayan who is pressed into action tonight because of problems that United have got with right-sided players at the moment.
Oh man, those 2 squads. This isn't even that great of a squad for Bayern Munich overall these days. Ulreich, Upamecano, Davies, Kim Min-jae, Goretzka, Kimmich, Lima, Kane, Gnabry, Sane, Musiala, as you mentioned, comes back from it. Onana, Lindelof, Reguilon, Dalot, Martinez, Eriksen, Casemiro, Bruno, Pellistri, Rashford and Højlund.
Yeah.
What are they doing? What are they doing as a club? What on earth is happening?
I mean, in fairness to Erik ten Hag, I mean, this is not great. It's not a great look at the moment for Manchester United, but there are so many injuries at the moment. You know, Luke Shaw would play, maybe. Wan-Bissaka would play, both injured at the moment. Rafa Varane would play if he wasn't always injured.
But, I mean, without being funny here, right?
There's 2 wingers that can't play for different reasons at the moment.
How many of these players would I describe as truly, like, upper-tier world class? I know, like you're saying, injuries, and that's absolutely right. But how many of these players right now would you look at the Manchester United squad team today and say, properly top world class? Onana, no. Lindelof, not anymore. Reguilon, no. Dalot, no. Lisandro Martinez, maybe. Probably. Eriksen, no longer. Casemiro, probably. Bruno, yes. Pellistri, we won't know yet. Rashford, yes. And Højlund, we don't know. But that, I've got 10 mates who would go onto a field there and go, we've got a chance of scoring against this team. Not necessarily beating them, but scoring. Like, that is what an absolute mess of a football club, man. Inherently broken.
It's not looking good at the moment. Those are the teams, and the game gets underway in, under an hour, 8 p.m. this evening. So where are we now with these 2 Champions League games that we are looking at right now? Real Madrid, they're getting close to that magical number that people like to consider when it comes to a bet, the 2 mark. They're 1.93 Real Madrid at 0-0 with Union Berlin. The draw's 2.32. So I think Real Madrid and the draw are going to flip-flop between one's going to go under 2, one's going to go over 2 at pretty much the same time. Union are out to 12.5.
Baris Yilmaz, by the way, comes on, and Zaha comes on as well for Galatasaray. I mean, to be honest, it sounds silly, but wait 5 minutes, maximum 5 minutes, that hits 2 and I'd back it. It's simple as that. I think that'll hit 2 and I'd back it at 2. Toni Kroos comes on for Real Madrid, and somebody else came on as well. I didn't quite see who that was. I think they're pushing enough here. But Union are no chumps. You've got to bear that in mind. Whenever you're betting in Europe, even if you're betting in Germany, you see them up against one of the bigger teams. I mean, it's them and Lever at the top at the moment, isn't it? But you see them against Bayern Munich, you see them against Lever, you see them against big teams. do not think this is the Union Berlin of 5-6 years ago in the Bundesliga 2, who couldn't get out of the Bundesliga 2, and other worse teams like Bochum and Kröter were doing it instead. This is a top-class, brilliantly run side, smart team, smart scouting system, talented players. I mean, I'm sure you know this, but this is a brilliant side. And a draw, 2.24, maybe there's a few people going, do you know what? I think I'll have a little look at that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd back that, but I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't come to your house and shout at you for it.
This is one of those games where Real Madrid are lacking a world-class finisher. You know, they've put together enough chances in a game where you think they would have scored by now.
Yeah.
But there's no Benzema, and there's nobody that's anywhere near matching his ability to be clutch, if you see what I mean. You know, in a big game, and Joselu has missed a few chances tonight.
I mean, how many of those headers from Benzema go in? I mean, probably at least one, right?
Yeah. We're looking at a very much easier game now, 1-0 up with 25 minutes to go, as opposed to 0-0. And, Real Madrid about to approach 2 in the betting. First goal, Real Madrid, is 1.77. That's as big as that has got throughout the game. Both teams to score. Is anybody playing that? Yes, 8.6. No. Very much the favourite there. And what about total corners? We mentioned this earlier. 14.5 now. There's been an absolute raft of corners, mainly for Real Madrid, 10-1. But it's over and under 14.5 now on the corners markets for the Real Madrid game.
Yeah, corners. I said at the start of the game I didn't have strong opinions on the corners markets. I felt as the games were going, it might be interesting to have a look at the over 11.5 in the Galatasaray game. But generally speaking, some games, I mean, I'm sure Slissy, who's a regular contributor and bets on the corners quite a bit. I mean, sometimes you get a game where you just go, don't know, no idea whatsoever. Could be a chance Icardi flashes the ball over the bar for Galatasaray as Union try and break here. And I'll tell you what, it's 4-on-4 and a brilliant ball around the back. There's 2 unmarked on the left-hand side. Stood up a little bit too high. And in the end, Real Madrid might get that clear. But Union put real counter-attacking pressure on there.
Kevin Volland's just come on, hasn't he? And, fresh legs. You
can't be dollying the ball up in situations like that. It's got to be a low drill. Because you low drill that and it goes anywhere. Like you don't know where that goes.
You just dolly it up and Courtois in goal. He's going to come and claim that, but Kepa actually didn't because he's not Courtois.
If you were a referee, we'll ask, everyone watching or listening can send theirs in as well. What is the one? If you were a manager, what is the one absolute rule, like small or big, that you would like employ? So mine would probably be no dollied crosses, shot from range for Real Madrid.
The corner, though.
If you stand the ball up, 2-week fine.
Okay. So it's got to be driven in with some pace, something, yeah?
Drill it in low, or even you can even whip it in fast, but no like top of the foot. Whoop.
Yeah.
It's got to be like low or high.
Okay.
But no. Whoop.
Yeah. Okay. So is it just like it's showing off? Is it when you stand the ball up? It's not.
I think it's lazy. I think it's lazy, and this idea of, well, I wanted to get to the back post, but very rarely going to get there because, like you say, the keeper's more likely to get there. You hit that in low or you whip it in fast, and the keeper might still get to it, but at least you're adding that element of like danger.
Yeah,
I hate that. I hate that so much. And also players who score from cocky penalties. You do a cocky penalty and score, 2-week fine.
Okay. Wow.
Because you shouldn't be being arrogant in a penalty.
And they said Erik ten Hag was strict.
You should not be.
Pete Van Farries. Pete Ten Harries.
Even if you score it, you've shown a lack of respect for the situation, and you deserve a 2-week ban, a 2-week fine, because that shows a lack of respect, right? You hit an honest penalty, you blaze it over the bar. I would never ever blame you. I put my arm around you and say, "Well done, Si," or whatever. Unlucky, mate. You even score with a cocky penalty, I'd be like, "You disgust me." Reserves.
Well, he's definitely that. I think that classes as a rant now. Pete's definitely had his first rant of the night. Still half the show to go. Martin says, now we can use your injuries as a reason. Talking about Man United. Now Man United can use injuries as a reason. When Klopp did it, he was called a crybaby. Well, I don't think Erik ten Hag has necessarily used the injuries as a reason, but it's the fans like me.
Ten Hag isn't the problem, I'm afraid. You could put any brilliant manager in the world in charge of Manchester United and you're not getting anything from him. That's my honest opinion. I think a squad that's had over £1 billion spent on it is an absolute mess.
Basket case, I think they would say, yeah?
Yeah, it's an absolute mess. The recruitment policy has been slapshot, unfocused, and dull and stupid. and weird. And they've turned down the chances to sign better players, and they've signed players who aren't good enough. To make Bruno Fernandes your captain is stupid. What part of watching Bruno Fernandes play football on a pitch week in, week out would make you go, I think that man's a leader? Well, he's not, is he? He's not a leader. We all know he's not a leader, so what are you doing? What are you doing? Yes, yellow card, Galatasaray. Chance Real Madrid. Yes!
Oh, red! You've got it! Pete's got it! The red card is out! The Bulgarian referee has delivered the goods for Pete Faris in Turkey, and it's Elias Yelat, who only got his first yellow card, about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, Georgi Barbarkov, I'm going to give you a big sloppy kiss for that. Chance here for Real Madrid, deflected over. The fact is, that is not a surprise. We backed that. It wasn't my best bet. It was what we call my second best bet, and I did mention it, my next best. 4.4.
So he's out of control, but it's his dribble. So he's lost the ball in a dribble and has just followed through out of control. It probably is a second yellow card.
Yeah, it is. 100%
Stupid to be doing that, though. Eagle spotted it, eagle-eyed. And, we have the red card that Pete fancied. And, that's now 5 red cards in the last 6 Galatasaray home Champions League games. Something to watch out for when they play Manchester United and Bayern Munich later on in the group.
Yeah, look, the fact of the matter is that was 4.4 pre-match. And I wish I did put it up as a next best. Put that up as a next best. It wasn't my best bet. I'm not going to pretend it was. But it was one that I really liked the look of. And that 4.4 is a genuinely satisfying thing to see. And, we can on this service want low goals, high goals, both teams to score. But there is no joy that I get in the whole world as much as putting up a red card and then seeing the old hand go up. I love that. Obviously less good for Yelat, but don't care.
So this is a big 15 minutes now for 10-man Copenhagen. They're still 2-0 up. They've still got 3 points on the board. This will be a great result for them. But can they hang on with 10? They're going to give away a lot of free kicks now as well. They're getting nervous. And maybe more yellow cards to follow as well.
Yeah, so that means, because 2 yellows and a red is just 2 cards, remember. You don't get 3 cards for that. So it's 2 cards in that. So just watch your bets with that. So 1 yellow for Galatasaray, then a red and 3 yellows, but I think it becomes 2 yellows, doesn't it? So we'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's a total of 5 at the moment.
Yeah,
we'll
5.
Double check that. If we get 1 more, obviously we land our over 5.5, which we put up at half time.
7.5 is the way the market is at the moment. Over is 1.8, under is 1.91.
Would not argue with that at all. I think that 7.5 is absolutely fine. Let me just double check the numbers on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 5. 100%. That's correct. It's 5.
So you need 3 more.
3 more. With the way this game is sitting right now, 3 more cards. Not a surprise if that happens. Okay. Not even remotely a surprise. I really like that. I think, and that's a really good price. A really good bet.
1.8 for over 7.5 right now. Just another chance for Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. Desperate clearance from Union and Bonucci, who's rolling back the years tonight.
I love that when they announced him on Twitter, it was like, Bonucci signs for Union Berlin. That's right. Old Leo Bonucci is signed. And then they tweeted again 5 minutes later going, to everyone asking, yes, it's actually him. Which I thought was nice. Header over the bar from Real Madrid there, edge of the 6-yard box. And Rudiger with the leaping nod over the bar. I don't think you can back Union. It's now a case of whether or not the 2.26 for Real Madrid to win is your bag. And I would argue it probably is mine.
All right.
I think with 15 to go, that's still a fair price. That the both teams to score, I'm giving up on, though, I have to say.
So, late goals in Real Madrid Champions League games. Let's have a look. Well, obviously, when they played Man City, the late goals were going against them. Against Chelsea in the round before, Rodrigo got an 80th minute goal, but they were already 1-0 by that stage. When they beat Chelsea at home, 74th minute goal from Asensio. They beat Liverpool 1-0 earlier in the competition last season. Benzema, 78 minutes. So they are making a little... That's 3 of the last 5 Real Madrid Champions League games where they've scored from the 74th minute onwards. Just saying, we're at the 74th minute now.
Yeah, and that's the killer instinct that separates big teams from the little ones, isn't it? To be able to sort of later on still grind it out and get it done even when you've not been particularly great.
Another yellow card in Turkey. Beautiful. Sergio Oliveira.
1 down, 2 to go.
Yeah. I think you've called this one right again.
Not the result I haven't, but everything in cards I have.
The temperature of the game is boiling, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even like everyone's getting in fights. It's just that everyone keeps doing stupid tackles. You know what I mean? It's not like there's like scraps happening and, vengeance due. Could be a chance here for Union on the counter down the left-hand side. Rudiger, superb challenge. Absolutely superb sliding challenge from Antonio Rudiger there.
Yeah, but credit to the Germans. This would be an incredible result for them. German teams haven't fared particularly well at the Bernabeu in recent years. I think the last team to win was Schalke in 2015. So they're not winning the game, obviously, but escaping with a point, away point. Great start to the group for Union. And their ambitions are just to finish second, aren't they, really? Just to get through to the knockout stages.
Yeah. Eagles asking for the free bet condition of these early games. We've got a late one as well.
Yeah, so the early games in the Real Madrid game, we need one more VAR check. We need 2 more goals. We need 1 more card still, and we don't need any more corners. So, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, we call that.
That's right. That was the idea, and it looked pretty good. And maybe a chance here for Real Madrid. They're looking for handball. They want a penalty, and the ref says no.
VAR check it and give the penalty.
Yeah.
VAR check it and give the penalty. An immediate that from the referee, from the Norwegian gaffer. As Union try and come back forward. That's a horrible pass, but they'll get away with it. VAR it. VAR it.
Well, the cameras are now focusing on the referee.
Got to play first, hasn't it?
Yeah. Will we get a VAR check at last in the game in Spain? Real Madrid still attacking. Great performance this from Union Berlin. Can they just see it through now for the next 30 minutes plus stoppage time?
Left-hand side. 3 or 4 bodies in the centre. That may have gone away for a corner kick, and in fact has done.
And if you're wondering what the free bet condition will be for the late games, it's going to be based on goals. So we'll just have a number of goals. It'll be an average of less than 3 per game. So we've got 6 games, so we'll come up with a number that's somewhere less than 18.
204?
Nope. But we'll discuss this off air.
Too soft.
And that will be the number of goals we need to get to trigger the free bet condition for the late games.
Yeah, it'll be a relatively small number. I tried to put up a massive number earlier on before we came in, and Si was like, no, we're not doing it. I want people to have a chance of winning it. And I was like, oh, fine.
I mean, well, we just want to make it a challenge. That's all it is. It's it's not free bet TV. It's Clubhouse TV. We give you an opportunity, but it's not guaranteed there's going to be a free bet 1-0 every night.
Real Madrid on the edge of the 6-yard box, still trying to do something. It's all a bit scrappy before it's blasted over the bar. It might not be Real's day, this. Rudiger again, I think. It might not be Real Madrid's day. Bouncing down, all very messy. Just throws the boot at it over the bar.
Union Berlin 12.5 to produce an incredible shock and win. 1.69 the draw now, and Real Madrid as big as they've ever been tonight, 2.64.
Yeah, big price that. Galatasaray just trying to create something on the edge of the penalty area here. But first 25, 30, 35 minutes, they were utterly dominant. Utterly dominant Galatasaray. It was a matter of time. A matter of time. They switch off for 1 second, they get picked off for the first.
Yeah.
And then they've gone all scared. They've gone all scared and weak, and that's what happens.
There's time wasting going on as well in Turkey now from the Copenhagen players.
Bonucci replaced by Yekel, by the way, as well, for Union Berlin.
Yeah. So, not long to go now in these games, and not a high-scoring night at all, but plenty of drama. And it really would be some achievement if Union Berlin were to get a point from the game in Spain.
Yeah, I mean, it really would. Brahim Diaz comes on as well now for Real Madrid. Union Berlin and Real, rolling the dice.
So Union Berlin would have been in the Bundesliga 2 when Real Madrid were winning the Champions League a few years ago.
Yes.
They couldn't have dreamt they'd be on the same pitch, let alone potentially drawing against them.
Well, they were kind of perennial almosts in terms of. So I'm sure you know this again, but the Bundesliga and the Bundesliga 2, you've got your promotion place, and you've got your relegation from the Bundesliga up against promotion from the Bundesliga 2. And Union Berlin were usually like 1 or 2 places below that. And then you get teams like Bochum would go up and come down. You'd get Goethe, who went up and came down. They were sort of contemporaries, those teams. But eventually, having waited for years and tried for years, they played brilliant football, got up, and then all of a sudden just went gangbusters, and just the fact they were challenging for the Bundesliga title last year. I mean, in the end, Bayern obviously won it, but they were right in the mix for the Bundesliga.
That was whilst mixing it in the Europa League as well.
Mixing the Europa League. I thought they were a bit unlucky against Gilloise at times, actually. I thought there was a couple of decisions that maybe could have gone better for them. But in the end of the season, Bayern Munich won the league. Dortmund was second. Leipzig were third and Union were fourth. But that's because Union kind of got drifted towards the European chances. That's still unbelievable to finish fourth in the... It was the last day, wasn't it? But it's still incredible to finish in the Champions League places for Union.
Last chance saloon for Galatasaray. What's the referee given there? Offside? What's he stopped the game for?
I'll tell you what, my both teams to score double looks in, I think we describe it as peril. Serious peril.
Yeah.
Real Madrid still trying to get the ball rolled forward and do something. We will... what's our focus then when we come back? We're doing Bayern Munich and... What are we doing? Bayern Munich, Man United and someone else?
Yeah, we'll do Bayern Munich, Man United until Bayern go about 3 goals up, and then we can start looking at some of the games which are a bit closer.
Arsenal and Manchester United's games, I think Bayern Munich are going to be very comfortably victorious. But then, Man United sometimes have been woeful in the Premier League over the last couple of years and then pulled some kind of Champions League or some kind of European magic out the bag. Just wide again from Real Madrid, by the way. Ball in from the right-hand side and toe poked wide. Feels like it's one of those days. Feels like it's one of those days.
Inter Milan won the Milan derby 5-1 at the weekend, and they're now about to be in action against Real Sociedad in the Champions League. Simone Inzaghi's side: Sommer, De Vrij, Dumfries, Pavard, Bastoni, Carlos Augusto, Mkhitaryan, Barella, Asllani, Arnautovic, and Lautaro Martinez.
Yeah, Sociedad, intriguing side, of course, with old Kieran Tierney at left back, which is still bonkers to me, but we are where we are. Ramiro, Traore, Lenormand, who's very good. Big fan of Robin Lenormand, and he's actually Spanish, even though his name sounds French. Brais Mendes, Mikel Mourinho, Zubelda, Martin Zubimendi, Kubo, Oyarzabal, and Baranesh Teya.
On the Japanese theme, Kubo's been in great form for Real Sociedad this season. He's scored, I think, 3 in his last 3.
Good player. Very good player.
Assisted a goal and had a goal disallowed against Real Madrid at the weekend in the 2-1 defeats at the Bernabeu. So he's in good form. Watch out for him. I would say he'd be a really good pick for a Real Sociedad goal scorer for this one.
Sevilla go Dimitrovic, Sergio Ramos, of course, playing for, I think, like £4 a week or something. Adria Pedrosa, Rakitic, Fernando, Lamela, Gudel, Ocampos, Sau, Yanlu Sanchez, and, of course, Youssef Neziri. I used to say Nezri, but it's not Nezri, is it? It's Neziri. For the... this squad, this team looks... Samba in goal. Not a good goalkeeper, never has been. Gradit, Mercado, Kevin Danso, good player. Medina... Mendy, Frankowski, Fulgini, he's a good player. Abdul Samed, Satoka, and Val. I mean, Val is an interesting player, yet to score this season. Was at Montpellier, but he is the main attacking threat. I really like Lens, but I don't know how you could. Goal
for Galatasaray. They've got one back. Sasha Boy has put the ball in the back of the net and made things interesting for the last few minutes. So Copenhagen hanging on with 10 men, and the lead has been halved. Yeah,
both teams to score lands. So that's a nice little development. The double isn't going to land, but the both teams to score in this game is going to come in right into the... That's about as roof net as possible, isn't it?
Yep. Oh. Before the keeper could react.
Right underneath the post, like just straight in. You might be looking... I wouldn't. But I'm saying you might be looking at that draw at 3.65. Obviously, they're against 10 men. I personally think Copenhagen will see it out, but it is there for you if you want it. 3.6 is just gone now, the draw.
Yeah, certainly they'll be throwing everything at Copenhagen. Man over, probably at least 5, maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes of stoppage time. Hakan, who's probably not watching because he'll be absolutely glued to his TV set or indeed maybe even at the game. Bit of hope here that Galatasaray could scramble a draw or something like that.
Real Madrid into the penalty area, just trying to get it through. It's a mess of bodies. It's into the arms of Grunov. And there we go. Yet again, good play from Real Madrid. Managed to get the way through. Brilliant work. But the shot is lacking, and you're quite right, Si. It's the first time I've seen Real Madrid this season. Obviously, they're 5 from 5 in the league, but they do look like a team that needs a front man, which they probably had factored in being one man, or at least they're factoring in next season it being one man, perhaps.
Yeah, there's something missing there. But I mean, hang on. What's happened in Turkey? Is this the comeback complete? As a cross goes in and a volley
what a finish
has flown in the back of the net. I think it's Tete who scored it. Fantastic. The substitute has absolutely lasered that one through to make it 2 apiece. And where has this come from? Wow. That is incredible. They were dead and buried a few minutes ago. The draw was there at a huge price. And now they've still got time to win it.
Yeah, I mean, we should know what that price was before they got the first.
I saw them at 27.
Right, well then, either that or probably bigger, I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably bigger.
They're 3.7 now, Galatasaray to win the game. 3.7. What a finish that is from Tete on the volley. Little left foot kind of guider.
Yeah.
A little left foot guider. Brilliant, incredible. What a finish. I mean, neither of these games has been an absolute entertainment fest, but real drama here. With Galatasaray winning, then it does save me quite a few losing bets, that one, to be fair.
Genetics has just probably cut and pasted the same goal celebration there for Galatasaray in the space of a few seconds. Jesus Law, Genetics, and Eagle. Black Dog has spotted that Hozalu's had 10 shots tonight.
Wow.
He could probably have had 20 and still wouldn't score. So all the action, all the drama has been in Turkey. We've had a really good 0-0 in Spain.
Yeah, I mean, there's been chances without question. But I don't think I've sort of described either of these games as enthralling, though, weirdly.
Could you be tempted with a late double? Real Madrid to win, 4.6. Double it up with Galatasaray at 3.7. Huge double, 17.02.
I was going to say, is that about 20? Yeah, 17.2. Smaller unit stake, bit of fun. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, the momentum is literally all with Galatasaray against 10 men Copenhagen. And then Real Madrid have been pushing through. So at 17-ish to 1, sorry, 16-ish to 1, so 17, I think that's a really good play. As a very small, I mean, well, look, we're talking small, fun unit stake. We're not talking kind of like what you'd normally put on a bet. This would be small, but yeah, you can even kind of like play the variables and sort of have just one or both. You know, that might be one way to go about it.
One or the other. But they're both quite enticing prices. Galatasaray with all that momentum and a corner, although the corner is just played short and then the cross goes in, it's headed down to the keeper. 4.1. I'd be more inclined to go with Galatasaray at 4.1 than Real Madrid at 5.9.
Yes, 100 of the two, 100%. Yeah,
because Copenhagen obviously a man down, but they're cracking, aren't they? You know, they can see that the players are looking a bit brittle, a bit fragile.
Yeah, of those two, the Galatasaray one is the better bet. I think pretty comprehensive.
Union still look pretty solid.
Yeah, and I mean, it is all Real Madrid pressure, but certainly it's not kind of like seat of your pants stuff, is it?
No.
For Union. And Galatasaray, I mean, just brilliant move out to the right-hand side. 3 in the centre. It goes towards the edge of the 6-yard box. It's blocked before it reaches the keeper. Icardi again with the movement. This is 6 minutes of added. You got a chance with that Galatasaray bet. You've got a real chance.
Yeah. Could see a penalty being awarded in this game as well. Referee has been the centre of attention for another reason for the red card, but wouldn't surprise me if Copenhagen just got desperate and gave away a penalty.
Yeah. But ultimately, the best bet of the day was the red card.
Yeah, it was.
Of these games, and that will do very nicely for me, I have to say. Good ball in edge of the 6-yard box, and back towards, I think, Tete again.
If you're Okan Buruk, do you send the keeper up? Is it?
Nah, it's too early days. For that.
You don't do a.
I mean, the idea is, theoretically,
don't do a Lazio.
You could grab the 3 points, but at the same time, you could come from 2 goals down to grab a draw. On the first round of fixtures in the Champions League and blow it. Game 6, yes. Game 6, 100%. But not in Game 1.
No.
Ryan says tomorrow. Yesterday they said tomorrow's condition will be easier. There's 2 bets we're giving away today, mate. So there's the early kickoff free bet, which at the moment, let's be fair, isn't going to land. And then there's a later one, and the later one is goals. So that's fine. Eagle says we need a VAR. Yeah, but we also need 2 goals in that Real Madrid game. Yeah. So it's I hope it comes in, but I don't think it's going to. But there's another chance in the late kickoffs.
Yeah, under 1.5 goals in the Real Madrid game would have been very, very big, I guess, because it was just expecting goals in this game, But it just hasn't happened for whatever reason, so we can't help that. We will try and make it an easy total goals for the next 6 games. What do you reckon?
So 2 a game is 12.
2.5 a game.
2.5 a game. So 2.5 a game is 15.
15. Let's say 15.
14, knock it down one.
All right. Twisting my arm. 14 goals.
Yeah, 14 goals.
Across the 6 late games. Once we get that 14th goal, then make sure you are ready for the question. We'll give you ample time to get the answer in. And then it's as soon as Pete presses...
Free bet go in the chat.
Yep. Gives the message free bet go.
I know we're on Kick and other places now as well. This is exclusively in the Sportsbet chat.
Yeah.
So if you're doing Kick, it's lovely to have you along, but it ain't going to count.
No. All right, so we get some thumbs up from the regulars there about the 14 goals that we need for the remaining 6 games in tonight's Champions League. I mean, surely Bayern, they could score like 4 or 5 on their own, couldn't they, against this ragged Manchester United team?
There's at least 3 goals in that game. There's at least 3 goals in that game without question. And also we were looking actually earlier on before we came on air. The total goals scored on the first Wednesday of the Champions League, so this first round of fixtures but the second day, 33 last season.
Right.
33 last season on the Wednesday. So, I mean, we're asking for 14.
It's 4 a game.
We're asking for 14. So I think that one's got a great... I thought this one had a good chance as well, but Real Madrid's not quite been as goal heavy as we...
Might still get one, though, late on. Shot is blocked.
Edge of the D. Just tried to open the body up and curl it round. Black Dog asking if we're on tomorrow. Yes, we are.
Yeah, we are. We're on for the Europa League games early and late tomorrow. So, again, it'll be similar format to tonight, but just more games in general. And it'll be myself and James with you from 5:30 with the early kickoffs and then taking you through to 10 p.m. And, again, it'll be 2 lots of free bet opportunities and all the best bets that we can see here across... I think it's double the amount of games, isn't it?
I used to work Europa League nights, and we were somewhere for the Europa League, and it was a deeply busy day.
Yeah,
horribly busy day, in fact.
Real Madrid got a late chance, saved. Oh no, it's been put in.
Real Madrid.
I think they've scored.
Is it going to count?
It's not Bellingham, is it?
It is Bellingham. I just want to slightly hold. Not to be annoying, because it's VAR that's annoying. I don't know if when hit, there is a Real Madrid player ahead of play. I think it's all right, but I would just hold fire momentarily. This angle here will tell us. So, corner taken very quickly indeed. Smart play here from Real Madrid. Knocked toward goal.
Fine.
Mile on. Absolute mile on.
Fine.
And it comes off an Union player anyway. Real Madrid are going to win it last minute.
Poor Union Berlin. They couldn't hold on. Ronau got the save in. It came back off Alaba, and it just fell to the man who is like Johnny on the spot. Jude on the spot at the moment, isn't he? He's just always there to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, and Real Madrid get an unconvincing win, but a win nevertheless. And this guy is, I mean, as excited. Do you know the last time I was as excited about an English youngster as this was probably Rooney.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the last time I've been as excited about an English player, young English player, as Jude Bellingham since Wayne Rooney. Anyone?
No.
Rashford's been exciting, but not quite in the same way.
Yeah, no.
Rice has been good, but there's no player that has excited me on an English that has kind of been out of this world good. I think Rooney was the last. Might be wrong, but that's.
He plays in a position which is so important as well. You know, the higher the level you play at, midfield becomes more important. Yeah. And you know, if England are going to win titles, then they're going to need a very good midfield, and he is arguably one of the. You know, if you're picking a world 11 right now, he's in it, isn't he?
Yeah, without question. They win. Real Madrid. If you back that, Si was very smart in saying wait till it hits 2. We spoke about it. It hit 2. Hopefully you played that on Real Madrid. Gala might not get the win, but they have at least got back into it. And well, Bellingham just taps home Real Madrid's winner, but they were not massively convincing at times tonight. I will say that they were the better team, but they weren't massively convincing. Might just need to keep that in the back of the old coconut for the future rounds of games.
So full time in both games now. There you go then. Late drama at the Bernabeu sees Real Madrid claim all 3 points tonight with Jude Bellingham on the spot deep in stoppage time. There was drama as well in Turkey. Galatasaray back from 2-0 down against 10-man Copenhagen to claim a draw. The other game in that group is going to be the main focus of our attention for the late games when Manchester United go to Bayern Munich. We are closing in on kickoff there. Before we look at the preview of Bayern Munich versus Manchester United, let's see what Neil Mellor and Paul Robinson had to say about the situation at Old Trafford at the moment.
Now, something I wanted to bring up and talk about particularly is, and it's a terrible shame to me, but Manchester United in crisis, United in chaos, or just, I'll start with you, Paul, on this one, because I imagine Neil will be chuckling away there, but United at the minute, they just don't seem to be able to catch a break, and off the field stuff is piling up from the takeover to players in different states of certainly mental disarray, looking at the way Harry Maguire might be suffering. Jadon Sancho we've got as well. Anthony is back in Brazil, and is it affecting things on the pitch for Manchester United?
Well, I think it is. I mean, we did the pre-season preview, and I tipped Manchester United to do all right this year. I thought they'd be good. You look at the players that they've signed, you look at the players they've brought in, the decisions the manager's made. And I thought that United have finally got a manager that makes big decisions, and he's got a couple of big calls right. But then you look at the window; it closed, and they didn't really have that good a window. You look at the players that they brought in; it wasn't a success. I can't see many Manchester United fans maybe correct me, message in, call in, and tell us if it's different. But I don't see many Manchester United fans very happy after the window what they've just had. You look at the players. I mean, signing Johnny Evans on a short-term deal, it seems like it was a desperation type signing. Højlund, he's not had a chance yet. We have to give him a break. But as you say, there's so many off-field incidents or problems surrounding the club. And the takeover, is it on? Is it off? Is it happening? Is it not happening? Is the club for sale? Is it not for sale? There's so many issues that are surrounding Manchester United. They haven't hit the ground running this year at all. They've had poor performances, results. 11th with 6 points. It's not where you'd expect them at this time of the season.
Neil, is the pressure on Ten Hag now because he dealt with one player issue? The biggest player issue of last season was Ronaldo and being in the squad, and then I think he got a lot of plaudits for the way he kind of moved him away and out of Manchester United. But is that going to work with someone like Jadon Sancho and the treatment that Sancho is now? He's playing with he's training with the under-23s. I mean, is that going to get the best out of Jadon Sancho? And effectively, is that going to be the best route for Manchester United?
Well, I don't think we should put Sancho anywhere near the bracket of Ronaldo. That was a big decision that Ten Hag had to make. I thought he handled it really well. There's always pressure on a Manchester United manager. He's got them back in the Champions League. He delivered a trophy last season. And ultimately, I don't think we're sat here thinking United are going to challenge for the Premier League title. So for them, it is to get back in the Champions League again for next season and to compete for a trophy. Again, obviously, it's unsettled at the moment in terms of what's going on off the pitch. I think the manager is letting the players know who the boss is. So Sancho needs to sort himself out if he wants to get back into it. I think that's clear. There's a chance for him to get back in with what's going on with Anthony. The whole Maguire thing as well. They've got injuries. You've got Varane out, Mount out, Shaw out, players who would certainly be starting in that first 11 for United. But the fixtures, the results, the performances haven't been great. And it's so important to get off to a good start because it's going to be really competitive to get in the top 4 or 5 places this season of the Premier League. So, yeah, it's been a slow start. The manager is under pressure. Every United manager is to deliver success. But he had a good time last season, didn't he?
He did. And the home form is, we'll talk about United at home this weekend. The home form is really important to Manchester United. They are incredible at home. Their form is great. But last time out, or certainly previously, Wolves could have got something, should have got something. We've seen the VAR tapes. So, we could have got something there. But conversely, away from home, they bar a couple of millimetres, they could have won at Arsenal.
Could have, would have, should have, but they haven't got the results. And you look at the performance against Forest. Went 2-0 down at home against Forest, and if it wasn't for Bruno Fernandes, they wouldn't have got anything from that game. There's too much going on at Manchester United. That there really is off the field. On the field, it hasn't worked for them. I'm not so sure with the manager, the way that he publicly addressed Sancho, that issue. Whether I personally would have, you respond differently to different ways of man management. Whether I personally would have responded to that, I'm not sure I would. It'd be interesting to see how that plays out going forward with the manager's relationship with him. Harry Maguire, he's having a lot to deal with at the moment, and he's stayed at Manchester United. He said he wants to fight for his place. I've been there. You've been in the firing line. It's horrible. When the press come for you, and I think for me, when I finished, there wasn't the social media side of things. So that type of abuse, online abuse, it wasn't there when I was playing. If it was, I'm sure I'd have got pelters because of the England situation and everything else. It's very high profile. It's very difficult for him, and I think you have to be very, very strong mentally. And as much as you put a front on it, and you come out publicly and you front up and you say you're fine and you're going to be fighting for your place, etc. It's difficult. And with that going on at Manchester United as well, it's a sideshow, if you like. They've changed the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, for me, jury's still out on that one. Yes, he can play with his feet, he can play centre midfield. They've made a lot of changes. They've had a lot of injuries of recent weeks, but at the moment you don't really know where they are. That's why we're talking about them, isn't it? You actually don't know where Manchester United are at the moment. And
just on that Harry Maguire point, Neil, and there's different players going through lots of different things now. Jadon Sancho has mentioned his mental health previously. Dele Alli, of course, over the summer was this incredible interview he gave. We're starting to talk more and more about players' mental health, and even this week, Richarlison saying, "Do you know what? I need some help." He played for Brazil. He came off the pitch and he was in tears because of his performance. But he's fronted up and he's gone out there and said, "Do you know what? I need some help here. I'm going to get some."
Yeah, I firmly believe that every football club should have their own psychologist working with the team regularly to help them. You know, the small margins, that mentality can be the difference so many times. But every player has certain things to deal with, whether it be football, whether it be personal. And I really believe that it is helpful for all players. I think we're now in an era where players are aware of how important it is. Certainly going back 10, 15 years, it might have been thinking, you're seeing a psychologist. Why? Almost like a weakness, whereas now it can be a strength and it can help the players. So I'm all for it. And it's good to hear the players coming out publicly and saying, yeah, I do need the help. You know, I'm a little bit vulnerable at the moment. Richarlison being an example recently, obviously being over in Brazil. I think Maguire will be in the same case. One thing that will never change in football, players will get stick. Maguire got stick by the Scotland fans. The England fans backed him. So if Maguire plays at Old Trafford, the Man United fans will back him. It'll be the Brighton fans this weekend who will give them the stick. And maybe away games will be the high-pressured games for somebody like Harry Maguire. It will blow over. But it's his time at the moment to have to deal with that, unfortunately.
Paul, your thoughts on Richarlison? I think he might have one of the best managers to help him out with that kind of thing now.
Well, he's proven that already, hasn't he, with his man management skills, Postecoglou. He's been great. He's made players better that are there. And a lot of players speak very warmly about the way that he is and the relationship that he has with the players. For Richarlison to say that, it's very open, it's very honest. But you can see when he first went to Tottenham, he spoke about the Champions League music when he went to Spurs and he played in the Champions League. The Champions League theme tune played, and he was in tears before that game when that came on. You can see that's the type of person he is. That's the type of character that he is. No matter who he plays for or where he plays, he cares about his football and he cares deeply. He gets emotionally involved, which is possibly a side of his game that you have to look at times when he gets booked, when he maybe takes it too far because he gets emotionally involved, and that's possibly what he was trying to say. You know, whether he looks for help psychology wise, whether it's what's a sports psychologist, whatever it is that he does, but you can tell that he's very passionate about what he does, and maybe the emotion spills over at times.
Plenty to be looking ahead to this weekend, and there'll be more headlines. We'll continue to talk about them here in the Clubhouse with sportsbet.io.
Yeah, well, welcome back. The second tranche of Champions League matches is about to get underway. I'm Simon. This is Pete, who's just a bit off camera at the moment. If you can just shuffle across to
our screens.
That side there. Yes, and we're going to look ahead to 6 more Champions League games this evening, featuring Manchester United, as we've just mentioned there. We'll go into the prices shortly, but also the Championship in England has just got underway. 7:45 kickoffs, 5 games. Blackburn, Sunderland, Huddersfield, Stoke, Hull, Leeds, Millwall, Rotherham, and Watford versus West Brom. with one more game to come a bit later on. And Pete has got a treble. If you can just remind us what your treble was.
Yeah, it was Leeds to beat Hull. It was Leicester to win at Norwich. And it was Blackburn to win at home against Sunderland.
Okay, so if you fancy following Peter in on the Championship treble, those games just under 8 and still get pretty much the same prices on those games as they were at the start, because those matches haven't seen a goal. There has been a goal somewhere. Where was it? Oh, Watford. Watford have taken the lead. They've hit a bit of form recently. The Hornets, they're an up and down team, but they've taken the lead against West Brom. So, Champions League then. These are the games which are going to be our focus coming up. Arsenal, 1.37. The tie, 5.1. PSV Eindhoven, 8.2. Quick 5-word preview of that one, Pete?
Arsenal will win that game. They'll win it comfortably. I know this is many more words than you wanted, but I would say that Arsenal will score 2 or more goals in that game. Okay. Arsenal total over 1.5 is 1.36. I'm going to go over 2.5 at 2.1.
Sevilla at 2.12. The tie is 3.45, and Lens 3.55, which is in the same group as Arsenal.
Sevilla will be beaten by most teams in this group. However, at the moment, Lens are having an absolute nightmare of a time. It's boring, but it's 2.12 for Sevilla.
Yeah, and elsewhere in Spain, Real Sociedad, they are 2.78. It's 3.15 for the tie, and Inter, last year's runners-up, 2.74.
I'm going to back Real Sociedad to win this game. Inter Milan have won 5 and a bounce and look absolutely superb. In the Champions League, though, in recent years, they've not always been brilliant on the road, and Sociedad, they lost to Real Madrid, but okay, whatever. I certainly don't think they lose. I think 2.78 is quite a tasty price.
Team that finished above them in Serie A, team that finished above everybody in Serie A. Napoli, they're away at Braga tonight in Portugal. Braga 4.6, 4.1 for the tie, 1.72 Napoli. Are they a good thing?
Yeah, Napoli are 1.72, but I've gone for overs and the goals here. So, you could combine the two and go for Napoli and overs should you wish to, and you're not going to find me arguing with that particularly. Napoli win or draw, and over 2.5 goals in the game is 2.08, which I think is a pretty nice way to go. But I don't think Braga, back in the Champions League, will stop them. And
last year's quarterfinalists, Benfica host FC Salzburg in another group game tonight. 1.47 for Benfica, 4.9 the tie, 6.2 for Salzburg. Can they do anything there?
Personal opinion is this is the toughest game of the bunch to call. No result would surprise me here in any way, shape or form. However, this is my favourite overs game of the day. 1.61 for overs on the goals here. If you look through Benfica's games, 5 against Gil Vicente, 4 against Vitória Guimarães, 3 in the game against Vizela. On the other side, 2 apiece against Sturm Graz. 2-1 against Wolfsberger, 5-1 against Hartberg. I think we've got goals in that game. 1.6 for the over, 2.5.
Okay, and if you weren't worried enough by the prospect of playing the Bundesliga champions, here's some stats coming up for you for Manchester United fans. So Bayern Munich 1.46, so the tie 5.10, Manchester United 6.2. Bayern have been unbeaten in 34 Champions League group stage games. They've won the last 13 group stage games. They've won the last 14 home Champions League games. They've won the last 19 home Champions League group games. Manchester United, are they going to get beat tonight?
Yeah, they're going to get battered. Bayern are 1.46. I like the Bayern minus 1.5 at 2.18, which I think is really good. I think there's going to be a lot of goals. Obviously, Harry Kane to score any time is a short price, but it is a price that must be backed at 1.5 in my opinion. I think Manchester United get absolutely beaten and comfortably. I think the minus 1.5, to be honest. Yeah. Minus 1 looks really good. I'm not against the minus 2 either, I should say. But also, you've only got 5 minutes to get involved in this. I think my best bet is actually the special.
Oh, which is Viv mentioned it before.
Bayern to win, over 1.5 Bayern goals, and Kane to score at 2.14. That is an incredible bet.
Yeah, he's got 4 and 4 for Bayern this season, and will be on penalties, of course. So should get chances. He's not been the most prolific scorer in the past against Manchester United, but he's going to have better service tonight, isn't he? And he's just going to have. This Man United team is probably not as good as any of the Man United teams he's generally played against for Spurs.
No, there've been worse Man United teams than this since Sir Alex left, but not by much.
Okay.
Not by much. This is a bad team.
Players are in the tunnels for the 6 Champions League games getting underway very soon. Where are you going with your bets tonight? What do you need to happen? We need 14 goals. That was the agreed number, 14 goals to trigger the free bet question for these 6 games. So just under 2.5 goals on average per game.
Yeah, we've also got Ramsgate against Cray Wanderers from the from the English FA Cup.
Essex Derby.
Essex Derby, yeah. I don't think we'll put too much focus into that, but it is there for you should you wish to get involved.
So there you go. Yeah. Any goal scorer bets for tonight? Not necessarily in the feature games, but who do you fancy to score a goal?
Well, Kane obviously is one that we've mentioned, and I think is kind of hard to go against. Arsenal game. I mean, I think Bukayo Saka is obviously again someone who I think you need to be keeping an eye on. 2.1. I quite like that price on Bukayo Saka. If you fancy that. No one particular in the Sevilla-Lens games. Maybe in this Napoli game there is a bit of an argument, obviously away against Braga. Osimhen has started really well this season, as many thought he perhaps would do.
Who's playing up front for Braga? Is Banza playing?
Bruma is. Banza's on the bench. Frenchman Banza's on the bench there. Osimhen, again, 1.72 is not a bad anytime goal scorer. I mean, again, started this season very well. And obviously, Kvarat every time. Kvarat Skelia.
We know what you mean.
Yeah.
The Georgian lad.
The Georgian player who's very good. And actually Piotr Zielinski, who's a player I've absolutely adored since the dawn of time. 4.4 Zielinski. Not a regular goal scorer, but a player, again, who I really like. And to be fair, he got 3 last season, and it's not ludicrous to suggest that Piotr Zielinski will score. But I think it's a night for the key boys. You know, Saka, Kane, Osimhen. You've not got long to get involved in those, but it could be a good way to go.
I think Braga score tonight in some way, shape or form. Napoli's defence isn't great. They've only kept 1 clean sheet in 4 Serie A games this season. Conceded 2 at the weekend away to Genoa, who are not great. And they also conceded away at Frosinone, opening game of the season. I think Braga score, but yeah, probably Napoli to win that one. The Champions League anthem is playing. The Arsenal players are probably going, what's that? 6 years since it was last played at the Emirates Stadium. But they are hot favourites to win this one. And I think they do probably win. But PSV Eindhoven might have a bit of a say in that game as well. I'm expecting some drama.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping for drama, certainly. And for the free bet side, what do we need again?
14 goals. 14 goals across the 6 games. That's all it is. So stay tuned. And when we get near that 14 goals, get ready, because I will give you ample opportunity, actually, to get your answer in. And it's going to be an easy question. Mario says, my parlay from yesterday is still alive.
Good.
3 more legs and maybe. Fingers crossed for you, Marius. Could you tell us what they are? We could just support alongside you there. If you don't want to tell us, that's fine. But I think some of the other Clubhouse creatures would like to know who we need to stick up for Marius's parlay.
Yeah, I've had a couple of small bets in the Champions League tonight, so I'm not too invested personally tonight. So I'm much happier to support all of you to get your bets in on this one. As West Brom, by the way, have made it 1 apiece against Watford in the Championship. 1 apiece there.
Yeah.
Literally as I'm speaking.
Championship season, still early days. Are you seeing a team that are going to be out, the team out in front this season?
Leeds, Leicester both look very good indeed. And there's usually 2 to 3 teams in the Championship who emerge from absolutely nowhere as well. That tends to be the pattern. Keep an eye on Birmingham, who signed brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly in the summer. They've got a couple of injuries, mind you. Dembele, I think Laird's out now longer. I don't know why a better team didn't take a chance on Ethan Laird. I'm always very impressed by him, I have to say. But yeah, at the moment, it's a bit chaotic, but the Championship is chaotic. It should be chaotic. I think Blackburn will have a solid year. Norwich, I think, will improve. I mean, they've not been awful. They're 3rd or 4th, aren't they, Norwich? So they've not been awful. Leeds will be decent. Not expecting much from Coventry this season, to be honest. They lost their 2 best players, 2 of their 3 best players, I suppose. And yeah, Middlesbrough at the moment, bottom.
Sunderland? No.
I mean, they were carried last season by one incredible talent.
Stewart.
No.
Sorry.
Jallo, wasn't it?
Ahmad. Okay.
Yeah, he was unbelievable last year. They have improved. I mean, he's done really well. And they've signed Joe Bellingham, of course, who's at Sunderland now. Obviously very good player in Joe Bellingham. But they've kind of branched out with a couple like Bennett and
he's playing tonight as well. Wonder if we get a Bellingham double. The brothers scoring.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Not yet sold on Sunderland, but in the Championship, you can never be too sure of anything. You've got to keep your mind very open because things change very fast. This time last year, Reading were top of the Championship.
Yeah, and they nearly got relegated. Oh, they did get relegated, yeah.
I mean, they got points deducted, but they probably would have been close to going down anyway.
Yeah.
Because they put Paul Ince in charge, and that's what happened. Anyway, we're off and running in our games in the Champions League later kickoffs.
Yeah. Night for cards, maybe. Could you have a look at any games where you think might be a red card? Or is it... I
had a little look earlier. There were none that leapt out to me like the Galatasaray game. Mm-hmm. I will say that. There were none that leapt out to me like the Galatasaray game. What I will say, though, is conditions in Portugal pretty horrible.
Oh, yeah.
Braga-Napoli at the moment. And that can sometimes lead you toward a few more cards. You know, the extra slide in, the extra slip, and the extra chance, I think, possibly. Now, who's in charge of this? Sendar Gozubayuk is the match referee for this one. And let's have a little look at Champions League cards. 6 cards between Sparta and Copenhagen, 8 between Nizza and Basilea, 5 and a red between Juve and Freiburg. Maybe that game with what we're looking at right now. I mean, I wouldn't go, for example, 6.5 on the spread. That wouldn't be my jam. But I think I could probably go for something on the 5. It's 4.5, so I'll take that. Over 4.5, 1.91. Nice selection that in Portugal.
Over 4.5 cards, yeah?
Yeah.
Napoli had a player sent off on their last Champions. What's happened?
Speaking of cards, we've got a booking already in Benfica, so I chose the wrong Portuguese game. Benfica, Salzburg, we have now had an early card there. I believe Salzburg have got a booking. No, it's actually the Benfica keeper, which means what could have happened here? Is it a penalty?
What's he done?
Is this a penalty?
So he's punched him in the side of the head. That is clumsy in the extreme.
Is that a free kick?
That's going to be a penalty, isn't it?
As in, like, is it a foul?
Well, if he's given a yellow card, what else can he give? He's punched him in the side of the head.
Well, looks like it might well be, yeah. Because we've got Konate standing by, so we might have our first game with a goal here.
They'll obviously check it, but it looks like we've got a penalty to Salzburg.
Real Sociedad off the post. Oh, my word. Brilliant work to the edge of the 6-yard box. A slashed left-footed effort. Bounced off the inside of the post and ended up going back out. But big early chance from Sociedad. They were the team I supported pre-match. And that's a nice thing to see. Konate with a penalty here for Salzburg.
Okay. So, big moment here for the Austrians. It would be a great start if they were to take the lead. Keeper's been booked. And he's blazed it over.
Over the bar from Konate.
Oh, what a shocker. I was poised on the button, and he's blazed it over.
Absolutely leathers the ball, and away it goes. Well done if you were hoping for no Salzburg goal there, but...
Yeah, Imarios spotted it, missed penalty. There's been a goal cancelled you've seen somewhere, but it wasn't a goal. It was off the post, wasn't it, for Real Sociedad?
Yeah, it looks like
and there's still a chance here in that game. And they have scored now. It's a goal for Real Sociedad.
They were the most fundamentally mispriced team this evening. Inter are brilliant. You know, they're a really good side, but they were fun... To go to San Sebastian and
referee's just checking it. So it's Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver, the referee there in San Sebastian. He's just getting some messages in there. So maybe Man United have a chance here. And there's a save from Ulreich. So Man United have a shot on target. Might have been offside.
What are they checking here? Oh, foul in the build-up. I mean, as someone who's back Sociedad, I wouldn't give that as a foul, but it might be that they do. We'll have to wait and see. You might well be right, Si.
Oh, and there's even a possible penalty check in Munich. Man United wanted a penalty for a foul on Pellistri, then they played on, and there was a shot. So they've taken a corner, so it can't be a penalty, but good early moments from Manchester United in Munich, which I never thought I'd say.
Good chance here as well for Sevilla against Lens. Ball clapped away in the end. It counts. It stands. We have got a goal for Sociedad, so we're on to a really good start there.
1 down, 13 to go for the free bet condition.
Yep, and with all due respect, more importantly for me,
yes,
Sociedad 1-0 up. 1.7, 1-0 up against Inter. 1-0 and 1.7. That looks very tasty to me.
Yeah, it does. And, it could be a great night for the Spanish clubs. Real Madrid got the late winner against Union Berlin. Pete's already suggested that Sevilla win as well at home to Lens. That's a fairly short order, 2.16. Real Sociedad, a goal up, a 1.7.
What are they to score again in the game? That doesn't even... They could lose 3-2. It doesn't matter. But what are they over 1.5 Sociedad goals here? Because I'm not entirely convinced that they don't score again in this game. Just get the price up. But I think that they are... At the moment, they're looking very good. They hit the inside of the post before they scored. And I really fancied them pre-match anyway. Over 1.5 Sociedad goals. It's 1.5. Yeah, I don't mind that. But if I'm going to back a second goal, the likelihood is I'll back the 1.7 for them to win the game. I think I'd prefer that price.
Okay.
Because they can then just win 1-0, can't they? We're having problems with our Arsenal picture at the moment, folks. So that's been...
Man United have had a couple of corners, or they've had a bit of early pressure. That corner was not a great one, though. I'm not even sure it came into play. Or was it a foul? It was a foul at the near post.
Yeah, 3 corners in that game so far. Where's the corners total here? Let's have a little look and see what we can get up. In terms of the corners total, and if I remembered how to read properly, this would be very helpful, but at the moment I'm struggling to read. There we go, total corners. So 3 so far, and you're getting over 12.5 at 1.87, Si. Happy with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, over 12.5 might be of interest in that one.
So Manchester United have made a good start in Munich, okay? But they also made a good start against Brighton at the weekend. First 15, 20 minutes, or 15 minutes, they looked like they were the best team, and then Brighton just worked them out. And I wonder how long it'll take Bayern Munich to just work out Manchester United and go, oh, well, you're doing this, so we'll do this, and then that's where the gaps are.
Yeah, very much so. Chance here for Bayern down the right-hand side of the penalty area. Cuts back 3 or 4 to try and find, and instead just runs off away from the ball. Just going back to this game, Benfica-Salzburg. Salzburg, having missed the penalty, are flying. They are still utterly, utterly dominant. First goal, Salzburg right now. This is ludicrous. What we're seeing right now, having missed the penalty, Salzburg are 3.1 first goal.
And they're all over them, aren't they? Yeah.
3.1.
Benfica haven't woken up. They're just... And the goalkeeper looks nervous. We saw that on the penalty he conceded. There's a great chance for Salzburg to take the lead. Is Oscar Gluck playing? He's a very good player.
The Israeli attacking midfielder. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see if I can see him, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't looked through that starting 11 properly. Sevilla are dominant as well. Should we have a little bit of a first goal treble here?
Why
just
not?
A very small stakes, a little bit of fun. This is not going to be a favourite bet or anything like that. It's just with what we're seeing right now, what could be a nice play. Do you mind? No, I won't put Real. I won't put Sociedad in because they have got a goal. I think, Arsenal are on top a little bit. So let's go. Arsenal first goal.
Okay.
1.35. Salzburg first goal, 3.1. Sevilla first goal, 1.7. 7.16 for that.
Great stuff, yeah. A little in-play
Sevilla
treble.
just scored.
And Sevilla, there we go. It didn't take long.
That's not going to count, I don't think.
Isn't it?
I'm not calling that because it happened literally before anyone would have backed the bet. So Sevilla score. They go 1-0 up and we're off and running, but annoyingly.
Lucas Ocampos is the player celebrating. It looks like it's going to count, so let's go with this. And, Peter, you spotted another goal.
Yep. Saka scores for Arsenal. So there's one of the anytime goal scorers. Not a particularly unconventional selection, but Bukayo Saka scores for Arsenal.
Well, it's a goal fest tonight. 3 goals already in these 6 games means we now need just 11.
Yeah.
This could happen in the first half, couldn't it?
Maybe so, yeah. A chance down this left-hand side for Inter. Bayern are beginning to grow into this game against Manchester United now, who have pretty large holes in everywhere. In fact, on the pitch, there's just gaps that...
But that's an awful pass.
It's an absolutely awful pass. There's big chance for Napoli. Very well saved. Well, tell you what, we had that treble there. Sevilla scored before we could enjoy it. Arsenal scored, to be fair, straight away as well. But I think we could go here. Salzburg first goal still, although the markets have just been diminished momentarily. Napoli, basically, when it comes back, Salzburg, Napoli, next goals.
Salzburg and Napoli, yeah? Napoli have got a corner, I think, at the moment.
Even Bayern, I would suggest.
I'm sorry, I'm watching a replay of their previous corner, which was headed against the post, or the keeper made a very safe I say very much close to the post. What's the referee now? The referee in Lisbon is looking at something else. A challenge. Oh, that's a yellow card, isn't it? Or
It should be. Definite foul. Is it inside the area?
no. Oh,
Possible handball.
looking at possible handball. But I mean, proximity. His arms by his side. That can't be a penalty.
Folks, Napoli first goal. I know it's again not particularly outside the box, but Napoli first goal, utterly dominant. 1.53. Just had a header brilliantly saved, but they're getting closer and closer, Napoli. 1.53 first goal, Napoli. Definitely a play. And again, I'm sticking to Salzburg first goal as well against Benfica here. First goal, Salzburg, 3.05.
Yeah, if you're Gunner supporters out there tonight, I'll be celebrating. And we know who you are. Viv says, goal. Genetic says, Arsenal. Viv says, Saka. And Marios, let's go, Gunners. Navidart joined us, go la 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 la. And we're all celebrating Bukayo Saka's opener there. More to come, I think, from Arsenal. This has been a long wait for their return to the Champions League. Lots of excitement. I mean, these players would have been dreaming about this, and they've now got an opportunity to show what they can do at the very, very highest level. They're not going to let that opportunity go. Pass them by tonight, I don't think.
And I just think they're too good for their opponents anyway. Even if they were a bit lazy, I think they're a bit too good for their opponents anyway, to be honest. I wouldn't be too keen on...
I mean, they have slipped up this season. The Fulham game was a definite slip, but, you know, this... a night game, Champions League, there's a level of sort of arousal, excitement that the players are just not going to, you know, take it easy, are they? And I think they maybe did take it. Perhaps...
Oh, chance Benfica off the post. Off the post again. Off the post twice in a heartbeat. And somehow Salzburg hang on. Can't believe that didn't go in. The first shot was very good. Second one bouncing back. Very, very close. Wow. Big chances for Benfica. Another yellow card between Sociedad and Inter.
It's Michael Oliver. He's a card-happy ref there in Spain tonight.
Yeah, well, it's the first of the game, but it's another one in terms of early cards had across the games.
Yeah.
I think that's entirely my fault for being very misleading in the way that I phrased it. Total bookings in that game, 5.5, 1.85, should you fancy that. At the moment, I don't think there's any evidence either way, but it is there, should you fancy it.
Hi to Koki. Hello. One of our regulars is joining us. It's 14 goals. You're not even asked the question, but I'm going to... What's happened?
Salzburg off the line. What's happened there? What's happened there? Has it been... It's a red card.
It's a red card.
It's a red card between Benfica and Salzburg. I think he's used his hand to clear this ball off the line.
So this is another penalty. This is going to be another penalty for Salzburg, and they can't let the same guy take it again, Konate. Antonio Silva has handled on the line. Straight red card. Off he goes. Long night for Benfica.
Let's just double check this. I might be wrong. I mean, he's definitely off. The Benfica defender is definitely off, and they cleared the ball off the line just before it. So let's just, because obviously we're watching a lot of games here, as Napoli come forward down the right-hand side as well. So basically, the ball is given away. The keeper does what he can do, up into the air. I need to see a closer picture of this. Bounces up.
Yeah. I think it's handball.
I don't think he's meant to, but I think... Oh, right, yes. So what's happened is it's hit the post, it's hit the bar, and dropped down. So he's thinking the ball's going to come to one place, his arms are up. It hits the bar, then drops onto his arm. I think
that's very unlucky, yeah.
It's very unlucky, but it's a definite red card. You can't argue that.
Letter of the law is a red card, but you've got to feel sympathy for Antonio Silva, is it? Antonio, who goes off?
Silva, yeah. Antonio Silva is, sorry, yes, it is, yeah.
He is the unluckiest guy in Lisbon tonight. And there can be no blame apportioned. He was doing his job. He was getting back onto the line. It's just taking a freak deflection off the woodwork, and then it's hit his arm.
But also, this is a chance to land our 3.4 or whatever it was, 3.3 on first goal Salzburg.
Salzburg penalty, and they have changed the penalty taker. So this one is fired home, and there's the goal. Goal number 4 tonight in the Champions League late games. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 10 more.
I will take that first goal Salzburg at over 3 any day of the week. That price should not... The fact that it landed is kind of by the by. It shouldn't have been as big as that. I will take that all day, every day. Gorgeous penalty this, by the way. Yep, bottom right-hand corner, just consummately slotted home. And a nice landing bet. Hopefully you back that first goal Salzburg. By the way, if Arsenal and Sevilla had held on without scoring for another
just a few seconds,
30 seconds to a minute, we'd have landed that 7 treble.
Because it was first teams to score in
it was
all
first
three
team to
games,
score.
yeah.
Arsenal, Sevilla, Salzburg, but annoyingly they didn't, so people wouldn't have had time to back it. But still, bets coming in. I didn't have a very good night Monday night.
Monday night, yeah.
I got a couple, but nothing really any interesting. So I will take a much better night like tonight right now.
Manchester United were expected to have a tough night in Munich, but look at the stats here. We've got them on the sidebar. They've had the only shot on target. They've had 3 corners to Bayern's 1, and they're actually looking quite decent at the moment. Now, as I mentioned the Brighton game because they looked decent at the start of that game and fell apart. The first goal is massive for Man United because they're so fragile. If they score the first goal, who knows what happens? But if they concede the first goal, they're done.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. And the thing is, there's so many chaotic players in that Manchester United team that it could come in any way, shape, or in fact form. We mentioned Salzburg's first goal has landed. Second goal against a 10-man team 1-0 up is 2.09. I mean, even if you take out the next goal element of that, you could just take a bit of a walk instead down the over 1.5 for Salzburg. I mean, Salzburg over. Why have I struggled? Why can't I read anymore? Salzburg over 1.5, 1.3. Over 2.5 is 2.5, which, considering how dominant they were against 11, is pretty good against 10.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously they're in great form in terms of the domestic competition. Last season's Champions League was tough for them. They struggled to take points, but they've had a big turnover of players again. You know, they're a young team, and this is probably what puts a lot of backers off Salzburg. They're a young team, but sometimes young teams can gel and can surprise people, and I think we're seeing that from them tonight.
I think sometimes, how can I put it? Sometimes when you're a club that does very well, but you're built to sell players and move on, you aren't an attractive prospect to back all the time because it's kind of like, well, what phase are they in now?
Yeah.
Where are they at with this X, Y, and Z? Could be a chance here for Manchester United towards the byline. Brilliant work to pull it back and drilled into the arms of Sven Ulreich.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an interesting one. I would look at better for Salzburg. Braga are coming forward here. Decent half chance, but Napoli have looked relatively comfortable so far. I would say 18 minutes gone. Napoli to win the first half might again be the play here. Napoli clean sheet, I'm not sure entirely. I'd be desperate to back in that. But the first half won by 2. I'd be backing Napoli to win that there. 1.76 for that one.
So let's just go through the prices where we are right now in these 6 games. So we've got home teams ahead in 3 of the 4 games. They're pretty short. Arsenal are 1.15 to beat PSV 18, and the tie is 8.4. We've got Sevilla now 1.38, a goal up against Lens, who are 9.6, and the tie is 4.7, and Sociedad at 1.66. The biggest price of the 3 home teams that are ahead against 5.9 Inter and 3.7 for the tie. The away team that lead against 10 men are Salzburg, and they're 1.46 in Lisbon against Benfica are 7.2 and the tie is 4.6. And Manchester United, the underdogs there in Munich, Bayern Munich at 1.74, 4.1 the tie, 4.6 Man United, but that is 0-0. Yeah. And something's happened in Portugal because now markets are suspended between Braga and Napoli. The referee...
I think the question was, is it a red card? And in the end was just a yellow. Looking for Anguissa, yeah. So okay. I think that's the way that's gone. Again, I mean, looking over towards Sociedad Inter, the Sociedad have been the better of the 2 teams. Inter have grown into it a tad. I mean, I wouldn't be enormously against them. They've grown into it a tad, but Sociedad's second goal, 2.44. Keep making strange faces, but I like that, and that's a decent play, that.
Yeah. They were very good at home last season, weren't they? Got into the Champions League on the back of some very solid home form in La Liga.
They're just a good home side. I mean, San Sebastian's a difficult place to go. Chance Salzburg for a second. Square it, you idiots. Oh, just wide a goal. Right. Salzburg right now are the best chance to value ratio team going right now. They just are. I know they're against 10 men, but they are.
It's picking the right market here, isn't it?
Yes.
You've mentioned a couple already. What would be the best way to attack Salzburg at the moment?
I think it would be them to score 3 or more goals.
Really?
I do, yeah. I think...
So that's on the Salzburg total over 2.5, funnily enough.
Yeah. I mean, the first half total is 1.71, which is not bad for the over 1.5. But I would say second goal is... Do you know what? I mean, second goal is 2.04. I'm not against that. I am definitely not against that.
they're against 10 men. They've got to take advantage at this point, haven't they? So, yeah, second goal probably.
Yeah,
second goal.
Wouldn't disagree with that.
2.04.
Sevilla still leading, of course. Arsenal leading. Napoli will be leading pretty soon. Corner kick by Munich as well.
Yeah, they've just started to wake up a little bit in Arsenal. Arsenal are going to score again. It's now 2-0 to the Gunners. Trossard. Imarios is telling me he's watching the game. Martin spotted the goal as well, as did Genetics. And Navidot says, let's Trossard. Okay, let's Trossard.
Can you to Trossard something?
He's just created a new verb there, to Trossard.
I'm warning you, Trossard, yeah. We played minus 1.5 for Arsenal pre-match. I thought it'd be comprehensive, but I didn't think it would be this easy for them so far, to be honest.
Yep.
And it has been easy for them so far.
PSV not at it so far, but a long way to go. I mean, you would feel as though at this point Arsenal are going to score again before half-time and maybe just finish the game off before half-time.
Yeah, I'd argue it's 2-0 up. It already is finished. If we're being annoying and pragmatic about it, I'd say the game's probably done already. But there we go. A chance here for Benfica, edge of the penalty area. Salzburg trying to hold on to it. Arsenal, 2-0 up now. Sevilla still looking utterly dominant as we thought they would do. Lens is such a sad thing. Brilliant season, and then you lose your best players, and it just turns into an absolute French hellscape for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chance for Bayern, and some good defending for Manchester United stops that attacking threat. I think it was Gnabry who was getting into a dangerous position. In the Championship, we've had plenty of goals, actually, but all the games, apart from one, are tied up. Blackburn 1, Sunderland 1, Huddersfield and Stoke 1 apiece. Hull and Leeds still goalless. Millwall lead Rotherham 1-0. Watford 2, West Brom 2. And you fancied Leicester to beat Norwich tonight. That is 0-0 at the moment. Let's have a look at the stats on that one, see if there's anything for Leicester there.
Yeah,
2 goal attempts to 2. They've had the only corner, Leicester. Norwich haven't really done a great deal in that game. Dangerous attacks, pretty even. Yeah, a fairly even start, actually, in that game.
Have Lens got a penalty here, or is it a free kick right on the edge of the penalty area? It's a free kick right on the edge. Right on the edge of the penalty area.
Oof, yeah.
So it's going to be an interesting position here for Lens to try and hit the target. But they've improved it a little bit, but Sevilla is still overall dominant. I mean, this Napoli on top as well here. I mean, 1.83 Napoli to win this game. How can you argue with that? You can't at the moment with the way they're playing. In the same way, Salzburg, you can't argue with that. Sociedad, you could maybe argue a little bit. Inter have grown into the game a tad. Arsenal just comfy against PSV. So comfortable.
Yeah. Sevilla are the group seeds, aren't they, for this group? The Arsenal group, because they won the Europa League last season, and that got them into the top top seeding, the pot number 1, when it came to the draw. Mm-hmm. I don't think many people expect them to win the group, but they are the seeded team, and they're a goal up against Lens. But this is a big moment. If Lens were to equalise here, who knows how this game might pan out?
Well, it's not. This is not the best squad I've seen Sevilla have for a few years, but it's not the worst either.
Well, it's post Monchi now, isn't it? He's at Aston Villa. His brilliant team building abilities. That's a fantastic hit from the free kick.
What a free kick that is from Fulgini.
Now then, Sevilla, what are you made of? Usually very solid at the Sanchez Pizjuan, but Lens have got a foothold in this game now.
Angelo Fulgini, absolutely brilliant. I saw this guy for Angers. He played there for a long time.
Yeah.
And he was kind of supposed to be the second coming, this new genius kid, and it hasn't really worked out for him, but good Lord, what a free kick that is. And what an angle that is. That is just perfect. I mean, the keeper gets to it, but he's hit it with such whip that it's almost impossible. That is a great free kick.
So, goals in all the late kickoffs apart from Bayern Man United and Braga Napoli now. And, I'm just counting up the goals. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, 8 to go for the free bet condition. Should make that, I think.
Yeah, Koki says both teams to score landed in the Sevilla game.
Yeah. Great shout, yeah. Any more games where both teams to score is an immediate threat now? What about Inter to get a goal back, maybe?
Yeah, that would be the only one where it hasn't landed, where I'd be relatively confident as Napoli yet again come close. Yeah, I could see Inter scoring. I still like Sociedad. The problem I've got with that game is that I'm just constantly fighting the fact that I really like Sociedad to win the game. Napoli, yet again, Sai, have had a big chance. To win the first half is still definitely a play. First half win, Napoli 3.2 now, with what, so not yet 27 minutes on the clock, and it's 3.2 as Braga nod the ball wide. Good Lord, that was very close from Braga. But yeah, there's a big chance, I think, for Napoli to win the first half, and it's over 3 now.
Bayern just settling in now, getting into the penalty area, cross to the back post. Not seen much of Harry Kane in this game, but he doesn't need to be involved to be a threat. Manchester United know all about his threat anyway.
Casemiro defending really well here. Just gets the flicked header to it. But Bayern, as I said, starting to grow into the game a little bit more now.
Yeah, it wasn't a great start from Bayern, but I think they're starting to work out what Manchester United are doing and countering it with their own attacking play now.
The problem Manchester United have got is that they're a little low in confidence, but also there are a lot of gaps here. Just Bayern players able to sort of dance through a couple of gaps or pass themselves through gaps. Nothing's getting closed down as it, in my opinion, should do. Chance here for Benfica, put over the bar as Sevilla come forward as well, and so do Braga. Some good games at the moment. Some very good games. Apologies, our Arsenal pictures, they're not playing ball at the moment.
Yeah, we're not paying a great deal of attention to the Arsenal game, but I can tell you that in terms of bare stats, 1.51 expected goals to the Gunners against 0.17 PSV, so they're thoroughly deserving of their 2-0 lead on the basis of that. 10 goal attempts in half an hour. Not even that, 26 minutes. 10 goal attempts already from Mikel Arteta's men, of which 6 are on target. And they've had a couple of corners as well. No, 1 corner to PSV 0. So looking good for Arsenal to go on and win that game now.
And we've got a goal in Germany.
Wow.
And it has gone for the German team.
Who scored it? It was always a worry that when they scored that it could get embarrassing for Man United, and they have gone ahead. So let's have a look at this replay.
Now, the fact that the camera focused in on
oh dear, it's just an absolute howler from Onana.
He's not very good. I mean it. He is at best a Europa League goalkeeper. I mean, no, do you know what? No, Europa Conference League goalkeeper. And not only that, it's not that he doesn't do the basics very well, is he also adds that level of madness that you just do not need. Another example of Manchester United's utterly atrocious transfer policy in the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years, whatever it is now. A player they didn't need, a player they shouldn't have bought. Woeful.
I mean, I think David De Gea did need replacing, but
if only you had, like, I don't know, say an England quality goalkeeper ready to just move in, and who's Henderson is a way better goalkeeper than Onana is.
Well,
way better. So what you could do, because you could bring through a young player, save yourself X million quid.
Yeah.
Have a very good goalkeeper who people are going to like, and who isn't the best goalkeeper in the world, but is not the worst. And instead, you bring in this loon who, I mean, what was it, the goal the other week where he sat down on the ground as it was passed past him?
One of the Brighton goals, yeah.
Just utterly abysmal, and another example of Manchester United's.
Obviously he played well for Inter last season. I'm willing to give him a fair crack at it. I take your point about him being a little bit. I think I wouldn't use the word loon, but he's highly strung, isn't he? He's highly strung. We saw that in the World Cup when he left the Cameroon camp for a fallout with Rigobert Song. There's been, he's had issues with Erik ten Hag in the past. He's not somebody who's going to calm a dressing room, is he? In a situation that they are in now, Manchester United.
No, but the fact is, with the goalkeeping position, I think Ferguson actually even says this. He said one of the main things you need from your goalkeeper is that everyone else trusts him. And how many Man United defenders right now are looking at him going, I thoroughly trust you to be sensible. And even so that mistake in isolation is a mistake. But every goalkeeper makes mistakes, right? And you make a mistake, sadly, 9 times out of 10, you get punished for it. But you throw that in with everything else, and all of a sudden it becomes it happened with Massimo Taibbi in the, an all right goalkeeper, but as soon as he lost the trust of the defence, it was done. It was done. It was over. I mean, Onana is better than Taibbi. I'll give him that.
So it's an individual error that cost Manchester United in the end. 1-0 Bayern. Would you go back in on more Bayern goals now? United looks so fragile against Brighton at the weekend, surely. Yeah. So second goal Bayern is 1.59. You look at half-time market, so Bayern exact goals before half-time, something like that.
I think, to be honest, the minus... So the Asian handicap there is -1, which means in order to land the -1 in the betting, they need to hit 3.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? I know you know this, Seb. I'm just making sure everyone else does. I think they could win -2 effectively on the total match handicap. 2.43 for that.
Okay.
This is not a Manchester United side, club, group, situation, general feeling that I trust or like in any way, shape or form.
Let's move away from that game now. Look at something a little bit different. Let's go to... where should we go to? Let's go to... Benfica Salzburg, why not? Because it looked like Salzburg were good for a second goal not long ago.
Nope.
Still the case?
Yes, but I would say that the way the game has changed, if you've backed second goal Salzburg, that's perfectly fine. If you come into this fresh and looking for a bet, I wouldn't necessarily back that right now. I think Salzburg score again. I could see them scoring a couple more, if I'm perfectly honest, and I'm happy to be perfectly honest. But I'm not sure I'd want to say it would be next.
Salzburg keeper just had to do a bit of an acrobatic stop there.
I think maybe the match goals over 2.5 at 1.56 might be quite a nice way to go, side, to be honest. I think that might be a nice play.
Bayern on the attack again in the penalty area. Is there going to be an end product? Yes, there is. It's 2-0 to Bayern Munich, and it's Harry Kane. At least I think it's Harry Kane. Can't blame Onana for this one, but I think Gnabry set it up and Kane finished it off. The cameras then immediately showed the crowd, and then who was it? It looks like Gnabry is being congratulated, so maybe it was his finish.
Yeah, let's have a look at this again. Look where the midfielders are there.
Oh yeah, Kane was lurking in the middle. It was Gnabry who finished it off.
So we still need Kane to score, but Bayern to win is now in a good position for that sports special. Bayern to win is in a good position. They've scored over 1.5, so you now just need Kane to score for that very tasty-looking sports special. Bayern are absolutely flying here. They're absolutely flying here. And they'll score more, I think.
Thanks to Marios, who spotted it was a Musiala assist and Gnabry who scored. Was there a handball in that build-up? I mean, am I clutching at straws here?
Yes.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
There was no handball.
No, it was not. Sociedad's still looking good. Benfica have definitely grown into the game last 10 or so minutes. It's very hard to argue. Benfica have definitely grown into the game last 10 or 15 minutes. Napoli still dominant against Braga. I would say that no one other than PSV is being utterly kind of handled. But I would suggest that Napoli would be... Oh, have we got... Is this a check for a penalty for Napoli? Let's have a little
might
look
well
here.
be.
There is some remonstration. There's going to be a screen checked here as well. I'll tell you what, if Napoli score here, I'm going to be an incredibly happy Faries. Manchester United just on the edge of the penalty area, by the way, passing their way into a dangerous position, put a cross goal.
Have to score that.
Much better for Manchester United, though.
They have to score. Better. I mean, yes, Sergio Regueton with a nice burst into the box. He's done all right, the on-loan Tottenham player. It's a good cross. Somebody's got to finish that off.
I don't think that should be a penalty for Napoli. I think Osimhen has stretched for it and has just... No, I wouldn't give that if I was a referee. I wouldn't give a penalty for Napoli there, even as much as I would want them to win the first half at 4 when we put it up, which was almost 4 actually, which was a big old price. Yeah,
so that is the only game at the moment that is goalless in the late Champions League tranche of matches. And how many goals is it now? Is it 8? 6 to go? Something like that?
Yeah, if that free bet doesn't come, we've got a rubbish second half ahead of us, haven't we?
Yeah, 8 goals. The only goalless game, Braga, 4.4, 3.25 for the tie, 1.98 for Napoli in that one now. So they're almost at that 2 mark.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'd play the 1.98, but you are going to have time probably to get involved at 2 or above if you want to wait. But I like Napoli. Napoli first goal is 1.7 as well, which again also looks very tasty. Very, very tasty indeed.
Manchester United have a free kick. Do you think they could score tonight, or is this just going to get worse and worse?
I think they could. I think they could score, yeah, but I have a feeling it's going to be kind of like that doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Already sort of 3-0 down at the time or something, yeah.
We'll see. I mean, I might be wrong. Free kick into the Bayern penalty area, nodded up into the sky and dealt with first time around. Just waiting to see the result of a challenge in that Benfica game as well. He didn't hit him on purpose. Come on, get up. Is that Di Maria?
Yeah. Di Maria going down there like he got poked in the eye or something.
He kind of... On second look, I wouldn't give a red card for that or anything. On second look, he does get hit by it. Sociedad chance here for a second. We bat them for a second and in to defend it well at the last. And it was the last as well, by the way. Sevilla still pushing forward. Arsenal, I'm afraid to say, we will try and tell you whatever we can do about that, but our pictures are just playing absolute havoc at the moment with that game. So we're struggling a little bit there.
Yeah. Sevilla 1, Lens 1. We can see crystal clear how that game's panned out. And really, apart from the free kick, which was brilliantly put away by Fulgini, they've not done a great deal, Lens. It feels a bit harsh on Sevilla. They're not 1-0 up, or they're not ahead by some margin at half-time.
Do you know, one market at a big price I could be half tempted by?
In that game?
No, in a different one.
Okay.
Sorry. Would be Benfica to score.
Right.
And both teams to score is 1.55. I can't back that when they're down to 10. That price is not right for down to 10. I can't back that. I think the likelihood is that they can score. They're having plenty of chances even with 10 men, but I'm not taking a 1.55.
Højlund had a header that went wide, but United are they're still creating chances. It's just the fragility in defence that makes you think that it's all fruitless. You know, they can attack all they like, but they're going to concede more goals. So what's the point?
What's the point?
Yeah.
Oh, lads, what's the point in this? What is the point in this, lads?
Until you can defend, then really, you're just sitting ducks.
Osimhen for Napoli, edge of the penalty area, heavy first touch. Although it was a bit of a strong pass, to be fair. Just trying to find their route back in here, Napoli, but they are definitely... I mean, again, in terms of 90-minute prices right now, 1.99 Napoli.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best, isn't it?
Yep, yeah, I think so. Of the other games, I wouldn't really... Well, what's happened in the Arsenal-PSV Eindhoven game? Market's just suspended there, which might be an indicator that Arsenal have got another... They were on the dangerous attack when something happened.
Yep, they've gone 3-0 up is the answer.
Ah, there we go.
Arsenal.
Goals are plenty, and that is 9 down. My maths is saying 5 to go now.
Yeah, in truth, I probably shouldn't have been so kind, should I? But we are where we are. We should have
stayed.
Well,
who knows how these first halves are going to pan out?
Yeah, should have stayed at 15. Could have gone 35.
Probably wouldn't get to 35 tonight.
We'll see.
So who scored Arsenal's third there? It's Gabriel Jesus. Jesus!
Yeah, that goal from Angelo Fulgini is going to be a hard goal to beat this evening. Sociedad, left-hand side of the penalty area. Only a couple of bodies in there, into getting plenty of orange shirts back. Edge of the penalty area, drilled towards goal. I think that may have hit his own man there as it was cleared away. Salzburg, of the teams that have started to surprise me, it's Salzburg for bad reason. Benfica have got 10 men, and Salzburg are playing like they've got 8. It's bizarre. Benfica have got possession, long spells of possession.
Oh, got a chance as well.
Big chance.
And it's off the line.
Oh, off the line. This time not with a hand. Off the line. But that's what I was saying about Benfica scoring. The problem with the both teams to score is they're down to 10 and it's 1.55. That's the problem. Because actually it's a market I'd really like to back, but not 1.55.
Half-time in all those championship games that kicked off at 7:45. Sunderland lead Blackburn 2-1. Huddersfield and Stoke 1 apiece. Hull and Leeds 0-0. Millwall 1 up against Rotherham, and it's 2-2 Watford and West Brom. Norwich and Leicester still goalless going into half-time.
Yeah, brilliant touch, by the way, from Gabriel Jesus to bring the ball down and then put it in. Great goal.
Yeah, he's a player, all right, isn't he? And, Arsenal fans will be starting to think this Champions League is easy. Yeah, not been in it for a few years, but we've got better. The Champions League's got worse.
Sociedad nod it wide. A great ball in from the right-hand side. And it is Robin Le Normand. That's so hard to say that. So try and say say his name. Robin Le Normand.
Robin Le Normand.
Oh, that's annoying because you got it right. Heads it just over and wide. It might be my lazy northeast mouth, maybe.
So, some names are hard to say that I might find names that are hard to say that you might not. It's just weird, isn't it?
It's true, yeah.
It depends which direction your tongue's been put in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that mainly, and your teeth. Because anything where I have to drop like digital, if I have to say digital in a professional capacity,
yeah,
and that is the brand new digital way of doing things, I find it incredibly hard because being from where I am in England, we drop our T's, we like kill our T's immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like digital or rattle. Like you don't. There's no like you just kill your T straight away. Rattle, digital, Newcastle.
Yeah.
You just. So anything like that, digital especially, is an absolute hellscape. Anyway, that's boring.
There's more goals in this Manchester United Bayern Munich game, and probably for Bayern, they're on the attack at the moment. But I mean, I think 3-0 at half-time would be harsh on Manchester United, but you couldn't rule it out.
No, and I think you'd be mad to do so. I mean, Bayern now 1.05. We're obviously not going to back them in the 90-minute market now. We backed them on the handicap market earlier. We backed the -1. Remember?
Yeah.
When it was technically -2 in the game, but -1 from 1-0, which also looks pretty good now as well. Both teams scores 1.81. I'm not against that. I'm not desperate to back it, but I'm not against that. And there is players to score the next goal available as well, by the way. Harry Kane, 4.1 in that market. So 4.1 Kane to score the next goal in that game. But if I'm honest, I think I'd just roll the old mouse. You can see me doing it here. If I bring that, there we go. I could just roll the old mouse all the way down to Bayern Munich total. If I do this upside down, that's genius work. And over 3.5 Bayern Munich goals. So 2 more in the game.
Okay.
2.38.
Yep. Manchester United have lost their last 2 games, 3-1. Just saying, it could be another 3-1, a third 3-1 defeat in a row.
That result would not shock me at all.
So what about Real Sociedad? Scored very early. I think they were the first Champions League scorers of the night, weren't they, against Inter? And they're not shut up shop. They're looking for more goals. In fact, they might be in with another chance here.
I would say yes. They are the better of the 2 teams. Edge of the penalty area, don't shoot, pass it, right, hands on. I wouldn't say they've dominated Inter. That wouldn't be fair. Inter have had half chances. They've had plenty of forays forward. But no, I would say that ultimately Real Sociedad, if the question is, are they on top? My comprehensive answer would be yes.
Yeah. They definitely take this position, and you'd think they'd be able to see it out from it.
What's wrong with you? You're an adult professional
and
footballer.
Real Sociedad, as you say this, have just hit the woodwork. But what's the referee given? Oh, he's offside.
Yeah, because he was. I was saying that as he was. Right, so there's a bunch of players there. Your line is incredibly clear. Where I need to be is incredibly clear, right? So this is the line here. I'll put out, there you go. This is the line here, right? This is where all the defenders are.
Oh,
this is
you
where
couldn't,
you
couldn't
and the
hold
goal
it.
are.
That's what separates elite players, elite forwards from ones that are just not quite there. The ability to not be offside in that crucial moment.
But that's not even like just mistiming your run. That's just standing still and going, well, this will probably be all right.
Leicester are about to score. In fact, Leicester have just scored, according to our stats machine there. They've gone 1-0 up against Norwich in the Championship just before half-time.
Yeah, Leicester, they're looking incredible at the moment. Interesting managerial appointment, obviously. Yeah. And then they've just signed. Do you know what was interesting about Leicester? They went down, and then the players they were linked with, or the players they were signing, were... It gave, even if they didn't sign them, like Tom Kearney, for example, they gave an immediate, clear direction. Harry Winks, Connor Cody, these kind of sensible, very talented, very ambitious signings, but also players that made sense. It's mad how many teams go down and don't do that, or come up and don't do that. Very sensible just to go, right, brilliant, cultured central midfielder. We need one of those. Harry Wilson. We needed leadership in the back. We need leadership in the back line. Connor Cody. Like, just sensible, smart signings. And that, to me, immediately was interesting. Could be a chance for Bayern inside the penalty area. Drop onto the left boot!
Oh, he's just hit it wide.
Just wide. Harry Kane, don't forget. I mean, that wasn't Kane, that was Musiala. Harry Kane is 4.1 to be the next goal scorer. Third goal scorer in that game.
Okay.
Not a bad shout, I don't think, that.
Yeah.
Not a bad shout at all. Sociedad corner, by the way.
And Napoli are about to break the deadlock in Portugal. It's a shot.
First half.
Flown in.
Napoli win. First half at 4. Stick that in your Naples airport and smoke it.
I think it's Di Lorenzo who's got it up from the back.
I mean, I've landed a couple of 3s and 4s tonight. That is not the red card was my favourite one, but they shouldn't have been that big to win the first half. Hello. They shouldn't have been that big to win the first half at all. They shouldn't have been that big. I'm delighted that has happened. Are they VARing this? I'm just a bit worried about Osman
Maybe
just hanging out at the back post.
He's in the line of the goalkeeper, isn't he, as well? So if he's offside...
Oh, no. Again. Let's just double check this. I'm not sure because I thought that Osman might... It might be that it doesn't matter. It might be that they've just cracked on.
Yeah, it's being checked. Are we done for goals in the first half in these Champions League games? Arsenal 3, PSV 0. It's half-time in Munich. Bayern 2, Man United 0. Benfica, 10-man Benfica. Still only 1-0 down to Salzburg, although they have conceded 2 penalties. Braga 0, Napoli 1. And that's provisional whilst they're checking it. I think he's given the goal. Hasn't he? Yeah, goal. And Real Sociedad 1, Inter 0, plus Sevilla 1, Lens 1. All these games more or less now at half-time. Players walking off in at least 3 of the 6 games, I think.
That might be one of the most profitable first halves of football I've had in a long time. I'm very happy with that. Hopefully, folks, you've been landing some bets as well. That's one of the most profitable first halves I've had. That's ludicrous, that.
Yeah, Koki says congrats on the first half win.
Thank you. I actually backed that with my own human cash as well.
Koki says it was Napolitano. Or does he mean it was... No.
I think he's just celebrating saying Napolitano.
Okay. Anyway.
What the worst city I've ever been to, I think.
Oh, yes, it's mad.
Yeah, but it's scary mad. I went to the museum there and it was really good, the art gallery, and they've got like the Alexander the Great mural and stuff. But the actual city, terrifying. I think that's the most scared I've ever been in any city.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, without question. It's and I'm a big, strong boy, but it was scary. That was a scary 2 days in Naples.
So let's look forward to a game tomorrow night. What can we look forward to? So, yeah, pretty much half time in all the games here. Do you want to look at? Let's have a look at a number of games, should we say? The 5:45 kickoffs. There we go. So the early kickoff tomorrow night in the Europa League. It's going to be me and James in the studio. But this is, I think, Dave with James looking ahead to the matches tomorrow night.
Covering every game of the
Europa League action. We're going to look through the early games in the Europa League. I've got James Butler with me, well known to the creatures. Hi. Let's go through them then, and I've got the list. Give me the list.
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them. Liverpool go to Lask of Linz. This is 17:45. The Union Saint-Gilloise is the other. Against Toulouse is the other game in that group, and I'm interested in them because I loved them on the preview last year. They are Brighton's feeder club, but they're better than that.
Strongest team in that group as well by a long way.
By a long way, by a very,
that
very
little
long
Liverpool
way.
side. Yeah.
I will not be touching Liverpool to bet on in this competition because they will be playing. Yes.
Rest and rotate, will they?
They're going to rest and rotate. I think they will have a Europa League team in the same way as Arsenal did last season in the Europa League. They'll have a B team out.
Okay.
You might have 2, 3, 4. It won't be League Cup team, but it'll be. I think you'll see like the likes of Ben Doak, the young Scottish winger. He might get a few starts.
I mean, he's good.
Harvey Elliott, he is good. Yeah. Harvey Elliott will probably get a start. They've got Endo, who came in, the Japanese midfielder, will probably play. I think they'll just try and get themselves a solid away win and just work their way through that group. What you don't want to do is come second in this group because second because you end up with an extra fixture after Christmas, which nobody needs. So
and Jurgen Klopp doesn't need any excuse to moan about fixture pile up, does he?
No, if they win their first 3, that'll be fine. Get through it all. Other games at 5:45. Roma 1.51 away at Sheriff Tiraspol. Now Roma won, was it 7-0 at the weekend in Serie A? They just piled on the misery. But I'm going to suggest the home side have a chance here, because if you look at Roma's Europa League form last season, away from home they were. I mean, it's 18 plus. Please gamble away, but they were dreadful. I missed a word out there, but they couldn't get an away win. I mean, they were awful.
Well, that 7-0 as well is their first win of the season. So it's not like they've been...
Lukaku got a goal. I don't think Lukaku's going to play in Sheriff, is he?
But yeah, it's not like it's 7-0 off the back of a 5-0, off the back of a 2-0, off the back of a 3-0.
No.
You know, they've been in ropey form. I mean, Sheriff are one of my favourites. Going back to the Clubhouse Radio days when Sheriff Tiraspol upset some of the big guns and played some great stuff. And they may be unfancied, but they are experienced now in Europe. They've been in European competition.
It is genuinely a difficult place to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's difficult to get there.
Yeah. But they year after year, when you're kind of in group stages and you're playing more and more European football, you're attracting better players and you're also learning how to play in this competition. And this is a tough one for Roma. It's not just to rock up and get 3 points.
No, and I say that the Europa League form last season, they stumbled and stuttered through it, somehow getting themselves reasonably far in the tournament. But Jose Mourinho likes to win in Europe, as he did. They won the Conference League the year before. So, but if you look at their away form, they in not the Coppa Italia, in the Europa League. Of course, they lost the final, didn't they, to Sevilla? They drew 0-0 at Bayer Leverkusen, lost 1-0 at Feyenoord, 0-0 at Sociedad, lost 1-0 at Salzburg. They got to the final having only won one away game, and that was at HJK Helsinki with an own goal late on. Just rotten away from home. Home, glorious, as you can imagine. They have in Europa League 5 consecutive. Only Betis have beaten them in the last 10 in Europa League at home. In fact, call that 15. In fact, call that 19. So when they're at home, sorted. Lukaku hat-trick every time. But they do not travel. Sometimes it's a 0-0 draw, but they don't even score away from home. They haven't scored in the last 4 away games in the Europa League.
Just to underline how hard it is to go to Sheriff, keeping it to Premier League teams, but Spurs went there. That was back in October 2013, before Sheriff really got too much experience in Europe, and they only won 2-0. Manchester United have only gone there and won 2-0. If you go there, you have to earn your 3 points. It's not just a case of it's given to you on a plate. So this could be a really tough night for Roma and potentially an embarrassing night for them.
They did. They've lost to Inter and lost to Real Madrid at home. And going further back, who did they beat? Did they beat Real Madrid?
They beat Real Madrid away from home in September 21 when we were on Clubhouse Radio, and that was one of the greatest nights ever.
It was. Storming game. I think there's something in it. They like a goal as well. I mean, look at their form at the minute is 5-1, 2-1, 5-0, 5-1, 1-0. So they're all right.
I'd promised myself that I was going to get a Sheriff Tiraspol shirt, and I've not done it yet. I might have to, if they win against Roma, I will buy myself one and be on Clubhouse TV wearing it.
I love the way that their badge actually is a Sheriff's badge. 5-star badge. I mean, fair play. That's some quality stuff. Elsewhere in Europa League, in the early kickoffs, we mentioned Union Saint-Gilloise. I think 1.97 for them against Toulouse is great. They had really good home form last season in the Europa League, and that continues. I'm very sad that Midtjylland are not in this competition, because they were my favourites last year, and somehow they've not even got in the Conference League. Villarreal as well, 2.12 away at Panathinaikos is a very decent price, although that is also a difficult place to go.
Just one final word on the Europa League. Goals was our friend last season on Clubhouse TV. The over 1.5 ACCA across the board is not the worst bet in the world.
Top to bottom, all of them. 16
I'd
matches.
go the 5:45
Go in groups.
and then the 8s because you only need
If
one to let you down at
if you win,
5:45 and your bet's gone for the rest
If
of
you
the
win
night.
that, you can put a bit of your winnings on the next.
Yeah,
keep a bit back. So I
You're
think
always in the hunt with an over 1.5 as well.
you're really up, particularly in the Europa League. If you, sometimes you look at it and go, both teams to score Raka. Maybe. I wouldn't say Linz would score against Liverpool, but I've said it now. There you go. Said it. So they're the early games, and there's some good ones coming up in the 8 o'clocks as well. That's Europa League. Join us in the Clubhouse. You're probably with us right now. In which case, stick around.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it already.
You don't like this one?
Hello, Koki.
You don't like this one?
I'm liking it better
we want
now.
10 free spins,
I'm liking
everybody.
it better now.
Anything that's got free in it's good.
Yeah.
There's a free spin. There's another free spin. And another free spin. It'd be nice if they won. That one.
That's all right. 12 times it by 3. We'll have that.
And this is all free. Come on. Go again. Go again.
Oh, got times 20
again.
there. Got a times 20 there.
Go on. Go again. Oh, this is huge. Look at that. Look at that. What we've just won. Have you seen what we've just won, everybody? Have you seen what we've just won? It's not just a mega win. This is humongous. You see what we just won? I'm getting all squeaky because I'm excited. Look at this. Oh. I told you we should have put more on.
What the hell have we just done?
We're in profit now. Get in. I like this game.
What the hell did we just do?
We've just won.
A lot.
We've just won a lot of money. Look at that. That's the free spins that we just had. We've won 1,423 off the freebies. We need more free spins. It's the future, Gav.
We looked at sportsbet.io's webpage on Twitter and we entered the competition.
I didn't have any expectations. I was surprised to win the tickets. The hospitality was unbelievable.
My friend's a big Arsenal fan, so I'll remember when Arsenal scored the first goal and he was delighted to see that happen.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. This is Clubhouse TV.
We very much are covering all those games. This is Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io. Fun, fast and fair. With me, Simon, and this man putting his headphones on, Pete Farris, on a Wednesday night. And, well, Pete, that first 45 minutes couldn't have gone any better for you and your picks.
Yeah, very happy with a lot of those. Less happy with the fact that just before we came on air, I was having a drink and just checking my phone. And as I pressed go live again, he did this. to warn me to get ready. And I did not appreciate that side. I found that, in fact, deeply offensive, and I wasn't keen. So,
derogatory, yeah.
Honestly, it was like a millionaire at a restaurant. It was horrible. Yeah, we're getting
Service.
We're broadcasting.
Can I have my talking head, please?
We're broadcasting, everyone. Anyway, it went really well, basically.
Right, let's go through the games game by game here. Sevilla versus Lens. 1-1 at half-time. There's the stats. 54% possession. Sevilla, 46. Lens, 5 shots to 3. More on target for Sevilla. More corners for Lens, but from watching, 4 yellows as well to Lens, so they could be in trouble for maybe a red card at some stage in the second half. Where would you go in this game for the second half?
Well, I looked at the bookings at half-time. Over 8.5 is 1.91. That's 5 more bookings. It feels a lot. Mm-hmm. It feels a lot. I'm not against that, but it feels a lot. And I'd rather kind of hold fire. In terms of the rest of the game, I still think Sevilla win. Lens' goal came from a silly challenge on the edge of the Sevilla penalty area, and then a world-class free kick from Angelo Forgini. Outside of that, not scary. Sevilla being the better team. 2.46 Sevilla to win in 90 minutes is, I think, a belting bet.
Anyway, back from Manchester United in Munich. I know the answer to this one, but look at the stats. 55-45 in terms of possession. More shots to Man United. Woohoo! Same number of corners and no yellow cards in the game. What's going to happen second half?
Over 3.5 total Bayern goals. It was the suggestion just before half-time, and obviously nothing's happened, so why would I have moved from that suggestion? 2.63 for over 3.5 match goals for Bayern. That looks a great bet. I think they'll score more. I think Manchester United are in what we would politely call in England some doo-doo.
Indeed. Moving on to the game in Spain. Sociedad took the early lead against Inter. Pretty even in terms of possession, but shots-wise, it's massively in favour of the home side there. 8 in total, 5 off-target, 3 on target, 2 corners to 1. Inter going to lose this game?
Yes, I think they are. I mean, from what we saw earlier on, there is a cogent and fair argument that Inter at 10.5 are too big. There is also a fair and cogent argument that Inter or draw at 2.75 is pretty big. But I've been pretty strong on Sociedad from the start of the evening, and from that first half, I've seen nada that takes me away from that being the case. To score the second goal at 2.56 Real Sociedad, again, I'd rather just noodle this in a little bit and just take a little bit of value out, but also give myself the goals to come at a later date. Well, not later date, today, but later in the game. Over 1.5 is 1.91 for Real Sociedad. Just to score again, 1.91.
Yep. And Arsenal really ought to score again against PSV Eindhoven. Now they're 3-0 up. Or maybe not. Maybe they go, we're happy with 3-0, or we're thinking about the next Premier League game. Massively on top in the game in terms of shots on target, possession, not so much corners, but this is a tricky one now.
This is one of those games that falls into that category of team batters a team in the first half and then chills out in the second.
Yeah.
I mean, in 4 days' time, it's a North London derby. It's Arsenal Spurs in a few days' time. So you have to bear that in mind.
Good point.
I think, you made the point. I think what interests me a little bit is the under 5 goals. Now you might go, really? 1.62 for under 5. It gives you one more in the game. It gives you a little bit to play with, but not like a ridiculous amount. It might be that they run through them, but weirdly, I don't have the strongest opinion in that game right now.
Just want to enjoy, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there is next goal scorers. I maybe would prefer next goal scorer. I mean, obviously, Jesus, some of these players are going to start coming off, don't forget, though. Jesus at 6. Trossard again, 6.9. Odegaard at 8.3. Havertz at 8.3. There is some players in there that you could have a little go with. That's a weird game. I don't. For some reason, I don't have a strong immediate impact feeling on that game.
Okay, and if that was a weird game, what about Benfica 0, Salzburg 1? Because Salzburg had 2 penalties, missed the first, scored the second. Benfica, a man sent off. You're thinking it's all set up for Salzburg. And Benfica, well, the stats tell their own story. Benfica have had more possession, they've had more overall shots, same number on target, and they've got a chance of maybe even winning this game from here.
The stats sort of don't really tell you what happened. Benfica were the weaker of the two teams, and actually those stats have come after going down to 10 men. So, again, this is a weird one. I think Salzburg score again. That's my favourite bet in this game, by the way, is Salzburg to score over 1.5 at 1.62. Short price, but I think they score again. But I am not against Benfica scoring in this game. I mean, both teams to score is 1.69. And if you're watching this game, you might well have been, you'll have seen so much from Benfica down to 10 that actually 1.69 for a 10-man team to score doesn't seem that short.
It appears to have galvanised them in a way. They're playing for Antonio Silva. Braga-Napoli is one that just had the deadlock broken before half-time with that Napoli goal. It's not really been, I wouldn't say it was coming, but Napoli generally score goals. They had probably shaded that first half, looking at the stats.
I'd respectfully disagree. I think that was coming.
Okay.
It feels to me like that was coming. Braga had a few moments, but Napoli were rolling and rolling and rolling. Handicap markets, not against that. If you want to look towards handicap markets for Napoli, again, the -1, 2, 3. I'd go as high as -2 probably on that. But in terms of sort of Napoli total again, I mean, how about this? Let's put together a treble. We tried this earlier and there was a goal and it killed us. But over 1.5 Napoli goals is 1.53.
Over 1.5 Salzburg goals?
No, Napoli goals.
Sorry, but I thought I'm preempting what you're going to say
sorry.
next.
Well, then, yes, you're absolutely right. Sorry. We've worked together for over 10 years, and the two of us still don't really fully understand what the other one's about to do. Salzburg total, over 1.5. So I was quite right, was where I was going next. 1.62. And it's then down to whether or not I want to play Sociedad Sevilla.
Oh, my goodness. Manchester United have scored. Sorry, Pete. So, is it game back on in Germany? We await to see whether the VAR official will take this one off Rasmus Højlund, but it was a move which United sustained on the edge of the Bayern box, and Højlund has put it home. I don't see him being offside there.
Nah, all looks good to me. It's a scruffy finish, but it doesn't matter, does it? At the end of the day, it's a finish.
Little Haaland, says Brahim.
Mini Haaland, yeah. Goal. Back in it, Manchester United. I don't think it's going to matter. I'm a scat man. Sociedad, by the way, just had a chance brilliantly saved on the line. Look at this. Nodded down. Should be scoring there, mate.
So, just going back to your bet. Over
Yes.
1.5 Sociedad goals. Over 1.5 Salzburg goals for the treble.
It was actually going to be a fourfold.
Okay, fourfold. Sorry.
Because I am putting Sociedad. I'm also put Sevilla in. So, listen, this is a fun play. I've done quite a few multiples tonight. I'm not big multiples better, but I kind of found myself doing it tonight. This is 8.52. I'm going to very quickly pop it in the chat as well if you want to have a little look at it. But Braga, basically, Napoli to score again in the game, Salzburg to score again in the game, Sevilla to score again in the game, and Sociedad to score again in the game.
Yeah.
8.6 for that.
Excellent.
I think we're going to get a very good run for our money with that bet. I think we're going to get a very good run for money, and I shall pop it in the chat.
Yeah, that is 4 teams that are leading at the moment. So Sevilla aren't leading, are they? But three of those 4 teams are leading at the moment to score again, and Sevilla to retake the lead against Lens. So, how many goals now? Manchester United's goal makes it 11. 3 more to go to land the free bet condition.
I think that's going to come inside. Call me old-fashioned, but I think that's going to come in.
What's the referee doing now? Is he looking for a handball? That is chest, I think.
Shoulder and chest, that. You can't be giving that for a handball. I mean, of course, we're in a world where the same handball was given in different results on Monday night, so, you never quite know what to do. But yeah, Awoniyi handled it, Berger handled it, Forest's goal stood, Burnley's didn't.
The referee, has he given a penalty here? In Munich.
Was it
the Man United players are complaining, so it suggests that this has gone against them. They're in the referee's, well, not in his face, but they're certainly...
Are they checking the Man United goal?
No, this is afterwards. From one angle, it looked chest.
From that angle, yeah, he's going to go have a little look at the TV.
This is a penalty, isn't it? This is going to be a penalty to Bayern Munich. So there you go. Man United couldn't even stay in the game for more than a couple of minutes.
Sociedad blaze one over the bar there. We'll check. From the first view, I was with you completely. It looked like it wouldn't be a penalty. From the second view, you see, from that view there, that doesn't look like a penalty to me.
But he's 2 yards away and he's headed it straight at him. The thing is, once the referee's been told to go to the monitor, what's he going to give? I mean, the VAR official has made this decision. Fair enough. He thinks it's a penalty. It's going to be a penalty.
If Harry Kane scores it, which I imagine he would, that means that it's very probable that Sports Special lands.
Yeah.
Penalty Bayern Munich.
Yeah, so let's press this.
Right. Onana against Kane. Kane, not just to score for Bayern Munich here, but to land the Sports Special. That's the key part here, to land that Sports Special. It was first brought to our attention by, was it Viv?
Yep.
So well done to Viv, because I backed that.
So always worth a look. I mean, some people forget to look at those sports specials, which are not on the football page. You need to almost take yourself away from that to find them, but they're often very good.
Right, here we go then. I don't want to read in the chat. I'm going to turn the chat off very briefly, folks, just so I don't see it, because I think you're about 3 or 4 seconds ahead of us. Kane against Onana.
Who made an absolute pig's ear of the first goal.
Absolute howler for the first, yeah. Napoli have a big chance there as well, by the way, while we're just waiting. But Kane to take it. To land, will probably land the Sports Special, unless Manchester United can get a draw or better out of this. But this puts us in a position to land the sports special. 2.4 put up as the best bet of the Champions League.
And he scores. So Harry Kane gets his goal against Manchester United, and that probably seals the deal now, doesn't it? A little bit of a comeback from United at the start of the second half, but that's now been quelled, and game over now, I think.
Yeah, and Viv, again, mate, a big thank you, because I saw that. I backed it as my favourite bet of the night. I popped into the chat as well earlier at 2.4. Just without question. Without question, a brilliant bet. Bayern over 1.5 goals. Bayern to win. Kane to score. We just need Bayern to see this out now. Obviously, it hasn't landed yet. But we just need Bayern to see this out now. But that was a superb spot. And kind of, if I'm honest, showed me up as being unprofessional. Because I'd completely missed that sports special, which I meant to look at. I'd completely missed it. So Viv has bailed me out. And I'm very happy for that to have happened. Anybody
keep an eye on the Championship tonight? Leeds have had a player sent off. They're 0-0 with Hull at the moment. And so now we need 2 more goals in the Champions League to land the free bet condition. We're only about 10 minutes into the second half, aren't we? Not even that.
Yeah, corner kick for Real Sociedad nodded towards goal and nodded over. By the way, we put that I put that fourfold into the chat a few moments ago. So reminder, next goal. Another goal. Napoli, Salzburg, Sevilla, Sociedad. It was, in fact, apparently the odds were 9.9 when I actually eventually put it up. So 9.9 for that. So we'll see.
What's happening at Arsenal? Is this another goal for the Gunners? No, I don't think so. I think it was just what's happened. What's happened, Peter? Oh, goal.
Lovely, delicious Salzburg put us on our...
Goal number 13 tonight, scored by RB Salzburg, and it is it Gluck? It might be him. Not sure.
Either way, 1 down, 3 to go. 1 down, 3 to go on...
Is this possible offside?
Maybe. I think he looked from the cut of the grass, he looked on to me, but we will wait and see. The Salzburg one might get looked at there. Sevilla pushing as well, looking good. Napoli are having chances. That's very good as well. Sane apparently has just had a chance as well for Bayern Munich. I am a bit worried about this Salzburg goal.
Brahim says Sane almost. So there's still more chances there in the Munich game and the game in the Allianz Arena.
Salzburg goal.
Yeah, this might be ruled out. Referees heard. No, he's saying goal. It is a goal.
One down.
1 to go, yeah.
1 down, 3 to
go.
go.
1 down, 3 to go for your fourfold. 1 more goal needed for the free bet condition.
And do you know what? I'm going to add in an extra VAR in every game. I'm only kidding. Imagine that. Imagine if I just went rogue.
No, don't do it, Pete.
I won't do it. I like everyone who listens and watches too much to disrespect them in such a manner.
Just check in on the Arsenal stats here. On the sidebar, Gunners still very much in charge of this one. 3-0 on the night. More corners to PSV. In fact, it's not been a corners game, has it?
No. I don't know what it is, but it might just be me. But I'm in a bit of a corners funk at the moment. It's early season, so obviously like the stats are yet to properly settle down, I guess. But I had a couple of corners bets early in the season, and I just didn't get them right. And then I had one yesterday, which I just didn't get right, and I just feel like I'm not getting any right.
That was the chance that hit the post from Zane.
Salzburg onside, by the way.
Yeah. In terms of corners for Arsenal versus PSV, right? So there's been 2 corners for PSV, only 1 for Arsenal, but Arsenal are 3-0 up. Where would you feel as though who should be the favourites in that corners market then? You know, the corner 1x2 market.
Scoreline doesn't always reflect chance of corners, does it? Really?
No.
I mean, it might give you a little bit of a bump here and there, but I wouldn't say, like, I think they're going to dominate, so they're going to have all the corners, because I don't really think football works like that. I might be wrong, but I don't really think football works like that.
Well, PSV Eindhoven are the favourites to win the corner market. They're 2-1 up, and they're 1.58. Arsenal 3.55, and the draw's 5.10. The draw is a big danger with it being so close, but I would look at Arsenal now and thinking, they're 3.55 to win more corners.
Arsenal are 3.55 to win the corner market?
Yeah.
That's a superb spot. Do you know what? I'm going to best bet that for you on your behalf.
Oh, thanks. It looks like a price play because
it's one corner, mate. There's one corner in it, and you get and they are the team on top. So I'm not having that. I think that is a small stake, but 3.55, Si, I think that's a really good spot. You see, Si's not in the corners funk.
Are they just going to stop trying to go forward in the second half, Arsenal? I don't think so. I mean, I'd love to know what sort of analytic they've come up with Arsenal's not the corner favourites, or Arsenal's such an outsider in the corner market at this point. Don't get it.
No, I agree. I firmly agree. Inter, they want a penalty, but it's going to be nodded, I think, away from goal in the end. I think he's done some defending. I think he's doing some defending. That is a really good shout, that is a really good shout, that corners market.
We'll keep an eye on that game for the corners. Anything else that you've spotted out there, let us know on the Clubhouse TV chat. So what's Bonta saying? Come on, Kane, one more goal. Oh, you've backed Kane to score a couple, have you? Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, he was. Well, actually, hang on. That 4.1 for third goal scorer didn't land because Manchester United scored. Carry on.
Yeah. You still need one more buying goal, don't you, if you're over 3.5, which was at half-time. I asked you what's the best bet. You said over 3.5 buying goals. So they hit the post at 3-1 up moments ago.
Viv makes an interesting point. Don't put the corner bet against PSV. It's a cross and corner team. De Jong plays for them. That is true. But, and it is true, and it's a very fair point, I just look at it and I think, we're talking about one corner where a team at home is pretty dominant. If it was like a 3 or 4 corner difference, then you wouldn't be touching it, even at like 5-6 or whatever. But I think with one corner, you basically need 2 corners back-to-back for Arsenal, and they win that market. I understand entirely what you're saying, Viv, and I think it's a very fair point. But I'm pretty keen. I'm pretty keen to go with that.
Arsenal conceded the fewest corners in the Premier League this season. So for me, my new theory is it's about how many teams concede, and Arsenal don't concede many corners at all. So the fact they're 2-1 down in this market, I think it's interesting. A price play, yes, but it might be quite a clever sort of intuitive play as well.
What's going on in the chat here? I'm confused. Pete loves a bet. He is not a gambler. He's having fun. I am both. I am both. I gamble responsibly because that's what you should do, and I'm fine with that. And as I mentioned, I had a horrible night on Monday. I think I came just under par. But I was certainly down on Monday night. But because it's a responsible gamble, it doesn't matter. That's got to be surely a bucket in the Inter game.
Yeah.
But I'm a gambler as well. That's what I mean.
Brahim's summed it up correctly there. 30 minutes left for just one more goal across 6 games. We have had a little bit of a mini drought now. 5 minutes without a goal. So hopefully that doesn't carry on.
Osimhen flashes one wide for Napoli. Demanding a corner, not going to get it, but he just moved the ball, shuffles it beautifully onto his right foot, and he's got a point. That should have been a corner. Off the base of the boot of the defender, but Napoli is still pushing. That to score over 1.5, the last 3 teams we need, I said last 3, but the 3 teams we need, Sociedad, Sevilla, Napoli, still very confident.
Bayern on the attack, Bayern looking to score another goal. Is this their 4th? Saved by Onana. Beaten away, really. I think it might have been a Harry Kane shot that he kept out this time. By the way, in that Braga-Napoli game, 14 corners now. Quite a high corner game tonight there in Braga. But no goals yet for Braga. I really thought they could score tonight, but credit to Napoli. They've shut up shop a little bit since going ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't against Braga scoring this evening, this evening, but Napoli have been the better of the 2 teams. Braga had a little flirt, a little foray here and there, but generally speaking, you can't be too worried about Braga, I don't think, in this game, although it could get silly. Yellow card Benfica Salzburg, so another card going in there.
Oh, Harry Kane's got a back injury. I think Lisandro Martinez has just given him a little bit of a nudge in the back.
Has Kane tried to do that thing where he backs into someone again?
Possibly.
The old Kane backing in.
Yeah.
Loves a bit of that. Corner kick to Sevilla, flashed behind, I think, for another corner. Yeah, it looks like another corner. I loved Lens last season. I'm so sad to see them as they are now. I mean, obviously it's a great year for them with Champions League money and everything else, but there's a very serious chance they could go down. Chance again, Napoli, having gotten to the Champions League.
Yeah, it's a shame for the fans. I mean, from the club's point of view, so they've qualified for the Champions League. We'll have all that money, thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Oh, Saudi Arabia are offering for one of our players. Yeah, we'll have all that money, thank you very much. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's kind of good business sense because not every year is going to be like this. You know, make hay while the sun shines. and then the club carries on at a certain level, but they've not really given themselves the best chance of having a crack at the Champions League. All that qualifying for the Champions League, and when they get there, they can't have a crack at it because they've gone, well, this is the point where we sell and we consolidate. What's happened here?
Oh, he's not. I thought he was going to give a red card to an Inter defender there, but not given in the end. Yeah, no, you're quite right. But I think maybe the issue for Lens is I don't think anyone expected them to strengthen to the point they were challenging at the top again. And again, it's early days, it's early season. They could end up being safe anyway. But I think people sort of thought, well, we won't be sort of challenging for the Champions League spots, but we also won't be in any trouble at all, right? And
Bayern almost scored again.
And yet they're in trouble. And I think that's the issue. It's not that they're not challenging, it's that they're...
Long season, though. I mean, they're not going to... Well, I don't think they're going to finish in the bottom half of Liga, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. But I don't know. Yeah, you'd argue that they will be all right, but it's a little bit... you shouldn't be this uncomfortable having just got to the Champions League. But I suppose if you're too far away from the level, then you're too far away from the level, aren't you?
It's just a consequence, isn't it, of football finances that teams are realistic. The dream of qualifying for the Champions League and having done a really good go at it. Teams are so sensible. They go, well, we know even if we tried really hard and invested and made our squad stronger for the Champions League, we could still finish third in the group or worse. Let's just sell at a profit, and then, the same thing happens.
It does make sense. It's just one of those things where it's like, could you maybe? I mean, let's look at their signings. I know there's games to be betting on, but obviously Wahi they brought in from. To be fair, 30 million Wahi cost them from Montpellier. Andy Dieu from Basel was 14 million. Fulgini 7.
He's a good signing, yeah.
They haven't. To be fair with them, they haven't
No, true.
They haven't kind of just sat on their laurels. I mean, Wahi alone, 30 million quid is pretty...
a lot of clubs looking at that lad from Basel after his heroics in the Europa League last season as well.
Yeah. So, just waiting for a few things to develop in a couple of our games. We've had a little bit, as I was saying, of a dry spell. Still 25 minutes to go, mind you, plus change.
Yeah.
I think you're going to be all right for the free bet. I mean, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, one more.
Any more corners in the Arsenal game? Let's have a look. Yes, Arsenal are level. 2-2.
Even if that doesn't come in, that's a great spot. Even if that doesn't come in, that is a great spot, I think. At home, against a team you're on top of, that's a great spot.
3.58, I think, something like that, wasn't it?
5.5, yeah, I think it was.
Bayern in the penalty area. Are they going to get a fourth now?
Red card Inter.
Red card Inter. Oh, dear.
Is it Barella?
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's Barella, I think.
Let's have a look at how the stats were going in that game before the card, which puts Inter down to 10 men. Well, it's now confirmed that the red card has been given, but they were under massive pressure looking at those stats. More shots, 12-1 for Sociedad, and more shots on target, 5-0. So Inter might be about to leave Spain tonight with no shots on target to show from this performance.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there should have been a red card about 3 minutes before that, I thought. They're doing a VAR check on this red card, so we'll see what happens. Red cards, they very rarely overturn in this way because, to a certain extent, it is subjective, and it's obviously with the referee's decision at that point.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to change non to red card easier than they do red card to non. Because obviously non to red card is you've missed something, but usually they say, well, if that's a red, then that's a red. Oliver might go and have a look at this, I think.
Yeah, it's under review. Marios has spotted that. We've had a couple of yellow cards in the Man United Bayern game as well. Martinez and Goretzka.
Braga having a half chance. They've had a good 5 minutes, Braga, sadly. And Sevilla is still pushing. I think they're still going to get that second goal, Sevilla. I think they're in a... I still think they're looking very good, although mainly from set pieces at the moment.
Hello to Navidad, who says, Pete, what's the condition?
Type 1 diabetes I've got. I've had it for a number of years, and it's... what? Sorry, you mean the free bet condition?
Probably. I don't think he's that bothered about
my health.
Yeah.
What is the free bet condition? We need one more goal in the Champions League.
Yeah, it was 14 goals across the 6 late games. There was an early one as well, but that didn't land. We tried to make it gettable. A challenge, but gettable. And here we are, middle of the second half. It's still not happened, but it's going to happen, surely. One more goal required.
So we are just waiting on Michael Oliver. Yeah, he's got the old red in his hand. Bareilles goes. Has he? No, he's not. He's not sent him off.
Oh, he's unred carded him.
He's unred carded him.
Wow.
Ooh. And he's booked someone else.
Yeah, somebody said something on the bench, and he's gone, well, I've got to give somebody a card. So
right, well, all that stuff of never turning reds into nons has just gone from red to non. Barella, quote unquote, gets away with it.
We'll see if our stats machine can handle a red card that's been rescinded in the game. But
I'm sure it can. It's a powerful system.
Indeed. What about Benfica Salzburg then? That was 2-0 last time we checked in Portugal. Benfica, are they going to score tonight, or has that killed them off, that second goal?
I think it probably has. They were brilliant down to 10 for a huge swathe of that first half. But we mentioned earlier on, didn't we, playing the over 2.5 Salzburg goals before the second. I'd kind of just go back that way. I think Salzburg total to score again in the game is 1.91. So over 2.5 Salzburg total goals is 1.91, which I think is interesting.
Yeah. There's going to be loads of space for them on the counter-attack, isn't there? And we saw the way they scored that second goal. There was a big gap in the Benfica defence, a big Antonio Silva-sized gap in the Benfica defence. So no more goals in the Champions League, but a few in the Championship. Sunderland now look like they've sealed the win at Blackburn. That's a eye-catching win. Huddersfield Stoke 2-2. Leeds, 10-man lead, still 0-0 with Hull. Millwall bouncing back with a 2-0 win over Rotherham as it stands. Watford, West Brom still 2 apiece, and Leicester lead Norwich 1-0.
Corner kick for Sociedad off the crossbar.
That is the closest we're going to get, I think, to getting the 14th goal without it going in.
Off the top of the crossbar as Sociedad go again here. And again, we played this earlier. I'm not. If you've already backed the fourfold, then you're obviously not backing this again. But Sociedad to score again in the game now, so over 1.5 total goals is 2.63. 2.63 for Sociedad to score again in this game. They're having tons of chances.
Yeah.
Tons of them. Oh, here comes Alexis Sanchez to save the day.
That's right, yeah. Back at Inter. So I'm trying to work out how his career's gone now. I mean, obviously, remember, he was at Arsenal, went to Man United. Then where did he go? Did he go to Inter then? And then to Marseille?
You're asking a man whose brain is absolutely fried here. Let me have a little look. I'll get the details up.
He was at Barcelona, wasn't he? So Udinese, Barcelona,
I feel there's a weird team
Arsenal.
in there. Was there a weird team in there? Marseille. So Arsenal, Manchester United, Inter, Marseille, back to Inter.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting career. I think we all know where his worst club spell was.
Yeah, at this point, though, I'm willing to forgive any player who's done badly at Manchester United.
I mean, so am I, unless they were earning £300 billion a week. And anyway.
Listen, that's exactly what Gav earns every week, and the guy's useless.
He's probably watching.
Good. I want him to know, Gav, if you're watching, you earn 300 grand a week, and that's too much. There's no milk in that fridge. And you're earning 300 grand a week. Outrageous.
Yisik says, games are locked. You're absolutely right. Deadlocked at the same score. This can't go on, surely, can it? We can't have another 15, 20 minutes without any more goals.
But it's getting tighter than I thought by this point we'd have the free bet wrapped up and we can crack on with other stuff. So it's a bit funny that at this point nothing has, as of yet, landed in that regard. But a few bets coming in, which is good, and nice news generally, I feel. Yep.
Don't forget, you can join us tomorrow night from 5:30 once more for the Europa League matches. Kick off at 5:45. You heard the preview from Dave and James about those early games. There's also a lot of late matches as well. We've got Liverpool against Union Saint-Gilloise tomorrow. We've got West Ham. They're in action as well. Can't remember who they're playing. Brighton. You mentioned Real Betis as well, up against Rangers. Should be an eye-catching match.
I really like Betis in that game against Rangers, by the way. Rangers have been really flat so far. They're obviously battered by PSV the other week, and we've just seen what Arsenal can do to PSV.
Actually, Brighton aren't in the Europa League. They're in the Conference League. That's right. And we're only doing Europa League tomorrow night.
But Betis are definitely the play. I think that's a really good bet tomorrow, I have to say. What do you think about Liverpool?
This season,
yeah,
I think they've improved. I mean, obviously, last season was a major blip in the Klopp, sort of
run.
Yeah, they were going in the right direction, and then last season happened, and you're thinking, well, it's injuries, but it's also the age of the midfield, and they've obviously clearly addressed that. Goal, says Navidart. Go la la la. Arsenal 4-0. Everybody's saying that the Gunners have got the fourth. Is this confirmed? And if it is, that should be the free bet condition landed.
Oh yeah, should I completely forgot about that.
I'm going with it. I'm going to have to wait for the goal to be confirmed, but I've pressed the button. So you've got ample warning now. I am thinking of the question.
Yeah, and don't put the answer in until you see free bet go in the chat. If you're watching us on YouTube, if you're watching us on Kick, you've got to go to the sportsbet.io chat for a chance to be eligible to win this. So if you're doing it as normal, you're doing it as normal. But if you're watching on those channels, go over there now. You will not be putting your answer in until I say free bet go. Free bet go. Do not do anything in the chat before then.
Okay.
I'm so strict on that.
You are. So easy question tonight. The question is about the feature game of the late games, which is Bayern Munich 3, Manchester United 1. And, well, let's make it ultra easy. It's who scored Bayern's penalty.
All right, easy.
Who scored Bayern's penalty? First name, second name, both names if you want. Just get that lined up. And when Pete presses...
Free bet go is what it will say.
Okay.
And I'm typing it in now, folks, so don't get excited. I'm not going to press enter on it. It's just so it's ready to go. The other thing as well, the 10 that come up on your screen will be different to the 10 that come up on our screen. We go off our screen.
That's right.
So, we give away, it's a free bet given away, at least one free bet every single time Clubhouse TV is on air. If you're a regular watcher, you know this, but we've got to say it. The 10 that come up on our screen, the first 10, will likely be different to the ones that come up on yours. It's an internet technology thing, and that's as much as I know. But There's always a chance, okay? But that's all. It's worth us saying.
So best of luck with your entries. Make sure they're in pretty soon. Pete's going to be pressing that button as we continue our look around the games. And I'm going to bring you some stats here on a game we haven't really looked at for a few minutes now. Sevilla-Lens, 1-1. This is a really interesting game in terms of the outright result. A lot of the games are done and dusted on the console in the Champions League tonight. You're thinking 2-goal leads should be, 4-goal lead in Arsenal's case should be, seen out. But this one really could go either way. Sevilla 1, Lens 1. Sevilla are 3.85, having been 2.12, I think, before kickoff. 1.59 for the tie and 6.2 for Lens. Can Lens even win this game?
I think there's another goal in this. So I don't want to call this the coward's choice, but you could just play over 2.5 goals at 2.24, and then as long as someone wins it, you're fine. However, I'm not going to do that. I think Sevilla still get this done. They've had the better of the chances, albeit Lens are coming forward now. They've had the better of the chances, particularly from set pieces in this second half. I'm going to nail my colours to the mast and go with Sevilla here at 3.85. But that over 2.5 is there to play. If you think, do you know what, there's definitely a goal in this. Lens are coming forward as well, but I just don't want to tie myself down. That might be the way to go, I think. But Sevilla is the play for me. Definitely the play for me, Sevilla.
Okay, and you were looking at, we looked at cards for this game because it was a high cards game at halftime. 7 in the match now, but it still would need a couple more, wouldn't it, to land the, what was the halftime?
8.5 was the spread at halftime. So we'd need. I don't think I played that, though. I think we just sort of mentioned a chance here for Bayern. Very good challenge on the edge of the penalty area from Manchester United. And again, if you're looking for another way in, Napoli to score again in this game against Braga would be the play. Second goal is 2.76. I think we've just got an offside flag, but 2.76 for Napoli, second goal. And Napoli to score again in the game is a very tasty 2.5.
PSV have gone back ahead on the corner count at the Emirates Stadium. It's now 3-2. They're 4-0 down, but they lead the corner count 3-2. Well, maybe the traders had it right. Still very close between the two teams on the corners. And an early entry from Tracticus. I'm not sure that's going to work well.
No.
That's going to be discounted.
I'll delete it, but you're not void. You just have to do it after I put it in. No, everyone calm down. Everyone take a brief moment.
He's apologised, which is the right thing to do.
That's
there.
fine. We're not going to... I get called the strictest person on this channel, but I'm also an empathetic man, and these mistakes can happen, so don't do it again, but you may re-enter, is my point, as Manchester United again having to deal with a Bayern attack. Braga coming forward down the left-hand side against Napoli as well. 3 in the centre, but plenty of light blue shirts back. Braga have still found a way through. Good attempt at pulling the ball back, but dealt with.
I thought there'd be goals in this game. Braga were entertainers last year in Portugal and often in the Europa League as well, but just haven't really got anything going in this game as an attacking team. Maybe now they've left it late. Too late, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's very, very hard to. I think it's very, very hard to go kind of too solidly against Braga in this competition. Not in terms of winning it, but just in terms of, they might not get battered week in, week out, which is what I think some people suggested. But they will lose this game, I think.
I mean, this is a home game. They are going to be probably given a real tough time of it. I mean, in Napoli, you'd expect that would be a really tough game, batten down the hatches sort of thing. But at home, they might be more competitive and keep things close. Now, we've got some answers. In fact, everybody has got it right. What a surprise. You've all got the answer right. Let's see who was the first in here after Pete pressed free bet go. Genetics, what a surprise. Harold Kane.
Sorry, he's only known as Harry, you're out.
So Genetics, you are first. Lubo, 392, you are second. Viv got in third. Timo got in fourth. Martin, 772, got in fifth. Silco, congratulations, you were sixth. Jesus Law, or Jesus Law, seventh. Abby, 12, was eighth. Rohang was ninth. And the 10th and final one was Slissy. Good old Slissy. So those are the first 10. Yisik, you just missed out. Sorry, guy. But I have to go with the first 10 only as they appear on my screen. And they were the guys that got in first. So there we go. Another opportunity. 2 more opportunities tomorrow night, actually, on Europa League Thursday with myself and James. Do tune in for that from 5:30. And, who knows what the conditions will be tomorrow. But they might happen really early. So make sure you're here right at sort of 5:45.
Have Inter scored? Is that going to stand? It's another VAR. It's another VAR, I think. But has it been discounted? Tapped in by Inter. And it should be one apiece. It might be one apiece. But we're going to have to wait and see. No, not. Goal cancelled. Inter have not scored. Koki, I think you needed both teams to score in that game, mate, didn't you? So apologies for that one.
Arsenal got another corner. 3-3 on the corner count now. 15 to go. That's a close one now.
It's a good. If you were just watching that, just you in the game, that'd be a really fun game.
Yeah, a game that was 3-0 at the time, 4-0 now. There's nothing that you would be interested in the game, but the corner count is suddenly everything for me anyway. But we are going to get more goals tonight. Where are they going to come? Inter have been pushing, haven't they? Could they get an equaliser?
Well, it's looking increasingly possible. Napoli try and get the ball across in a dangerous area. So did de Lens. Neither benefits from it. Salzburg drilled towards goal. There is definitely chances of a goal here. Definitely chances of a goal. Almost the entire chat needs an Inter goal. All right, it's not just Koki. The entire chat needs an Inter goal. Well, look, I would not benefit from an Inter goal, but I wish you well.
Simon Banzer has come on for Braga. He was, I think, their top scorer domestically last season, but he only got on as a sub in this game. So we'll see if he can make a difference to get Braga back into the game at home to Napoli.
Yeah, free kick here for Napoli at the moment. Just trying to deal with a little bit of a sloppy ball out. Viv needs a corner. I need a corner. Who is it? Is it Henry which Henry is it? A horse.
Henry IV, maybe? Henry V?
A horse, a kingdom for my horse. Who was that? Which Henry? Is it second?
Did he actually say it, or was it just Shakespeare? Was it one of his famous quotes, or was it?
I think it was a Shakespearean. It's Richard III.
Right.
A horse, my kingdom for a horse.
Yeah.
Richard III. And that's the end of the history chat.
Yeah. British history there for you.
And that period's boring as well. Like, I know a lot was going on, but that is a boring period of English history. Like, really boring. Anyway, Inter dominating possession a little bit now. Why are all of the Napoli coaches dressed as scientists? Would be my other question.
Yeah. Do you remember? The TV show Lost?
Yeah.
And do you remember when it got really funny in like the second or third series? Well, it was just funny from the start, wasn't it? Where Dharma, do you remember Dharma were like this weird company who were looking after the island, and they were all like, they had these white sort of radiation suits on.
Yeah, but it's the kind of jacket a pharmacist would wear. Like, why are they all dressed as pharmacists? Anyway, I don't. That's none of my business, I suppose. But it's just strange. Sevilla coming forward here now. Could be a big chance for a goal. We need Sevilla deflected over the bar and out for another corner kick. As Inter, I'll tell you what, I don't want Inter to score, but the chat do, and I love the chat. So I can tell you that Inter are certainly pressing. unquestionably Inter are pressing in this game. If you've got Inter, you need both teams to score, whatever. Obviously, nothing's happened, but you're in a much better position in terms of how they're playing than 10 minutes ago.
Indeed. And Alejandro Garnacho is on for Manchester United, and he's just had a chance. Maybe he should score that, or maybe he should certainly work the keeper.
It's awkward. It bounces up and he's leaping. That's a little bit awkward. Maybe he should get on target, but I think that's a tad awkward, that chance, to be honest.
I mean, as far as Manchester United's performance has gone tonight, not the worst.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Honestly, well, I mean, this is where Manchester United are right now. They never went to the Allianz Arena and dominated Bayern ever in the history. But I'm seeing this is a positive, really. I mean, semi-positive.
Not for me.
Okay.
I think they've left huge gaps. I think tactically they've been very strange. The midfield's been a bit high and the defence has been a bit low, meaning that Bayern can just have fun in the line between. I think they've been defensively odd. Onana's had another nightmare. If I were a Manchester United fan, I would still be deeply unhappy with everything.
I mean, fair points. Yeah, you're absolutely right about the space between the lines there, but work to be done. I mean, they play Burnley on Saturday evening next. That's going to be an interesting one.
Burnley could definitely. I mean, you think back to obviously not a few years ago, but 15 years ago, was it that Robbie Blake goal? That big Robbie Blake goal where he slammed it in and Burnley beat Manchester United, and it was all a huge surprise. Burnley.
I mean, Man United would have been Champions League holders 15 years ago.
I can't remember if it was exactly 15 years, but it was. It was a surprise that Burnley won that game.
Yeah.
And you think now, and you go, that wouldn't be a surprise at all.
No, it wouldn't. It really wouldn't.
It wouldn't be a surprise at all if Burnley.
It'd be like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, all right, yeah. Anyway, what's for tea? Crossing from the left-hand side for Braga, who yet again are being pretty dangerous here. Napoli having to do some defending. Sevilla yet again with a chance from a set-piece. This time Sergio Ramos, the man who's missed the chance. And I've just been done by a replay, so let's just all calm down.
Yeah.
Sergio, that should be on target from there, pal. Boo.
I think we get 2 more goals. 2 more goals from these remaining games. And I'm going to say Sevilla-Lens, there's a winner. For me, there's a winner there.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't know which way it goes. Probably not. More likely to be Sevilla.
But here's what's interesting. We both felt that 14 was a low goal tally. And right now we're on exactly 14, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're on exactly 14. And maybe the old gut instinct was actually right. It was going to be tight at 14. We've had some drama for it. It took a while to land.
And there's another goal in Portugal for Braga-Napoli. Don't know which way it goes.
Yeah.
It's probably Napoli on the break there, but you never know. So those would be the 2 games I'll be focusing in on for a goal. Let's see if we can get a quick over 2.5. Oh, sorry. Be over 2.5 in one, over 1.5 in the other.
Yeah. I would not be against either of those shouts. I think they're both very, very correct. I mean, even the pricing's obviously going to be pretty big at this stage, just thanks to time itself. But I think they're really good players. I've been all over Napoli to score again in this game for a while. I've been all over Sevilla to score again in this game for a while. So nothing for me has particularly changed. I think they're both very good shouts.
2.48 and 3.75 gets a 9.3 double. It's asking a bit, isn't it, for a goal in 2 games there? But both of them showing potential, particularly Sevilla-Lens.
Yeah,
and I go Braga-Napoli as well at 10.16. That double for just both teams to have a further goal.
Yeah, Napoli, I wouldn't say Napoli is settling, but I would say that their energy levels have dipped a tad. Whereas Sevilla, for obvious reasons, Sevilla-Lens is a much more open affair. And I think we've got an equaliser in Spain. If you want to call it Spain, Sociedad 1, Internazionale 1, and I think it's old Alexis Sanchez.
Really? The former Barcelona player? No, it's
Lautaro.
Lautaro.
Just I saw Sanchez celebrating, so I thought...
You saw an EZ on the back of his shirt, but it's Lautaro who got it. And, that's such a gutter for Real Sociedad, because they played really well. They've dominated the game. We looked at the stats earlier. Well on top, but just didn't get the second goal. And what's happened in Portugal?
Braga.
Hey!
Absolutely horrible moment for me. Manchester United in. Man United have scored.
Casemiro.
3 goals in 3 seconds. Martinez smashes it home. Braga have equalised, and Manchester United have got it a little bit tighter.
Too little, too late from the Old Trafford team, but not too little, too late for Inter or Braga, because they have stolen a point from games in which they were trailing for quite some time. There is still time for it all to change again, but what a night for Braga if they can get a home point against Napoli.
And by the way, we had a lot of people in the chat needing Inter to score, so that's great news for all of you. Well done if that was what you needed, because it looks like it was what was needed by a number of people, and that is very good news. It is VAR safe, to answer your question, Imarios. It is VAR safe. So well done if you did that.
So yeah, just need a goal. Which game is it? Sevilla now. Sevilla Lens to land that 10-point something 2-game double.
Yep.
Best performance of the night, obviously Arsenal, I would guess, in terms of the result.
But they also relatively had one of the weakest opponents. Salzburg, I would say.
Yeah.
I would say Salzburg would be the performance of the night.
To go to a team who got 15 group stage points last season and reached the quarterfinals, and to win with a clean sheet. I know it's an early red card, but good performance from them.
But they also rode out the fact that Benfica were better after the red. They were on top until the red card, and then Benfica were on top. So, you are right, but I just look at it and I think, well, that if you ask me performance of the night, it's that. Sociedad have been decent, Bayern have been all right, but obviously now it's starting to get very tight there. Napoli were brilliant in the first half, slightly duller in the second. Sevilla and Lens have been fairly evenly matched. So it's either Arsenal who've hit PSV for 4 or it's Salzburg, and I think I'd probably go with Salzburg.
Man United appealing for a penalty. I don't think that's going to get them anything.
Sevilla! Oh, no.
Sevilla, what's happened? Is it a miss?
Yeah, blazed over the bar or blazed wide or just hit too hard or whatever. Should have been a goal.
Okay.
Poor.
Well, Bayern Munich have given themselves a little bit of a scare here because they're in stoppage time, but they're only a goal up and Man United have a free kick. This is not good game management from the Bundesliga champions.
No, it's not particularly. I mean, I wouldn't even say Manchester United have hugely improved. It's just not been very good from Bayern in terms of just sensible play. Inter, if I was looking at a team to win here, 8 for Inter, that Sociedad are really deep now. And Inter have got a lot of chances and have had big chances. There's only a few minutes left, but a very small, tiny unit stake on Inter to win might be interesting. 8.8, it's just gone. There's Lens come down this left-hand side as well, but offside flag is up.
Yeah, so we're almost done now in a couple of games that are into stoppage time. Real Sociedad 1, Inter 1, and Bayern 3, Manchester United 2. Bayern on the counter-attack now. There's going to be loads of space for them to exploit if they can get this right. And they've hit the post. They've hit the post, and a follow-up shot is blocked by his own teammate. Crazy stuff. But it's still 3-2.
Still 3-2 is Inter.
And Bayern are about to score a 4th, so they just stepped it up. There we go. Chipped in. I mean, there's Bayern, awful defending, but there you go.
There's the Bayern over 3.5.
It is, yes.
So I'll take that. There's the Bayern over 3.5. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. I'll take that all day, every day. Manchester United, there's been flashes, I suppose. You could argue the fact they've not given up is a positive.
Oh, Napoli are going to score to make it 2-1. And
yes, Napoli.
Deny Braga.
Goal. It's a massive own goal.
Poor old Braga.
The cross comes in and it's off the defender and goes in. That's horrible. That's a horrible way to lose a game, but that's how they're going to lose it. Well, Napoli have deserved the win in that game, I think. I think overall, Napoli have deserved the win in that. That's not to say that it should happen like that, but Napoli deserve the win.
Casemiro got caught out by that run. He just didn't fancy tracking back into his own penalty area in the last minute. And
I mean, again, just watching this, cross in, comes back, this is a Napoli goal, back towards the byline, drilled in, and he's just volleyed it. That's an absolutely incredible finish. What's this? Just in it.
And yeah, keeper no chance. There was a good own goal, wasn't there, for last night for Preston, I think.
I haven't seen any of the goals from last night.
Christian Bielik scored, the Birmingham defender, for Preston, and I mean there was just no danger, and he's just basically beaten. It was like an attacking header in the penalty area. Weird. But anyway, I think we're almost done here, aren't we, Pete? Slissi celebrating a goal.
Well done, mate.
A Napoli goal. I think he must have been on then. Viv saying 4-2. Genetics spotted the Bayern goal again. Himario said I think both teams to score. Inter was the last leg on his parlay, so he's
Brilliant,
happy.
mate. Well done. Congratulations. Superb news. Braga try and cross one in from the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Superb news, mate. Well done. That's great news.
Yeah, that's a 6-leg parlay from across the 2 nights. So you're just picking out the best games there, were you? But anyway, you've done really well.
Yeah. However you've done it, you've got it right. Cross for Lawns. It's got to be. Oh, it's poor. That should have been on target. Unmarked on the edge of the 6-yard box. That's poor. That should have been on target, that.
Been another corner in the Arsenal game, and Arsenal now lead 4-3.
What a shout. That might be shout of the night, actually. I think just in terms of spotting a market when it's absolutely open, that might be spot of the night, that, I think. That's a great shout.
Still a bit of time to go in that one, but hopefully that's landed for a few people. Just weird, wasn't it? That this is a computer, sort of computer controlled market where they look at a certain situation and go, it should be this, but really should it?
No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't have been that price. They definitely shouldn't have been second favourites in that market with that long to go. They should not have been second favs in that market. That's a great shout. And one to perhaps keep an eye on. That's the thing, isn't it? If you know it's going to be traded like that, you can go, well, hang on a second.
Look for another. I mean,
next time it's 2-1 or 3-2, whatever. You can have a little look. As I think we've got a goal somewhere. Manchester United.
No way.
Bruno Fernandes has scored now, so it's 4-3. Who had
Yeah. So they scored 3 goals away at Bayern Munich, and still lost the game. It's Casemiro again, isn't it? Yeah, it's onside.
Apologies. Yeah, the camera immediately cut to Bruno Fernandes there, but it was Casemiro who knocked it in. Apologies. Yes, it was. It was a free kick from. Inter have got close to winning this game. You know, frustrating. And there's another corner for them here, but they've got close to winning this game.
I think they're checking for handball potentially. Oh, they're checking for offside. Like he wasn't offside.
No, I'd be stunned if he was offside from there. I'd be absolutely stunned if he was offside from there. To be fair. Eric Ten Hag with a wry smile.
Yeah, it's gone. 4-3.
4-3. And I think quite right as well. I don't think Manchester United have been only 1 goal worse than Bayern in this. But then have Bayern been amazing? They've just been pretty ruthless, I suppose.
I mean, if anything, you'd look at Bayern and say, this isn't a team that's going to win the Champions League on this performance.
No. But I suppose it's also only the first game of the Champions League. Actually, teams are still getting into the seasons on the whole.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Especially in Germany. I think are they 4 games deep in Germany?
That's
4
right.
league games, is it? And
it's all over now.
And a Pokal game.
Yeah, Tell got the winner ultimately for Bayern Munich, and Manchester United. I still think they can take some positives from this game. It's a defeat, and they could have conceded 6, but they kept on going. There was a bit of fight there.
I didn't agree with you the first time you said that, but with the 3 goals having been scored, there is some fight there, and you are right. They can take some positives from that, definitely. But I still think they're rubbish.
And I still think Burnley have got a great chance of beating them on Saturday night.
Yeah. Thank you, Rohan. Goodbye, and see you. I'll see you next month, but the guys will see you tomorrow.
Yes, that's right. James will be sat in not my seat. James will be sat where I'm sat, and I'll be in Pete's chair, trying to put some winning bets forward for a cornucopia of Europa League action tomorrow night. CSS Genetics, yep. Thanks for your company, everybody who's contributed, whether it's been with comments on the chat or who've just been lurking and hoping to get a free bet or to just see what everybody's talking about. We don't mind.
No, we do not.
Just enjoy yourselves. Enjoy betting. Don't sweat the bad stuff when bets go against you. Just take a break or cut the stakes down, whatever it takes to just enjoy your night.
Absolutely. Over in most of our games now, still going Benfica, Salzburg, and Braga, Napoli.
Good night, Marios. You had a good night, didn't you? Yeah, we love to share in each other's successes. And to Viv and to Slissy, 4-3 full time is confirmed there. Yep.
Braga is still pushing, by the way, in these last couple of minutes. Could be a chance for Braga actually pull back and hooked over the bar. Very good chance, but hooked over the bar there.
So just 2 games live at the moment, then all the others in the books. Benfica 0, Salzburg 2, and Braga 1, Napoli 2.
Yeah, and Salzburg, I think Salzburg are going to get my patented Faris Team of the Night award.
Yes. Do you turn up to the training ground tomorrow and present it to them?
Yeah. And then immediately I'm punched in the face by security. Quite rightly. Marios very quickly puts the bet forward. So got winning bets in the Celtic Feyenoord game, Real Madrid, Union Berlin, Bayern, Manchester United, Sociedad, Inter Milan, Young Boys Bern against Leipzig. That was 3-1, obviously, in Arsenal, who we put the under 5 in that game. It was 4 at half-time, remember? That Arsenal game finished 4-0. Well done. Marios. Great news, mate.
PSV have levelled the corner count now in the 91st minute. In fact, I think that's over, isn't it? That game's over, so it's probably finished 4-4. There you go. Not a winning bet, but...
that remains the right bet. That remained the right bet, and it remained the smart bet. Genuinely, it did. That was a really good spot.
Where did they get that last quarter?
That was a really good spot, that. And it's one to keep an eye on now. That's a bit of a one for the black book, that market.
Oh, well.
Smart play, that. So I doth my cap.
Leicester have won tonight. They've, I think they're still top of the table, aren't they, in the Championship, Leicester?
They will be now, yeah. They definitely will be, yeah. They've got a good win and fair play to them. I thought Huddersfield...
Oh, no, Preston. Preston won last night, didn't they? So they stayed just above Leicester.
They're going to pop at some point, Preston. They're not going to keep that up. Millwall battered Rotherham, yeah. Leeds 0-0 with Hull. Oh. Thought Huddersfield-Stoke could be a draw, so delighted to see that. I had no idea it was going to happen. West Brom, Watford, and that was a draw as well. Sort of my most surprising result there, probably Sunderland, the comprehensive nature of Sunderland's win, probably.
Yeah, and that puts them 4th in the table. Tony Mowbray, good manager, knows the division.
Good man.
Yeah.
Good man.
They've had some defensive issues there, but if he can sort that out, there's a team that will score goals.
Yeah, I think the problem is that he kind of kept his job very narrowly at the end of last season. It would have been unfair to sack him, but that's not the point. The point is he kept his job very narrowly. I think he might be a casualty this season. And I love Tony Mowbray. Like, he's a Borough hero.
It strikes me like the owners there think they know more than they know.
Yes. And he did a great job last season and still almost lost his job. So if he does an okay job this season, there's no way he sees that season out. And I hope not, because I adore Tony Mowbray.
Probably need to be in the top.
You need to do playoffs.
They need to be in the top 6 all the season, pretty much, don't they?
Basically, yeah.
When they drop out the top 6, he might be looking over his shoulder. I think we're done.
Yeah, we are.
All good in the hood. Some really good games tonight, some drama, some winning bets put up by Pete, and a free bet condition that landed. So hopefully a successful evening for us here, and you out there. Do join us again tomorrow with more Europa League European action here on Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io. From myself and Pete, good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. This is Clubhouse TV.